Hello, everyone. We will start shortly. People are joining. I'm not sure if Dr. Ernst has joined. Yeah, I don't see her, but we can go ahead and start. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2026 Joint AGU-AMS Climate and Health Showcase. My name is Azar Abadi. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. And with my colleague, Dr. Elizabeth Doran from University of Vermont, will be your hosts for today. We have an exciting agenda lined up featuring experts in the field of climate and health who will be sharing their insights and research findings with you today. Before I dive into the session, I would like to go over a few housekeeping rules and our code of conduct. We are committed to providing a welcoming and respectful environment for all participants. Please be mindful of your language and conduct and treat everyone with kindness and respect. Okay. So these are the housekeeping rules. Please stay muted at all times unless called upon to speak. If you are a speaker, please stop sharing after your presentation so we can quickly transition between the speakers. If you're not talking, it'll be great if you can turn off your camera throughout the event, just for, like reducing the distracts, but you don't have to, of course. Post your questions in the chat, please. But we will be monitoring all the questions after each talk and also in the Q&A sections of each session. This event is being recorded and the recordings will be available on AGU's YouTube channel after the event. Just quickly going over the agenda. So today we have a full event. It'll go from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll have our morning block and afternoon block. We'll have our keynote speaker, Dr. Colwell, in the morning, and we have 2 scientific sessions, and then we will go for lunch break. During the lunch break, I will loop through the data visualizations competition winning visualization that we have had at AGU GeoHealth this past year. And then we will be back at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time for the afternoon block that we have so many great sessions as well. We'll have our keynote speakers. We'll have a panel discussion, a very exciting panel discussion on extreme heat. And also we will have 2 more scientific sessions and we will end the day with our closing remarks. Okay, with that, I'm gonna stop sharing for now. Okay. Now it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Daniel Tong, the president of the AGU GeoHealth Section, and Dr. Casey Ernst, the chair of the Board on Environment and Health for the American Meteorological Society. They will share a few words to kick off our showcase event. With that, Dr. Tong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Azam. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Tong. I have the pleasure to serve as the current president of AGU GeoHealth Section. Really, it's always a great pleasure to welcome you all to join us as this AGU-AMS joint showcase. Just for these who are not familiar with the showcase, it's a one-day free online event that highlights the most outstanding works presented at the past AGU and AMS annual meetings. It's a great opportunity for the community to come together, share what we have learned, and support each other for our shared passion on geohealth. We started this initiative during COVID when we are limited from coming to in-person meetings, cannot meet each other. So this event we continued until today when administrative hurdles and funding cuts are still limiting our access to scientific meetings. Of course, this will never going to happen without the great leadership of our volunteers from AGU and AMS. I want to thank all the volunteers, presenters today, panelists, and keynote speakers and chairs for your contribution to this event. Especially, I'm grateful for Dr. Rita Caldwell, our first AGU GeoHealth Fellow, to join us as our AGU keynote speaker, and also Dr. Chandran Bhatti and Dr. Doran from AMS for the AMS keynote speeches today. Thank you, Azar, and Ryan, Jennifer, and all of you for this year's supporting this event. Lastly, I just want to take this opportunity to share a few exciting new initiatives from the AGU-GeoHealth Section. This year, we started a new podcast called the GeoHealth Frontlines. This spotlights the conversation with scientists, policy makers, and practitioners tackling the world's most pressing environmental health challenges. You can listen to a series of this podcast through Apple Podcasts and other channels. And we are also going to launch another exciting initiative called the GeoHealth Decadal Survey. You know, the AGU section was officially launched in 2017, so we are turning 10 years old. And this year and the next year, we're going to have a series of events to celebrate the decadal milestone for GeoHealth, and also trying to bring the community together to discuss the gaps and the societal need, funding, and also workforce training needs. And hopefully you will hear more from us on that. With that, I just want to thank you again for joining us today. I would like to pass the mic to Dr. Casey Ernest from AMS.
I don't see Dr. Ernst on the Zoom.
Okay, if she's not here, maybe we can move on with the keynote speech and then let her have a chance later when she comes online.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Thank you, Dr. Tong. That was a great welcoming message. It's now my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Rita Caldwell. Dr. Rita Caldwell is a distinguished university professor at the University of Maryland, College Park, and Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg School of Public Health. And she's also the founder of the Cosmos ID. Her work focuses on global infectious disease, water and health, including safe drinking water and emerging infectious disease risks. She served as the 11th director of the National Science Foundation from 1998 to 2004, and has held major leadership roles across national and international scientific organizations. Dr. Caldwell is a member of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences and numerous other national academics and scientific societies. She has authored or co-authored 20 books and more than 800 scientific publications. Her many honors include the National Medal of Science, the Stockholm Water Prize, the Vannevar Bush Award, the Lee Kuan Yew Water Prize, and AGU William Bowie Medal, and the 2024 Explorers Club Medal. With that, I'll hand the floor to Dr. Caldwell.
Thank you very much, Lisa. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to you. I just realized that I need to change my camera video. The earlier picture was 10 years ago. I'm going to speak, let me share, make sure my slides work. This is what I was afraid of. Let's see. Okay, can you see it?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yes.
It says participants can now see my screen. Oh dear.
And on the presentation mode, it's perfect.
It's okay now?
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you.
I've been asked to speak about women in science, and I want to emphasize that what I'm going to discuss pertains to young men as well, men and women. It's just, I'm going to talk about my progress. Oh, let's see, this is not going to advance. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to discuss generally the impediments that have occurred for women in science. But in today's day and age, it turns out that young men seem to be having difficulties in finding jobs, getting advancement in the work that they do. So let me start by pointing out that for women at least, the problems have been historic. There's a book published by Davasobo about Galileo's daughter. It turns out that Galileo's daughter did most of the computation, most of the analyses for her father. In fact, she even joined a nunnery so that she would have not any other impeding distractions, to be able to work closely with her father and advance the work that he was doing, which meant, of course, that she was very talented, but not able to advance in her own work. There are unsung heroes, including these individuals, Lonnie Clinton Gordon. No one really knows much about Gordon, but she and her colleagues, Pearl Kendrick, Grace Elderling, really did a fantastic job in overcoming whooping cough, determining the origin as a microorganism, and being able to develop public health procedures, essentially having gone unrecognized. And I think it's particularly important to point out that lab assistant Lonnie Clinton was an African-American woman, and at that time certainly received little to no credit. And then there was Alice Evans, a microbiologist who, because of financial difficulties, was not able to obtain a PhD. She went to work in the agricultural laboratory, and it was a Brucella laboratory. At that time, Brucella abortus was caused by abortion in cows. It would create problems in the delivery, the production, the delivery of the fetus. And people working with the cows came down with what was called relapsing fever. Now, she showed that her work, that the bacteria that caused the bovine abortion also was the cause of undulant fever in humans. But she was scoffed. And in fact, there's even a written record showing that one of her criticizing scientists said that that was not really a discovery, because if it was a discovery, it would have been made by a man. But she overcame the difficulties sufficiently eventually to have the necessity for pasteurizing milk to avoid undulant fever. And so pasteurization of milk really is attributable to the work of Alice Evans. She was elected the first president of the American Society for Microbiology, which was at that time known as the Society of American Bacteriologists, now the American Society for Microbiology. Ironically, she could not attend the annual meeting to be inducted as president because she was in the hospital with undulant fever. The difficulties continued to the present. Jocelyn Bell Burnell made very important discoveries about dark matter. She was a student. Her professor got the Nobel Prize. She did not get recognized at all. However, in 2021, she received the Copley Medal, which was, I think, $3 million award as opposed to the $1 million Nobel Prize. Nevertheless, Jocelyn Bell Burnell, astronomer, an extraordinary astronomer, was not recognized with the Nobel, but her professor was. Alice Evans, let me now explain an interesting turn of events. And this deals with the presidency of the American Society for Microbiology. I already mentioned that Alice Evans was the first president in 1928. The next president, woman president, was Rebecca Lansfield, but that was in 1943, about 20 years later. And Lansfield developed the typing of Streptococcus, which is used to this day. But she was elected president according to the written record because all the men were at war in 1943. And so to have a president, Rebecca Lansfield was decided to be good enough. And notice that, again, there was another almost 20 years, excuse me, when Helen Whiteley was elected president of the American Society for Microbiology. Notice these 20-year gaps between women being elected president. Helen Whiteley was never elected to the National Academy. She was proposed, but at that time, women, excuse me, I'm very sorry. At that time, women weren't supposed to be elected to the Academy. Now, by some strange event of fate, I was nominated and elected, and interestingly, 2 men ran against me, so I did win. But I learned something very important. I learned that how the system worked. The system was that the outgoing president would serve as the chair of the nominating committee. This was a new rule in 1985. And so the outgoing president then had the opportunity to determine who would be on the roster for election for the next president. And I discovered, as chair of a nominating committee, that you had to, if you were going to have a write-in candidate, you had to have it submitted by June. Now, the problem was that the slate wasn't actually announced in the ASM newsletter until August. So that meant that by August, it was too late. So I called the chair of the Women's Committee, which was a newly established at the ASM at the time, and said, look, if you want another president, woman president, before the next 20 years, you better get going and get a petition to nominate a woman for the president. And what happened was the following. Once we learned the system, then for the next several years, there were outstanding women presidents of the American Society of Microbiology, to the point where now there's an altering. 1 year it's a slate of men, the next year it's a slate of women. But this has worked out to the best and brightest, men and women, become president of the American Society for Microbiology. Now, the difficulties have been considered, and books have been written about the biases faced by women. Joan Williams has provided an exceptionally good summary. She points out that there are 3 major problems. One is attribution bias. That means that when a woman is successful, she's lucky. When men are successful, they're really good. The characteristics are for their prowess in science or whatever. In addition, when women make a mistake, it's something she has to live with the rest of her life. Whereas for men, the general reaction is, well, look, it's a learning exercise. Learn from it, get on, move on. And then finally, when women do exceed exceptionally, their performance has to be maybe 4 or 5 times better in order to be considered good or excellent. So women tend to receive lower evaluations than men performing similarly. I would say in today's society, I would say that the problem is that for young people, men and women, that the opportunities are slower in being available. And so now instead of, for example, I received my first NSF grant when I was 25 or 26, and my first NIH grant about the same time. But today, the first NIH grant, I think, has been documented. People are in their 40s, 40 to 48, before they get their first grant. That really has to change. Now, I'm going to switch to science and show how in my own career, I've had to overcome these obstacles, but I've done it in a way to just keep on going. And that's essentially my message. So I've been working on cholera for the last 50 years. As a graduate student, I worked on vibrios in the marine environment. And during COVID, we were suffering 2 pandemics, except that the cholera pandemic wasn't on our radar. Cholera is a devastating disease, but mainly for the developing countries or the lower income countries. But every year, even today, as many as 1 billion people can come down with diarrheal disease, which generally includes cholera. And there are somewhere between 1 and 2 million deaths every year from diarrheal disease. A million of them, most likely cholera. So this is in countries like Bangladesh, India, and the countries of Latin America. For the developed countries with safe water, the incidence of cholera is negligible, if at all. But there are many other water-related diseases, some of which I'll discuss in a moment. So let's look at cholera. It's an acute water-related diarrheal disease. 50 countries report cholera, and about 1 to 10 million people are affected. What's interesting is that if you have just a few bacteria ingested, then you'll probably just have a very mild diarrhea, possibly some vomiting, but not the kind of life-threatening infection. That takes about 1 million bacterial cells per milliliter, per teaspoon, if you will. And that was developed by studies at the University of Maryland way before my time, some almost 100 years, well, about 80 years ago, with the Center for Vaccine Development at the University of Maryland, where they were studying, and still do, various vaccines. And they were allowed then to have some of the volunteers ingest concentrations of the Vibrio. And that was how the determination of the effective dose. Now, as a marine microbiologist in the 1960s, I learned that the most common bacterium and most easily isolated from the estuarine and the marine environment were Vibrios. And it turned out that in the studies done in the Chesapeake Bay back in 1975, we discovered that Vibrio cholerae was present in the bay, but we were ridiculed because at that time, Vibrio cholerae was absolutely determined by the medical community as only a human pathogen and transferred person to person. We were able to show that the bacterium is actually associated with plankton. The copepod, the little creatures shown in this graph, comprise a shell, an exoskeleton, of N-acetylglucosamine polymer, which we call chitin. And that is essentially the shell of crabs, shrimp, and copepods, many copepods. And we also determined that the Vibrio cholerae were most easily detected between June and September, but really the month of August, when it was most abundant. This was 1975. I'll have more to say about that seasonality in a moment. But we developed our first model. We said, look, the algae and the phytoplankton respond in annual cycle to sunlight. The zooplankton feed on the phytoplankton. That's been determined for over 100 years by other scientists, plankton scientists. But it's a known phenomenon. In the case of Vibrio cholerae, and Vibrios in general, they're associated with the copepods, with the zooplankton, the animal component of plankton. And when the phytoplankton become abundant in the early spring, carrying chlorophyll, they're fed on by the copepods, or the zooplankton. And then when the food source is depleted, the Vibrios then are discharged into the environment, partially just because they swim away from their host, and also because the zooplankton populations die back without sufficient food. And the bacteria, then we discovered, go in, since they are part of the natural flora of the plankton burrow into the sediment during the winter. They go into a diapause. And we found that because medical practitioners could not detect the bacteria, Vibrio cholerae, between epidemics, with their conclusion that it had to be a human pathogen, without an environmental, without a host, we were able to show that the bacteria go to sleep, so to speak. They go into a dormant stage along with their host, which burrows into the sediment, and they go non-culturable. And then in the spring, with the warmer temperatures, the plankton moving into the water column, the bacteria then resuscitate, so to speak, and become viable. These, of course, were ideas and concepts that were totally ridiculed. This is 1975, 1980. This is 40, almost 50 years ago. We were made fun of. And what we did was to prove this the following way. We did our studies. We figured if we could filter the plankton out of the water that women in Bangladesh villages, the remote villages, collected in their kalashes, there you see them, the vases, so to speak, to bring to their houses for the family during the day, which is their practice, still even today. If we could filter that water, so that was a challenge. We tested the least expensive, most available material for these remote villagers. We tested sari cloth, we tested men's t-shirt, we tested any kind of cloth that was available, even the expensive stuff, thinking that the very expensive sari cloth with its many colors and so forth, prints, would be more effective. Well, it wasn't. It turned out that the old sari cloth, after it had been worn and was used and generally employed as dust rags and cleaning cloths, we found that the old sari cloth, when you folded it about 4 to 8 times, when examined under the scanning electron microscope, provided a very nice, roughly 20 micron pore size filter. Plankton are roughly 250 to 300 microns or micrometers. So they would be trapped. So we proposed to do a study to use these filters, this filter approach, in remote villages in Bangladesh, submitted the proposal to NIH. It was rejected as trivial, not very important, and required more data. So since we were rejected, instead of just saying, oh, well, that's the end of that, it just made us, or at least made me, angry. So we proposed to the Thrasher Foundation, which is a family foundation which operates to this day, and they make modest grants. We received a $100,000 grant to do a 3 or 4 month study, just a test of the principle of what our hypothesis was about. And we got some very good data. So then we submitted it again to NIH. Well, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases chairman of that committee thought it was interesting, but it was trivial. So we sent it over to the Nursing Institute and said to the Nursing Institute, this is probably something you should fund. So the Nursing Institute funded us for a 3-year study. And we were able to work with the villages in Bangladesh, showing them how to fold old sari cloth, use it to filter the water they were collecting to bring to their household, and then to rinse the sari cloth and dry it in the sunlight, because that would be UV sterilization. Well, not exactly sterilization, but it would reduce the numbers, and the combination of drying and UV would be effective. So this study was done for 3 years, and it was done with about 30 villages in Bangladesh. What was interesting was when we first began our work, there was pushback, interestingly, by a small group of women who were the natural medicine treating, if you could put in quotation marks, physicians, so to speak, who helped with home remedies. And they, as the study was launched and proving effective, they were losing business. So what we did was recruit them to be our extension agents, and we paid them to teach the women in the villages and to go out on a regular basis to maintain the practice of filtration. It wasn't difficult to convince the women that on the right is the filtered water, on the left is the pond water that they had been drinking, which had all kinds of living things not very good for their children. And the end result was, after 3 years, we were able to reduce, using the sari cloth, about 50% of the cholera cases in those villages. We also had used the nylon filter, which was very expensive. The sari cloth, anybody could afford. The nylon cost essentially a week's wages. It was used to combat dracunculiasis in Africa. And it turned out not to be even as effective as simple sari cloth. So this study in Bangladesh confirmed our hypothesis. It's clear that person-to-person transmission is very important, there's no question. But the environment is the source of the bacteria. And until maybe 15 years ago, this was still contentious. But now the fact that Vibrio cholerae is a naturally occurring native to the aquatic environment associated with plankton is in textbooks. But I just wanted you to understand that pathway to go from hypothesis to conclusion. The other hypothesis, this was 25 years ago, actually 30, because Landsat, a satellite measuring chlorophyll, sea surface temperature, and sea surface height, tide, was launched in 1985. And because we had this relationship associated with plankton, the phytoplankton blooming, the zooplankton feeding on the phytoplankton, we concluded, my hypothesis then was, we could use satellite sensing to predict the risk of cholera. And we initiated our studies by measuring right off the Bay of Bengal, a 1 square mile quadrant. And then we tabulated all the cases of cholera in the Sundarbans. This is the coastal region of Bangladesh. And we got a remarkable correlation. The blue line is sea surface temperature. The red line are the cholera cases in Bangladesh. Similar charts for chlorophyll as well. So we were able to develop a model for predicting the risk of a cholera outbreak. Combination of warm water 6 or 8 weeks earlier, of very heavy storms, cyclone, heavy rainfall, and in an area of the world where there was no safe water mechanism for delivery of water that was potable and safe. And that would provide an estimate of a very high risk of cholera. So that was the first simple satellite study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science in 2020, 26 years ago. Since that first Landsat study, we've continued to use a number of the newer satellites as they are launched, to the point where now we're able to use satellites that have been decommissioned or declassified that allow us to monitor movement of populations, as well as a much, much smaller than a 1 mile quadrant. In fact, we can even monitor ponds directly now. The model has been much improved. We did, in collaboration with the team at the University of Florida, Antar Jutla and his students, along with my students, Kyle Brumfield, and a number of earlier students at the University of Maryland. We, in 2017, did a retrospective analysis. In other words, there was a massive outbreak of cholera in Yemen. And we took the data at the end of 2017 and did an analysis using the satellite imagery to predict geographically where the outbreak would occur and where it would be most intense. And these are our data. And this was the region that had the highest probability based on our parameters of an outbreak of cholera. And that's, of course, actually where the outbreaks occurred. So that was the first international application of the model. We worked in collaboration with a colleague in England who got in touch with us when he read of our work. We published a short paper in 2018, and it was picked up by Scientific American, and our colleague read the Scientific American squib and called us on the phone and asked if we could provide a 6 to 8 week early risk warning, which we have been working together now with the team in England and with the UN, so that we provide predictive intelligence regarding cholera in Yemen, Ethiopia, and even did some for Ukraine. But what was, I think, most satisfying was in June of 2023, predicting that there would be cholera in Malawi. And indeed, later that year, cholera outbreaks occurred. So we've been able to establish the working application of this approach, and we continue to provide for the UN agencies the risk prediction modeling. So these are the, how shall I say, the points of contention that we had to overcome. First of all, the relationship between temperature, rainfall, and salinity was sort of known, but we were able to quantify it dramatically in the 60s. We demonstrated that the bacteria go into this diapause as part of their annual cycle. And then we've been working on studying the other serotypes than the O1, which is the pandemic serotype, and monitoring their seasonality as well. And then we've been able to expand our computational modeling to much more sophistication and are now able to provide real-time prediction of cholera. And so what's very important is that what we've learned about cholera certainly can be applied to other waterborne diseases. And one of the interesting things about the study in Bangladesh that I should add is that we were criticized that, well, you got the women to filter, but is that sustainable? Would they really continue? So 5 years after the completion of the study and the publication of the results, we again received another small grant from the Thrasher Foundation to go back and determine if filtration was still practiced. And indeed, we found that not only were the villagers continuing to filter, but the control villages at a significant distance from the experimental, or shall we say, test villages, the women there had learned about filtration and they were filtering as well. So the one new thing we did learn, since everybody was filtering, was that in the villages, if there were families that for some reason, too lazy or didn't care or didn't believe, didn't filter, but they were surrounded by families that filtered, they did not come down with cholera, or if they did, it was very mild, diarrhea, and not really full-blown cholera. So that's a herd effect that we established. and the efficacy, the effective use of filtration. So these are the climate factors that are all playing a role in cholera. This is a very nice publication of a former student, Erin Lipp, at the University of Georgia, and her team, published some years ago. These factors then, UV, societal factors, which we now can put into a computational model, seasonal factors, weather events, etc. What has become very interesting is that the vibrios in general in the aquatic system are naturally occurring, cannot be eliminated, and the CDC now says that any Vibrio infection has to be reported. So all Vibrios are potentially pathogenic, some more than others. Vibrio alginolyticus, balnificus, Vibrio cholerae. I'm going to have to go a little bit faster, I think, here. The non-Vibrio infections include mainly Vibrio parahemolyticus, seafood-borne, and 95% of seafood-related deaths are caused by balnificus. Vibrio infections in general, because of climate change, have been going up. We find also that the August peak and the range and temporal range of the infections have expanded because of climate change, warming of the water, to March and April, and as late as November, December. And we have found that the cases of Vibrio infections have now moved about 50 kilometers per year northward. And as of today, there are cases of vibriosis, mainly Vibrio parahemolyticus, being reported in Maine. And you can see balnificus, pluvialis, and alginolyticus infections that are reported, and as a result of warming of the sea surface temperature. Vibriosis in Maryland has increased from 2006 to the present, and this was published work of Michelle Morgado, Carl Brumfield mainly, recently. The situation in Florida is the most serious because the temperature of the water has reached highest, and in addition, the hurricanes contribute to the Vibrio problem in that, as in this case, the hurricane rushing through Florida, the winds were the most severe in this region, stirring up the sediment. Warm water, reduced salinity due to the severe runoff, and the nutrient from the stirred up sediment combined to provide optimum conditions for cases of Vibrio, particularly Vibrio balnificus. Hurricane Ian, 65 cases, 11 deaths. Subsequent hurricanes have essentially doubled the number of cases and unfortunately the number of deaths. And so where are these Vibrios in the US? You can see the different colors of different Vibrio species. Green is balnificus, orange is parahemolyticus. And I would like to point out that this dark color is Vibrio cholerae. So this bacterium is present in the environment. And if the climate continues to warm the waters in the Gulf, we may, especially during times of severe storms, with a potential breakdown of delivery of safe water, find ourselves back to where we were in 1850 and 1900 with cholera outbreaks in the US. So we have lessons to learn from the Vibrios. And there's a message for young women and young men. And the message is, believe in yourself, find a way over, under, and around the impediments, because you can, in fact, contribute significantly to understanding nature. And the words of John Muir, when one tugs at a single thing in nature, he, and I've inserted, and she, find it hitched to the rest of the universe. And more full story of how to overcome obstacles is in a book that I published recently. So with that, I'll stop sharing. And if you have time, I'd be delighted to take questions.
Yes, we do. Thank you so much, Dr. Colwell. That was an amazing talk. So please put your question in the chat box, or you can also unmute yourself and ask your questions.
I think I've overwhelmed them.
Yes, Dr. Tong, go ahead.
Hey, Rita, this is a wonderful talk. I really enjoyed it. This is a great demonstration of how geoscience and public health can work together and solve many pressing issues. My question is very general because your work cover like a wide spectrum of problem, mostly work with waterborne. What do you think about airborne pathogens, and what are the potential emerging area you think, like for example, you would like to tackle or you encourage other people to pay more attention to?
Oh, I think that's a very exciting area. In fact, I'm convinced that microorganisms are transmitted over very, very big distances, transcontinental distances. We already have some some evidence of the dust from the Sahara Desert reaching Europe, you know. And in that dust, very likely, there will be microorganisms. There have been some studies, but it's kind of an early time, and it's a very good opportunity for young people, especially those who are listening in today, to think about the survival and transmission of pathogens over many, many distances, miles, not just a few feet, and their survivability. Microorganisms are really incredibly versatile by producing extracellular compounds, biofilms. They're able to withstand UV and a variety of other effects, drying, desiccation, etc. And so we know this from the work that's done in Antarctica and from some of the Saharan desert work where you can resuscitate microorganisms from eons ago. So the microbial world, the environmental microbiology is just beginning to be understood and well studied. So this is an area I think that is just ripe for you students who are listening.
Thank you.
I think Ryan.
Hi, yes, I can just ask my question verbally if that's easier. So in my observation, GeoHealth often kind of falls through the cracks between NSF and NIH, like with NSF not really wanting to fund things that have too explicit a human health nexus and so on. And I feel like I've heard for a while people kind of talk about a need to acknowledge the linkages between Earth systems and human health, but a lot of the barriers seem to remain, at least over the course of my career so far. And I'm just kind of wondering if you can comment on like a longer historical arc. How has thought at NSF or NIH or both kind of changed to promote this kind of research? Like, have you seen greater openness Are we on a trajectory to a more kind of, more mechanisms to fund coupled research like that?
Brian, I think you're on target. As director 25 years ago, I and the then director of NIH joined forces, and we established the ecology of infectious diseases. And the point was that NSF would fund the ecology part and NIH would fund the health part. And that program ran very well for quite a long time. And I don't know why it was disbanded or altered, but I think that what is happening now is the recognition of the importance of interdisciplinarity contributing significantly to furthering understanding of our health and our environment. And the NSF had begun to, before being attacked, had begun to ask for interdisciplinary research programs. And I think that will continue. And I think at NIH with the ARPA-H program, which is essentially industry university interaction, I think some of the applications can be funded and will be funded. So I think that it's beginning to change, and I think the best thing to do is to continue to pepper them with proposals, good proposals.
Thank you.
Any other question for Dr. Colwell? Dr. Chen, please go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Cole. I know it's every time I read your book is so inspiring. Not just about your journey from women and it's recognized to leadership and how all the kind of crisis you have been leading the nation and the society. So as we're gathering here for the GeoHealth section and GeoHealth Showcase, you kind of launched the journal GeoHealth and help to cultivate the society. So I wonder, like now the society, the section is about a decade old. So what's your kind of wish or vision for this society to go for the next decades?
Oh, I think that it's a very exciting time right now, and I think particularly understanding environmental microbiology. How should I put it? eDNA, Earth DNA, understanding the fact that we've recognized how the microbiome of our gut changes us and impacts our health. Similarly, the environmental soil microbiology, plant microbiology, air microbiology comprises a very, very significant component of our environment. And we're just beginning to understand the interactions. And how should I say, as we begun to understand how plants talk to each other through chemical means, I wouldn't be surprised if we find messages being transmitted by microorganisms. Now, that may sound crazy, but I've said a lot of crazy things, and so far, touch wood, I haven't had to retract anything. So it may well be that microorganisms play a whole lot more of a role that we can't see them, but they're in the air around us.
Thanks so much. That does speaks the rationale why we wanted, in the beginning as a multidisciplinary section, and as a leader in this field, currently at this moment we have the section is very young because we have majority of the session members are students, postdocs, or very early career faculty members. So if you have to say one thing to encourage us, what do you want to say to us?
I would say that in my career, I started out as a microbiologist when the only tool I had, was a inoculation loop and a petri dish and media. And I have seen in the last 50 years, where we have gone from, I remember how excited I was to learn the base composition of Vibrio being mostly 47% GC. I mean, like that was a big deal. And then in order to do hybridization and prove that the Vibrio from the environment was the same as the Vibrio from patients, we had to do density gradient centrifugation, where you radio labeled the environmental strain or the medical strain and grew the other without labeling. And then you separated the strands, mixed them, and then you would get a hybrid. That was the only way we could prove the relationship. Today, we're picking apart genes as if we had a little needle and we could pull out a gene one by one. So my message is there's a whole lot more out there that you're going to be discovering, and go for it, guys. Go for it, women.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Caldwell. We have one more question in the chat. What is your advice to women trying to juggle between being a scientist and a homemaker?
Well, I have 2 daughters and I have 3 grandchildren. And my daughters, my husband was a physicist, so my daughters didn't have much choice. They both are scientists. One's a physician and the other's a botanist. I think it helps if you have a partner, as I was very fortunate in having a husband who didn't mind 50 years ago to push a baby carriage, which I think no man at that time would do, but he didn't care. It was his kids and he was fond of them, proud of them. But today, I think men and women raise kids, and that's wonderful. I think it's really having a partner where you can share the responsibility in a way that allows both careers to flourish, and it is possible.
Well, that is great.
So guys, be good, help out. Gals, give them credit, work together.
Thank you. How do you stay positive, like during this time?
It's very hard. I stay positive because I want my grandchildren to thrive. I want my students to thrive. And I think we'll come out of this with a recognition that science is really very important. Science, mathematics, social sciences, behavioral sciences, bringing this all together with literature and art and the humanities. It's all part of being human. And I think we have to continue to recognize it and allow it all to flourish. That's what I'm hoping. That's what keeps me going.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Caldwell. That was a very interesting talk, and thanks for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I see that Dr. Duran and Dr. Ernst has joined. Before moving to our first scientific session, Dr. Ernst, do you want to say something about AMS? We missed you at the welcoming remarks.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I am, sorry, I'm on the phone. It's early morning here still. It's 8, so still getting the kids ready. But AMS is a partner in this because we recognize the importance of the intersection of weather with our health. AGU is an excellent partner for this. We have been hosting a conference at AMS in the Environment and Health Board now for over a decade, and have a lot of wonderful trainees and researchers who are coming together to really understand the importance of how the weather influences our health, especially in this time as we're experiencing more extreme weather events. Climate change is continuing to progress rapidly. And so it's a pleasure to be here and to co-host this with you, and look forward to the rest of the sessions today.
Thank you, Dr. Ernst. So with that, we can move on to our first session. which will be moderated by my colleague, Dr. Ryan Harp from University of Minnesota Climate Adaptation Partnership. Dr. Harp, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Yes, I'm Dr. Harp with the University of Minnesota Climate Adaptation Partnership, and I have the pleasure of moderating the first session of talks today, which is a collection focused on extreme heat, mental health, and human exposure. And to kick things off, we have Dr. Nishino with Keio University, who will be presenting on heat congestion index, integrating satellite and pedestrian flow data for safer outdoor events. Dr. Nishino, if you're able to go ahead and share your slides, you can take it away.
Action. Can you hear my voice?
I can.
Thank you. So I'll share my materials. Okay. So it's a real honor to be the first speaker in this session. Good morning. I'm Akihiko Nishino from the Graduate School of System Design and Management, Keio University in Japan. Today, I'd like to introduce a new indicator for outdoor heat risk, the heat congestion index, which combines satellite data with pedestrian flow. Okay, so let me start with the problem. Heat stroke risk at large-scale outdoor events is an increasingly urgent public health issue. Events like Expo 2025 in Osaka last year, shown here on the left, draw enormous daytime crowds under peak summer heat. And next year, Green Expo 2027 will open in Yokohama, facing the same challenges. In Japan, heat stroke alerts are issued based on the wet bulb globe temperature, WBGT. The table on the right shows how WBGT values map to risk categories. But here's the problem. WBGT is measured at only a limited number of fixed point weather observations, observatories. They simply cannot provide high resolution coverage across a wide event area. And heat alone isn't enough. To know who's actually at risk, we need to quantify exposure. So how many people are staying in the heat zones? In other words, we need to pair the heat index with crowd density. That's where the heat congestion index, HCI, comes in. So building on the framework proposed by Hu et al. In 2019, we define HCI as the product of two components, as shown in the formula on the left. First, we estimate WBGT from Earth observation satellite data, specifically Landsat land surface temperature at 30-meter resolution, fused with a ground observatory. Second, we integrate this with smartphone GPS-based pedestrian flow at 100-meter resolution, updated hourly. The result is visualized on a GIS-based web application. Here's what the app looks like. So what we visualized is the HCI along every route from the user's current location to the destination. The color on the streets shows the HCI value. The deeper the red, the higher the HCI, meaning that the section of the route is both hotter and more clouded. So users opening the app on their phone can immediately see which path to avoid and choose a safer route. And we set thresholds on both WBGT and pedestrian flow, with heat weighted more heavily than crowding, because heat poses the more immediate heat risk. To test this in practice, we ran a field experiment at the annual fireworks festival in Kumagaya City, one of the hottest cities in Japan, in August 2025 last year. This event draws an average of over 400,000 visitors each year. On site, we measured WBGT and pedestrian flow to validate HCI. The app was released to citizens through Kumagaya City's official LINE account, and we ran a questionnaire survey afterwards. So let me walk you through the day. The arrows on the map show how people actually moved. Around 4:30 p.m. in photo number 1, people started gathering at the station. WBGT was already high. This is exactly when we asked visitors to use the app and walk from the station to the viewing area along the routes the app recommended. By 6:30 p.m. in photo number 2, the viewing area was full, and at 7 p.m., the fireworks began. After the show ended in photo 3 and 4, around 9:30, you can see that both the return route and station itself were heavily crowded. When we analyzed the GPS-based pedestrian flow data afterwards, we found a clear pattern. Visitors shifted from crowded areas to less crowded ones. As the map and the table show, location number 1, the most crowded spot in 2024, saw fewer visitors this year, while location 2, previously quieter, saw more. This pattern suggests that the app may have contributed to crowd dispersion. And our survey of 2049 respondents were broadly positive. The app was rated helpful and accurate. Users also asked for festival-specific information like restrooms, and for broader use cases, everyday life and disaster response. So to close, the heat congestion index, combining satellite-derived WBGT with smartphone-based pedestrian flow, proved to be a valid indicator of heat stroke risk and crowd density. Visualizing it on a map app helps visitors plan safer routes and may have contributed to crowd dispersion. Looking ahead, we'll improve WBGT estimation, enhance pedestrian flow forecasting with machine learning, and extending the service to other cities and events. And I'm currently doing exactly that here in Sydney as a visiting fellow at UNSW. Thanks to NTT East and Kumagaya City for their collaboration, and my contact and links are on the slide. And I love to connect with anyone tackling heat risk with a data-driven approach. That's all. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for a great talk, Dr. Nishino. And just as a reminder to everyone, we're going to have 6 minutes for all the talks, then we'll have 10-minute Q&A section for the entire session at the end of the collection. So feel free to put any questions you have into the chat. Otherwise, we can also do some verbal Q&A then. So we'll move on to Dr. Ma with the University of California, San Diego. We'll be presenting on daytime and nighttime heat wave intensity and acute care utilization for mental and neurological disorders in California. Take it away, Dr. Ma.
Thank you, Ryan. Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure to share my work on heat wave and mental and neurological disorders in California. Before I get started, I would like to thank the PIs of this project, Dr. Miriam Malia and Tariq Bamania, as well as our collaborators. Heat waves are increasingly recognized as an important risk factor for mental and neurological health. In recent years, a growing number of studies have linked extreme heat and heat waves to symptom exacerbation and increased hospitalization risks for mental or neurological disorders. Based on the timing of exposure, heat waves can be classified as daytime or nighttime heat waves. However, timing is not the only difference between these two types. Their meteorological mechanisms are also different. Daytime heat waves are accompanied by increases in solar radiation and reductions in precipitation, soil moisture, specific humidity, and cloud cover. While for nighttime heat waves, the atmosphere becomes wetter and cloudier, which leads to more emission of long-wave radiation to the surface at night. Here comes the question. Do these two types of heat waves have different health impacts? Compared to daytime heat waves, nighttime heat waves may pose a greater threat to human health because it can reduce people's ability to cool down and recover from daytime heat exposure. It can also disturb normal sleep rhythm, shorten sleep duration, and reduce sleep quality. However, so far, little is known about the potentially differential associations of daytime versus nighttime heat wave intensity with mental and neurological disorders. Therefore, in this study, utilizing statewide data in California, we aim to first compare the associations between daytime and nighttime heatwave intensities and acute categorizations for mental and neurological disorders, and then quantify the acute categorization burden attributable to daytime versus nighttime heat waves and compare their contributions. Here, we used daytime and nighttime heatwave indices to represent the intensities of these two types of heat waves. In brief, daytime heatwave index represents excess maximum air temperature during daytime accentuated heat waves, while nighttime heatwave index represents excess minimum air temperature during nighttime accentuated heat waves. The classification of these two types is a little bit complicated, and I'm happy to share more details in the Q&A session. For outcome data, we obtained acute categorization data for mental and neurological disorders from the California Department of Healthcare Access and Information from May to October 2006 to 2019. We extracted mental disorders, neurological disorders, and their specific subtypes. In terms of statistical analysis, we used a standard time-stratified case crossover design with conditional Corsi-Poisson regression to estimate the associations between daytime and nighttime heatwave indices and acute categorizations. In our study, a case day was defined as the date of acute categorization, and the matched control days were identified as those on the same day of the week, same calendar month and year, in the same vector. Okay, here are the main results. Let's look at the left part first. Both daytime and nighttime heatwave indices were positively associated with increased risks for mental disorders, with nighttime heatwave index showing a larger effect. And for neurological disorders, we didn't observe any significant difference. And the right panel shows the results for specific conditions. Compared to daytime heatwave index, increases in nighttime heatwave index showed stronger associations for anxiety disorder, depressive disorder, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, PTSD, ADRD, and Parkinson's disease. While for conduct disorder, the association was higher for daytime heatwave index. This figure shows the average annual attributable burden for each disease. On average, nearly 600 excess acute categorizations for mental disorders were attributable to heat waves in California per year, of which about 70% were contributed by nighttime heat waves. And for neurological disorders, the attributable number is about 100, and nighttime heat waves contributed about 34% of them. Similarly, most of the studied specific disease had more burden attributable to nighttime heat waves, except for conduct disorder, which was predominantly contributed by daytime heat waves. So in summary, we found that while increases in intensity of both types of heat waves were associated with increased risk of acute hospitalization for mental disorders, increases in nighttime heat wave intensity had a stronger effect. Therefore, our findings call for innovative heat action plans and increased awareness among public health practitioners as more nighttime heat waves are anticipated under climate change. This study was published in Environmental Research Health earlier this year. Please feel free to refer to the full text for further details. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to the Q&A session.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Ma, for a great talk. Move on to our next speaker now, Dr. Black Ingersoll with Boston University School of Public Health, discussing climate resilience adaptation and psychiatric emergency services utilization during extreme heat in Boston, Massachusetts, a difference in differences analysis. Take it away.
Thank you. Everyone can see my screen okay?
Yep, we can see it.
Awesome. All right, so I'm Flannery Black Ingersoll. I'm actually just recently defended, so it's exciting to hear Dr. Black Ingersoll. I am finishing up at Boston University School of Public Health, and then I'll be starting a postdoc at Harvard University. So I'm going to talk about climate resilience adaptation and psychiatric emergency services utilization during extreme heat in Boston, Massachusetts, and this is available in the QR code in the bottom right corner in Environment International. It was published back in January. So this is great to follow Dr. Ma because very similar research focuses here. We have hot days and heat waves becoming more frequent, severe, and intense due to climate change. And in addition to the range of physical health outcomes that have been linked in the literature to heat exposure, there's a growing body of research linking heat to adverse mental health outcomes. So in response to the public health threat of heat, cities like Boston are developing systems for adaptations. And these include heat alert warning systems and cooling centers. So the objective of this project was to investigate the effect of the Boston, Massachusetts climate resilience adaptation implementation, which included a heat warning system and cooling centers, on the use of psychiatric emergency services during extreme heat. So we investigated daily psychiatric emergency services use via the Boston Emergency Services Team's electronic health records. And this is a multi-channel emergency services program for low-income and under-resourced patients. So the study is a quasi-experimental study design. We calculated incidence rate ratios for two different experiments. So the first looks at services use on days with and without advisories, with and without events. So events being heat events. And then the second is services use on days post versus pre-adaptation plan implementation on days, again, with and without heat events. So in experiment 1, the events are defined using the same threshold that's used for the intervention of focus, which is the heat alerts themselves. And then in experiment 2, we define them using this maximum daily heat index of 90 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the threshold for advisories that was implemented as part of the intervention, that climate resilience adaptation plan that we're focusing on in experiment 2. So to kind of explain how these are laid out a little bit more for those who aren't familiar with the differences. In experiment 1, the exposure is the presence or absence of an alert. So you can see that in the two columns in the table on the left and in the x-axis in the conceptual diagram on the right. And then the period is the event versus the non-event period, which is defined here as orange for an event or purple for no event in the table and on the plot on the right. So what we're doing here is using the difference in differences to discern, which is highlighted in yellow here, the change in the outcome due to the alert. Now, similarly, in experiment 2, the intervention is the presence or absence of the plan. So those are the two columns in the table. And the x-axis in the conceptual diagram on the right, you can see it's years because we're looking at post versus pre-implementation of this climate-ready Boston plan, which included some heat adaptations. The period here is event versus non-event period, which is defined as green for an event and purple for no event in the table and in the plot on the right. So again, we're looking at difference in differences to discern what's highlighted in yellow here, the change in the outcome that may occur due to the implementation of this plan. So in experiment 1, we're looking at over 100,000 encounters spanning 2005 through 2021. And in experiment 2, we're looking at almost 50,000 encounters from 2014 to 2019. We're focusing around the implementation of the plan year. And the study population, keep in mind as I shift to the results here, faces a number of vulnerabilities that might contribute to higher heat-related illness disease risks. These are high prevalence of housing instability, low income, and also substance use disorders. So in the first experiment, I did not find evidence of an effect of heat advisories on emergency services use during heat events. And you can see this in the plot on the right where we have overall and also subgroup specific effect estimates. All of these are overlapping with that null, the red dotted line of no association, with the exception being one that fails a key model assumption that's part of this study design, so we can't draw causal inferences from it. And then in the second experiment, we didn't find an association again overall or across subgroups of the adaptation plan's implementation on psychiatric emergency services use on hot days post compared to pre-plan implementation. And you can see again in the overall effect estimate as well as across different stratifications of subgroups by age, race, ethnicity, etc., we see an incidence rate ratio that's pretty close to 1. So in conclusion, psychiatric emergency services use did not decrease post-implementation of climate resilience adaptations, nor during heat events with heat warnings compared to those without. The study population has a high baseline vulnerability to the health outcomes seen in psychiatric emergency services, so it's possible that protective effects are incremental in size. And the population might face barriers to accessing the resources that are recommended for coping with heat, which come with the alerts. So while we need to develop and test adaptations that are aimed at supporting high-risk communities such as this, alerts alone are likely insufficient when not accompanied by the provision of tangible resources. So with that, thank you all very much for listening. I want to thank the research team, which includes a clinical leadership team that we worked with to understand these data.
Wonderful. Thanks for a great talk, Dr. Black Ingersoll. Congratulations on your successful defense. We'll move on to our next talk now by Dr. Daly with the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus. We'll be discussing measurements of heat stress and heat strain in the workplace, reliance on heat index, and implications for workplace heat protection strategies. So
Thank you. Let me get this into presenter mode. Great. Thank you so much. Like Ryan said, I'm Miranda Daly. I am a research assistant professor at the Colorado School of Public Health with my primary appointment in the Centers for Health, Work, and Environment. And I'm going to be talking about measurements of heat stress and heat strain in the workplace, the reliance on heat index, and the implication for workplace heat protection strategies. So before I get started, I just want to acknowledge the team that contributed to all of this work. This is data that has been collected in the field in Guatemala, so a lot of work has gone into gathering this data. Also recognize that this was funded by NIEHS, but the views presented here are my own and don't necessarily reflect those of our funders. So why do we care about this issue? There's 70% of workers worldwide who are estimated to be exposed to excessive heat. And our key question is, are our current workplace measurement tools accurately predicting when workers are in danger? So why does this matter? We use measures of heat stress, which are our environmental conditions, to predict heat strain, which is our body's response. And so we're using heat stress as a proxy for heat strain. So can what we measure in the environment actually tell us when an individual is in danger from having a negative health impact of exposure? Our assumption that we're making is that measuring heat stress does tell us something about heat strain. And our study asks, does it actually? So a little bit about our study setting. This was conducted at a sugar plantation in Guatemala. You can see this worker here on the right of my screen. This is what work looks like. These workers are in the field for up to 10 hours a day doing this kind of work. So he's cutting the sugarcane stalk at ground level, and then he's going to stack it up. When he finishes a row, he's going to carry those stacks of cane down to the row. This is considered intense physical labor. These workers are burning upwards of 3,000 calories per work shift. They have extreme heat exposure. Our data was collected over 2 harvest seasons from December to April 2023, and we had 144 male sugarcane harvesters participate. Before I go into our findings, we had 3 measurements of heat that we were looking at. We used a crustal wet bulb globe temperature monitor placed somewhere in the vicinity of where the workers were in the field. We're using that as our quote unquote gold standard. Most health research tells us that the wet bulb globe temperature is the most accurate measurement when wanting to predict heat stress. We also use something called an eye button. It's a small sensor attached to the worker's shoulder that measures heat and humidity. So we were able to calculate heat index from that. And then we also had workers swallow telemetric pills, which gave us real-time measurements of their core body temperature. So our first finding is that workers face extreme heat daily. These colors, this risk color is based on the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health thresholds for when workers would be at extremely high risk versus a lower risk of heat strain. Every single day of our study reached high risk heat levels. 50% of the days in our study reached extreme levels, and workers spent about 25 to 50% of their workday in high and extreme conditions. So based on NIOSH's guidelines, these conditions would require aggressive protective measures every single day. We also find that heat strain is extremely common in this population. 65% of our workers had at least one day with core body temperatures exceeding 38 degrees Celsius, with 17% of workers having at least one day where their core body temperature exceeded 38.5 degrees Celsius. The reason we have these 2 thresholds is it's not really agreed upon in the medical literature what a core body temperature that would be considered like excessively dangerous is. So we kind of look at this as a sensitivity analysis. And then what this graph is showing is how early in the day those thresholds were reached. And what was a shocking finding to us was that core body temperature exceeded 38 degrees Celsius as early as 40 minutes into the workday. And this is really important because that's occurring much earlier than the typical first rest breaks are happening. And so if we have workers coming into work who within 40 minutes of their shift are starting, reaching these thresholds, it means that we need to reconsider what our protective strategies are. A tertiary analysis that we did was to examine how well the eye buttons corresponded to the measurements provided by the wet bulb globe temperature monitor. The reason this is because the eye buttons are a lot cheaper to deploy. And so when we're talking about working in low to middle income countries, using the eye buttons requires a lot less technical knowledge. It requires a lot less equipment. So we were hoping that this could be something that we could use instead of having to set up these expensive monitors throughout the fields. Unfortunately, there was really poor agreement on the humidity. There was a 20% percentage point difference between the eye buttons and the field monitors. This was likely because we realized the placement of the monitors on of the eye buttons on the shoulder. A lot of workers are sweating, they're pouring water on themselves. So we think that that was more of a residual of external factors rather than a measurement issue of true humidity. Overall, there's a 5-degree average error for estimating heat index when we compare those eye buttons to the crustal. So they show promise, but may need refinement in placement and design. And then finally, the critical gap. We found that heat index was weakly predicting heat strain. For each 1 degree increase In heat index, there was a 4% higher odds of core body temperature exceeding 38 degrees, and that was similar for 38.5. So while environmental heat measurements don't reliably tell us when a specific worker is experiencing dangerous internal temperatures, this is because really our physiological response is complex. And so I leave you with the message that environmental measurements alone can't predict individual worker risk. Protecting workers requires understanding the complex interplay of environment, physiology, work demands, and economic pressures. And then that's my email address if you need to contact me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for a great talk, Dr. Daly. We'll move on to the last talk of this section by Dr. Bungi with Rice University, titled African Heat Projections Enabling Targeted Interventions and Improvements to Neonatal Healthcare.
All right. Hello. Just want to make sure my slideshow is showing, right?
Yep, coming through loud and clear.
Great. Just for time, I'll just kind of go into what motivates the study. Well, there's been a lot of research that has been done to show that there is a statistically significant increased risk for expectant parents and infants associated with climate change related exposure. So especially on the side of extreme heat, there are many indirect and direct effects. On the indirect side, extreme heat and droughts can cause impacts on nutrition. And on the direct side, extreme heat can cause some physiological impacts on the human body, which can lead to some adverse effects from birth, being stillbirth, low birth weight, and even neonatal mortality. Now, African nations have some of the highest proportions of heat-related neonatal mortality attributed to climate change. There was a study done by Dimitrova et al. Back in 2024 that found this. And currently, 1.1 million newborns die annually, and 75% of these are from preventable causes. So this really motivated kind of an analysis of how extreme heat is impacting adverse neonatal outcomes, and then understanding how we can use climate model predictions to advise on risk in the future. So these were kind of our main research questions. First, again, looking at how humid heat impacts birth outcomes. And then secondly, going through these climate model projections, seeing how they compare to one another and how choices and severity related thresholds impact estimations of extreme heat events. So going for the first question, we worked with a network called NEST 360. They provided neonatal outcome data from several countries, including Malawi, Kenya, Tanzania, and Nigeria. Using this data, we were able to do a cohort study understanding the impact of humid heat on different adverse effects like neonatal mortality. And from this plot here, we see the odds ratio for cumulative effects from wet bulb globe temperatures that are experienced throughout the course of the pregnancy. If you have an odds ratio greater than 1, you have an increased risk for neonatal mortality. And what we end up seeing is two regimes, where on the colder end, you have increased risk, and at the higher end, you have increased risk as well. We're more interested with the increased risk on the higher end for extreme heat for wet bulb globe temperature, just for humid heat, since in the future, as you'll see shortly, there's higher prevalence for extreme heat days moving out to the year 2100. So in a study that we submitted recently and is under review, we looked at a grouping of different climate model ensembles and compared projections for several different humid heat indices like the extended heat index, wet bulb temperature, wet bulb globe temperature, and humidex. What we end up finding is that across the different model ensembles, they all have very distinctive patterns for projected humid heat metrics. So to just summarize really, very quickly, this is just an empirical or orthogonal function analysis where we found that across the different model ensembles and across the different humid heat metrics, each ensemble shows very distinctive patterns for where you end up seeing a warming. Additionally, when we looked at the frequency of extreme events projected in Central Africa for a variety of thresholds, usually the threshold is defined as some percentile of the historic humid heat metric. what we end up finding is that most of the warming or most of the extreme heat events are experienced in Central and Sub-Saharan Africa. But there are some biases in the models. So in CSM2 large ensemble, we end up seeing high projections of extreme heat when compared to CMEP6 and Cordex. Additionally, when we look at resolutions in the models, generally, as you increase the horizontal resolution, you tend to see a higher degree of extreme heat events. And again, this is kind of holds for every threshold that we used. So right now, we kind of have two sides of this. We have our cohort study that shows that there is an increased risk for neonatal mortality, and now we have our climate model projections for these different humid heat metrics, and we're working on combining them. So first, we're downscaling our climate model projections for use in our distributed nonlinear model that we use in our cohort study to assess risk in the future. Additionally, once we have this model developed, we'll be collaborating with healthcare workers and policymakers within the NEST 360 network to apply this risk model in decision-making processes. So that's my work. If you have any questions or advice, please feel free to contact me. And I think we're about to move into the Q&A session. So I guess if there are any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for a great talk. And we are going to move on to the Q&A portion of this session right now. So if anybody has questions, feel free to put them in the chat or just open up your microphone and ask your question directly. And that's open to any of the speakers from this session. All right, well, everyone is pondering. I do have a question for Dr. Nishino. I was curious, you had shown the relationship between essentially congestion and the density of people and extreme heat. And I was just curious how much of an influence that has if you're looking at kind of the same exposure to the same temperature, but say a low density area versus a high density area. How much of an impact does that have?
Thank you for your questions. So yeah, we measured through our experiment in the Kumabe City's festivals. So we found that our apps visualizing our heat conscious index is somewhat very, how can I say, validated in terms of the both the temperatures, but not only the temperature, but also the WBGT's temperature at value, and also the cloud density itself. So yeah, we can find that our HCI index and the visualizations on the map is a little bit very valid for the measuring the heat risk and also the people's comfortableness during the big outdoor event.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Chen?
Thanks. I have a question for Isabella Bunch. So this is a very nice talk, regarding projecting the heat. So you showed a lot of differences in the kind of humidity-driven kind of matrix, which is, as we all know, there's a problem regarding the precipitation projection, the uncertainty, even in the historical modeling. So I wonder, how do you navigate through this space? Because for temperature projection, we are relatively, have high confidence, but precipitation based generally has so much larger variety, variability and uncertainty. Then it comes to the point that when you show your projection and inform go back to the communities and the policymakers, and you show this such large variety, then how do you convey the message with such large uncertainty?
Yeah, no, it's a very hard question. It's something that we're kind of grappling with right now. I mean, to decrease the variability, we're doing a lot of individual bias correcting methods along with the downscaling with the hope that that'll decrease the variability that we end up seeing in forecasts or with these simulations. And yeah, it's something that we're actively trying to, I guess, respond to.
Thanks. Yeah, I do wonder, like, if let's say if just using temperature, and what that results would be as a kind of benchmark. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting because if you use temperature, just temperature alone instead of humid heat, the spatial patterns and temperature projections are wildly different. So you end up seeing most like extreme heat events in Saharan Africa, or like in the Sahara versus sub-Saharan Africa. So it would convey a much different projection of risk.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Dr. Goris?
Hey, good morning. My question is for Dr. Black Ingersoll. Congratulations on your defense. I have a question about experiment 2, and wondering if maybe a conclusion should be that we should consider a different threshold for the climate change intervention policy. Or is that not a good takeaway? And I would be happy to hear why you think it's not.
Sure. I think that we were definitely curious because we thought, in previous years the threshold had been higher and it was lowered to that 90-degree cutoff. I think that's a possibility, but we suspect that from some more qualitative work that the team has been doing, researching and speaking with people not in the emergency department, because of course that's a very hard place to conduct qualitative research, but folks who are more stabilized and are in the community crisis center, that while folks are getting these alerts through cell phones and hearing about these events, they are either not comfortable using the resources that are suggested or recommended, public resources, for a number of reasons, or they see them and they are unable to access them if they are not, maybe they're comfortable going to a cooling center and they think that's a great idea, but maybe they have no way to get there, especially because a lot of these folks, especially unhoused populations in Boston, are in this one area of the city which does not have a great public transit. We kind of consider it a transportation desert and is not located near any of the cooling centers, which could include like public libraries, etc. But the other underlying thing that we've learned from the qualitative work is that people are not comfortable using these cooling centers because they are often in children, youth, and family centers. And if you're someone who is struggling with addiction, substance use, or you have an underlying mental illness, because we're mostly expecting to see exacerbations, not onsets of mental illnesses due to extreme heat, that there's a possibility that people are not wanting to go into those facilities, also with all of their belongings as well in tow. So we've actually just started meeting more with the city, and they're going to be doing some research this summer on cooling center use in the city of Boston, because they haven't really looked at who's using them, when they're using them. Are these even resources that people are accessing? Yeah, great question though.
Thank you. This is really important work. Appreciate you sharing it.
Thank you, Dr. Ernst.
Hi, yes, great set of talks. A couple of questions. One, to just follow on that, have you looked to see if the cooling centers are allowing pets? One of the things that we identified here in our unhoused population is that if they had pets, they weren't allowed to bring them in the cooling shelters, and that was one of the deterrents from use. So if you haven't looked at that, that might be one thing to look at. And then second, I was just going to ask a little bit about this definition of heat exposure. It is such a sort of, I mean, there's so many different ways, right, that you can quantify, measure this exposure that we call heat. And so I would just be curious as to, for all the panelists, how did you arrive at your definition of heat exposure? I heard heat waves, I heard eye buttons, et cetera, different thresholds. And were there alternatives that you had considered for your outcomes of interest?
I can start. I mean, I think for us, we really approached it from more of the occupational health side of things. And so when we were looking at our definition of heat, we're literally taking the measurements of the temperature in either, I think it was 3 or 10-minute increments, and then trying to look at the core body temperature response. We've gotten to a place where, you know, really from the health perspective, we care about what that physiological response is more so than what the external measure of heat is. So I mean, what I did was part of a bigger study, but it's to really set us up to figure out which exposure of heat we should be, or which measure of heat we should be using in our regression models and stuff when we're looking at it. And I think the conclusion that we've come to is that, because our body's response is so complex, we really want to be using that core body temperature.
Great, thank you. For those of you who don't have sort of this, that's a complex metric to obtain. And so, with a lot of studies, we're using proxies for that. I just would love to hear from some of the others. It's something that I just think about a lot is sort of this idea of how do we standardize heat exposure? How do we actually get at what we're really trying to quantify, and agree that that's one of the best ways to do it. But there's so many studies that you just don't have that capacity.
I can share a few thoughts from our perspective as well. So the start point of our study is based on the traditional heat wave definition, and we expanded it from 2 ways. The first is to distinct between daytime versus nighttime heat waves, and the second is to focus on intensity instead of a binary variable. We want to look at the intensity instead of using a traditional binary definition is that the health impact may vary across different range in a heat wave. For example, a day with 2 days exceeding the threshold versus 10 degrees exceeding the threshold, their health impact may be different. And we want to use the intensity index to capture those differences and to avoid underestimating the overall health burden.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. This is a very meaningful discussion about how we can define the heat exposure. And so in our research, so our motivation is that how we can quantify the exposure. So this means how many people are actually staying in the very hot danger zones especially the metropolitan area, especially for such kind of greater outdoor event. So we visualize not only the temperature, especially the WDVGT, but also the crowd density and combining to make a new indicators. I think this is also a very important point in terms of the definition of the heat exposure. So we are still discussing and updating this point, but yeah, thank you very much.
Great. Thanks for all the responses. And I think at this point, we're going to move into a short break, but thank you all for a great Q&A just now. And thanks to all the speakers for a wonderful set of talks. Dr. Abadi, anything else before we adjourn for a few minutes?
No, we will be back at noon Eastern time. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We're going to move to our second session for the morning block. I would now like to hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Morgan Gores from Los Alamos National Lab to moderate our second session. Dr. Gores, please take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Abadi, and good morning from New Mexico. I'm joining from Los Alamos National Laboratory and happy to moderate our second session on environmental exposure pathways, climate-sensitive transmission, and forecasting. Just as a reminder, if you're now joining us, we'll go through each one of our lightning talks, and then we will have the Q&A session at the end. Don't feel shy. Go ahead and put your questions in the chat ahead of time, or please write them down for the speaker so you remember them later on, so we can have a great discussion afterwards. So first up, I'd like to welcome Dr. Josh Colston, joining us from the University of Virginia School of Medicine, speaking on the Planetary Child Health and Enterics Observatory, an interdisciplinary research initiative combining molecular diagnostics with Earth observation-derived weather data to understand enteric pathogens transmission dynamics in a changing climate. So go ahead, Dr. Colston. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gores. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Josh Colston. I'm an epidemiologist here at University of Virginia School of Medicine, and I coordinate the Planetary Child Health and Enterics Observatory. It's kind of like the main project that I work on here, and I think it would be of interest to this group. We're combining these weather data to this group of infectious diseases that are a little bit overlooked when it comes to sort of climate exposures, and that's enteric pathogens or enteropathogens. That's where the E in planeo comes from, and these are a group of pathogens. They can be viruses, they can be bacteria, they can be protozoa, but they infect the gut and they cause diarrheal disease, and often they're waterborne. And so, diarrheal disease, it's something that we probably all of us have experienced. It's something unpleasant, but maybe a little bit of a laughing matter here in sort of high income settings. But of course, globally and across the tropics and subtropics, it can be a very serious disease that can lead to death. There's going to be a few QR codes throughout this presentation, including at the end a link to a job opening, like a job description because we're hiring. So have your phones at the ready if you think that might be of interest to you. So just to situate us in terms of the burden of disease, of diarrheal disease, here are the causes. This is a very nice and encouraging graph showing all the causes of death in children going down over the last couple of decades. And if we focus on diarrheal disease, it is the fastest declining cause of or cause of death in that age of children. It's gone down from being the second largest to about the sixth largest. So we're down to about like a third of a million child deaths per year by diarrheal disease. But that progress, incredible progress, is fragile. It could be undermined by climate change. It could be undermined by US retreat from financing global health. And here's an interesting figure that I found actually buried away in the supplementary materials of this paper that I cite here. But it's these group pooled data from surveys where usually mothers reported episodes of diarrheal disease in their infants across sub-Saharan Africa, multiple countries, tens of thousands of observations. And they found that when you split sub-Saharan Africa by climate zone, tropical savanna, humid subtropical, the effect of precipitation inverts. So in tropical savanna, it seems to be like the more rainfall there is, the more protection you get against diarrheal disease, whereas in humid subtropical, it's a driver of diarrheal disease. And this is because, diarrheal disease is a catch-all syndrome, and it can be caused by all these groups of pathogens, and they're in the colors that I've divided them by taxon. So we pool epidemiological data from multiple studies that have used PCR, and they actually, diagnose it on stool samples. So they take a sample of children's poop when they're experiencing a diarrheal episode, and they see what pathogens are in there causing the symptoms. And then we previously used GLDAS, we've now started using ERA5 Land. We were able to match those sample diagnostic results spatiotemporally by date and location, and build a profile of what the weather was like on those at the time, around the time that the child was infected. This is what we end up with. This is soil moisture. This is an annual average, but we're able to get this at a daily resolution. We also generate our own estimates of certain risk factors of diarrheal disease. So some of these pathogens can be transmitted from chickens to humans, and so here's the prevalence of poultry ownership that we've modeled using geospatial Bayesian methods. And then more static covariates, like here we have the enhanced vegetation index. That's sort of how lush the greenery is in a location. We can put all these together into models of pathogen, model the probability of a child being testing positive for a pathogen. And we've done this first for the bacterium Shigella, and you can see we were able to partition the effects of these weather variables, these other variables, and quantify those effects. And we can also put those into predictions. And here you see this little animation. The probability is undulating over the course of a typical year. And we can see how the disease burden, you can interpret this as sort of the prevalence of Shigella, how that sort of undulates over a typical year. And we can derive some seasonality statistics as well, which you can see on the right. So we've revamped our website. We've got a dashboard. I don't know if there'll be time for you to view this whole animation, but you can follow the QR code and you can have a play around. Still a work in progress, but we're sort of forming this spatially referenced repository of information on prevalence of all these different pathogens that cause diarrheal disease, because many of them are the targets of vaccines. Well, rotavirus there's already a vaccine for that, but there's a few others coming through the pipeline for bugs like Shigella, norovirus, and others. So we hope this will be a tool that people running trials or policymakers will be able to use, and other stakeholders as well. So I think that's the end of my time and this lightning talk. So here's just a few thanks that I'd like to give. And as I mentioned, we're in this job announcement will probably only be up for another couple of days. So if you know of anyone who might want to come and work with us full time, spread the word about that. Otherwise, thanks very much, and hope to get some great questions in the Q&A session in a little while.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for kicking us off.
Thanks a lot.
We are now going to switch to our second speaker, Dr. Alexi Besser, who is joining from the School of Earth and Space Exploration from Arizona State University, speaking on meteorological factors influence steel variation in a dryland aeromicrobiome. So take it away, Dr. Besser.
Awesome. Thank you. So yeah, today I'll be talking to you all about a study investigating diurnal variation in a near-surface atmospheric microbial community here in Arizona. So when we think about the factors that might influence microbial dispersal into and survival in the atmosphere, there are certain atmospheric conditions like temperature, incoming solar radiation, relative humidity, and even wind speed and direction that follow predictable patterns over the course of a day. So does the composition and diversity of the aeromicrobiome vary over these diurnal timescales too? We investigated this at the Santa Rita Experimental Range NEON site in the Sonoran Desert south of Tucson, Arizona. We selected 3 time windows for our study, which encompass the greatest variability in the atmospheric conditions I showed earlier. We had a time window between 2:20 and 6:20 a.m., between 7:11 a.m., and then between 12:30 and 4:30 p.m. So in total, we collected 3 samples per time window, and we also downloaded sequence data for 30 soil samples collected in the same month by NEON. 15 of these samples were collected near the tower in our sampling site, and then the other 15 were collected across the range. We use 16S rRNA gene sequencing to characterize bacteria and archaea, and ITS sequencing to characterize fungi. So looking at our 16S rRNA gene sequencing results first, we wanted to know how many amplicon sequence variants were shared among the soil and air samples. So we just made a simple Venn diagram. And interestingly, all of the ASVs found in our air samples were also found in local soils, suggesting that local dispersal plays a key role in these near-surface atmospheric microbial communities. A couple of other interesting things that we saw here was that our 7 to 11 a.m. time window had the most unique ASVs as compared to our morning and afternoon time windows, and that we had 220 core ASVs that were shared by all of our soil and air groups. So now taking relative abundances into account, we see that each time window had distinct bacterial and archaeal assemblages, as seen in the top plot of the relative abundances of phyla and the bottom plot of non-metric multidimensional scaling of Bray-Curtis dissimilarities, where samples that plot closer together have more similar bacterial and archaeal communities, and samples that are further apart have more distinct communities. So in this NMDS plot, we see that the dispersed soils and the soils near the tower, our sampling site, are distinct, and that our air samples are also distinct for each time window. And then when we look at the atmospheric conditions that might be influencing these patterns, we see that mean wind direction appears to really drive most of that variation along NMDS2 and between our time windows. And then when we look at alpha diversity, we see that bacterial and archaeal diversity during that 7 to 11 a.m. time window is actually higher than that of soil, which I think is really interesting. So to better understand how wind direction and speed might influence the bacterial and archaeal assemblages in our air samples, we also made a heat map comparing Bray-Curtis similarities between soil and air, where we have our soil samples on the x-axis here and our air samples on the y. And so the first thing I want to point out here is that we see the highest Bray-Curtis similarities between soils near the tower, near our sampling location, and air during that 7 to 11 a.m. time window, when we had variable but very gentle winds, which suggests that we had increased aerosolization of soil microbes from the immediate vicinity. The other thing I want to point out is that we see the lowest Bray-Curtis similarities between soils across the range and our air samples during that afternoon time window on the last day we sampled, when we had the strongest winds coming from the north, where we didn't sample any soil from. So now turning to our ITS results now, we again see that all of the ASVs found in our air samples were also found in local soils. And once again, our 7 to 11 a.m. time window had the highest amount of ASVs that weren't shared by any other time windows. Here we also identified 84 core fungal ASVs that represent at least 62 unique taxa. So our soil samples actually exhibited more variability in fungal assemblages than did our air samples, as seen in this top plot of the relative abundances of orders and the bottom NMDS plot here. And plotting potential atmospheric drivers on top of that, including mean incoming solar radiation, wind direction, and air temperature, we see they all drive variation in the same direction, moving from that morning time window to that afternoon time window, although our air samples are pretty clumped together here. And then looking at our Shannon Diversity Index, we see that there are no significant differences in fungal diversity between the air and the soil. So how did winds influence our fungal assemblages? Again, looking at that heat map comparing Bray-Curtis similarities between soil and air, we first see that the highest Bray-Curtis similarities between both the dispersed soils and the soils near our sampling location and our air samples was during that morning time window when we had those winds from the southeast. And then we see the lowest Bray-Curtis similarities between some of the soils near the tower and our air samples during that afternoon time window when we had winds coming from the north. So does the aeromicrobiome vary over day-old timescales? Yes, and this appears to be primarily driven by wind speed and direction, though this pattern was greater for bacterial and archaeal assemblages than fungal assemblages. And given that all the ASVs in our air samples were also found in soil samples, local soils seem to be the primary source of microbes to these near-surface aeromicrobiome communities. And with that, I just want to thank all my collaborators and funding sources for this project.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Besser. Glad you could join us today. All right, we are going to switch to Dr. Daniel Koleth, also joining from Arizona State University, and presenting on evidence of local aerosol dispersion of diverse genotypes of the soil-borne fungal pathogen Coccidioides posata CI, the causative agent of valley fever, from a single hot spot in Arizona, the first step in linking infections to environment. Take it away, Dr. Koleth.
All right, thank you, Morgan. Sorry for that mouthful and title. I swear Alexi and I are not in the same room, but we are at ASU together. So yeah, I'm going to kind of shift gears and talk about one specific pathogen or one specific organism in the soil community here. I'm going to briefly go over this. So valley fever or coccidioidomycosis is caused by two species of fungal pathogen, and these are primary pathogens able to cause disease in any mammal immunocompetent or immunocompromised. So these are unique pathogens, and this has a very complex disease system. So we're starting to uncover this life cycle, this multi-life cycle organism. But we know that if we just focus in on the dispersal mechanism, we know that airborne dispersal is very important from rodent burrows. We know that rodents are playing a role in this life cycle of this organism. These fungi are endemic, so they're found in semi-arid to arid soils of South, Central, and North America. And the big take home I want to get from this slide is that this particular disease is exclusively environmentally acquired, meaning that this is not transmissible from host to host. In very, very rare cases, maybe, but the 99.99% of infections occur from inhaling infectious spores from the air. And this is implicitly linked to climate as well. So we have evidence. I'm not going to talk about this too much. Our lab showed evidence that particulate matter is an important predictor or important driver of the aerosolization of this organism in Arizona. Crustal material, not just particulate matter, but the constituent elements of particulate matter. So crustal material and carbon sources of that particulate matter. But we can talk about this at the in the question and answer portion. But we are starting to uncover that dust entrainment is very important for aerosolizing this particular pathogen. So what do we know about this organism in terms of genomics is very limited because this organism is very hard to culture from the environment. And without a culture, historically we can't get a genome. We can get it from hosts, but it's very hard to culture from the environment. So the majority of the genomic information we have is from clinical samples, and that kind of skews what we know towards it skews the diversity. So we only look at the very, very virulent strains of this organism because if you're not very, very sick, you're not going to get a biopsy to culture this organism. So it's kind of skewed. So we're starting to build this environmental database so we can track outbreaks. We can track range expansion by building a baseline of genomic diversity now because we know that this organism is going to expand its range due to climate change. So we need to establish that baseline of current environmental diversity right now. So this brings me to my study site. So this study site is a very unique site in the Phoenix metropolitan area. It's east of Phoenix. If you're familiar, it's in Mesa, Arizona. But what's very unique about this site is that it houses a non-human primate breeding facility on site that these animals are exposed to the elements. So surprise, surprise, you put a bunch of non-human primates in the desert, they get sick with valley fever a lot. So since we started this study, about 70% of the colony seroconvert or test positive for valley fever. Over 100 animals were euthanized specifically for valley fever complications. And this prompted this large-scale investigation to take a kind of a One Health approach to look at soil, air, and the actual colony themselves to look at what's going on at this site. So I'm going to focus on the soil and the temporal air surveillance, but this is a great model system because we can gain epidemiological insights because these animals don't travel, and it's really hard to gain to infer ecological phenomenon with this disease based off of misdiagnoses of humans and delayed diagnostics. But we know exactly when these animals got infected and we know where they got infected. So it's kind of a unique system for this investigation. So here's our kind of schematic here. So like I said before, this organism is very hard to culture from the environment. So we employed this culture-free DNA bait capture enrichment technique, which pulls out about 60% of the core genome. And then we were able to actually culture from the pigtail macaques that were euthanized. And we did with the culture-free technique with soil, air, and our rodent lungs that we were able to trap on site as well. So we want to compare the environmental samples to the clinical samples, which are the non-human primate samples. So we're going to spend the majority of the rest of the talk talking about these two graphs here. So these are phylogenetic trees, and we're going to walk through this. So what we're looking at is this is the Arizona clade of Coccidioides postadacii. So phylogenetic tree infers evolutionary or relationships. So we're going to focus on this bottom half here, are these colored samples. The colored samples are our study samples, and everything else is reference genomes that we were referencing from Arizona. So what's unique about this, we're able to pull out the genomes and we're able to start to look at where these animals were getting infected. So I want to look at the blue here. So these are our clinical samples or a pigtail macaque samples, and we're starting to see if we look at this this red clade here, this is an air sample that we were pull out the genome, and this is a match to this particular infected animal, meaning that it's closer, it's the strain that infected this animal. And what's cool about this colony is it has epidemiological data that shows the exact timing of their first infection or their first positive test. And this particular air filter was collected exactly 3 weeks prior to this animal's first test. So that's the estimated incubation period of this disease. And we're starting to see the same pattern here where we have several air isolates or air genomes that are matching to this particular infected animal down here as well. So we're starting to see the first evidence of linking environment to infected animal. But what's also cool about this is that we are able to now look at where these historic or these clinical samples are where they might have gotten infected based off these environmental genomes. Well, if we look up here at this starred clade here, this particular patients were diagnosed in Tucson, Arizona, and Oregon. Now, based off where it falls in the tree, we can probably, with confidence, say that this particular group, these people probably got infected in the East Valley of Phoenix, based off where these environmental genomes are clustering. So we can start to build this environmental database to link infection. So I'm stubborn, and I want to culture this organism as much as I can to learn about it. So I keep trying in the course of this study to culture from air filters and soil samples with no avail. I want to show you this because it's interesting. But if we look here, I was able to culture several different isolates that I thought were coccidioides, but upon sequencing, we see that they're not. So we look up here, this is a phylogenetic tree of the order Anigonales, which is a unique order of where these pathogens are found in the fungal kingdom. We see coccidioides up here. These are what I was able to culture down here. And what's interesting is that this is the same site, and these are novel. They're not coccidioides. They're close cousins of coccidioides, but these are novel Anigonales fungi that have never been described before from the air and the soil. And what's another point that goes along with this study is that the air and the soil isolates match. So this is more evidence, biological evidence of local dispersion coming from local soils, which Alexi highlighted in her study as well. So we're starting to build pieces of evidence of how this organism disperses in dispersal patterns. So yeah, I just wanted some conclusions. We're starting to get a baseline of diversity in the environment. The majority of infections are coming from a local source, and this doesn't account the stochastic events such as dust storms, which may disperse these spores long distances. But also air sampling is a very useful tool to study this pathogen because of those limitations in epidemiological studies that I mentioned earlier. And here's my email if you have any questions, and I'll be happy to talk at the question and answer. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Cole. Appreciate you joining us today. Our next speaker is Augustin Vincileos, joining from University of Maryland, speaking on a real-time forecasting system for weather conditions favoring SARS-CoV-2 spread. Take it away, Dr. Vincileos.
Thank you, Maureen. So today I'm going to be discussing the feasibility of real-time forecasting for weather conditions that favor transmission of COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 basically, and other airborne viruses. I have to acknowledge the University of Maryland for the funding of this work through the Grand Challenges project. So the main message from this talk is that weather observations and operational weather forecast should be integrated into epidemiological models for COVID-19 and other airborne diseases. So how the weather can affect the contagions and propagation of viruses, of airborne viruses. First of all, the weather influences the health of the infectious emitter and of the host, the exposed individual, through, for example, increased cough frequency or through decreased airway defenses. And then the weather can affect the distance that droplets travel, the aerosolization process, and we know that the aerosols can travel much longer than droplets, but also turbulence can affect the virus density through turbulent dissipation, and of course the weather influences the viability of viruses suspended in the air through temperature or solar radiation, UV radiation, etc. So another way that weather affects virus contagion is by influencing the probability of outdoor versus indoor transmission, and indirectly control indoor thermal and humidity environments. So we can study all these processes with at the lab or with simulations or modeling, but it's extremely complicated. So our first step is to use statistics. And back in 2020, we published a statistical analysis of COVID mortality back then. And basically what we were searching was the maximum, the day of the maximum of mortality for different cities along the world. And then we calculated the mean temperature for 10-day mean temperature 20 days before this maximum, and the mean 10-day mean specific humidity 10 days before, 20 days before. And we, you can see in this plot, we see that the different cities, the different mortalities lay over the on a Clausius-Clapeyron type of curve, but there is a clustering of the cities with the higher mortalities in areas with mean temperature between 5 Celsius and 11 Celsius, and specific humidity between 3 grams per kilogram and 6 grams per kilogram. Then we repeated the same analysis using weekly CDC data for COVID-19 mortality, and we basically found the same type of criteria, and additional criteria that holds for during the warm season with higher humidity. And the same things also, we have found the same things by using county level CDC weekly COVID-19 mortality. So now the big question is, can we forecast this criterion? And to try to answer that, we used a real-time forecast with the GFS version 12 model. That's NOAA's operational ensemble forecasting system. And we averaged the forecast for the first days of the forecast, and among the 120 ensembles for each day. And of course, we defined an event as a temperature between 2 Celsius and 11 Celsius and specific humidity between 3 and 6 grams per kilogram. We downloaded the real-time forecast every day from August 25 to December 25 or January 26. And the verification data we used the ERA5 data. So our performance index is the F1 score. And the F1 score is equals to 1 when the forecast is perfect, and equals to 0 when the forecast is worthless. And as you can see in the upper picture in the upper panel here. Values are mostly over 0.8 to 0.9, so the forecast of this criterion is very good with this system. And there are some areas with a rather smaller, lower forecast scale. Now, this suggests that we can use forecast to forecast this criterion and then inform an epidemiological model with this forecast. And the strategy for doing so is to use multi-models. So you use the NOAA models, you use the ECMWF models, the Canadian models, etc. They are ensembles. And develop specifically for this given criteria, so tailor bias correction systems and model blending for this criteria, and then inform the epidemiological model. So in conclusions, we reconfirmed the criteria that we published in 2020 at the US state and county levels. We show that the GEFS version 12 demonstrates a high F1 score in forecasting this criterion for lead times up to 10 days during this the last autumn period, which suggests the feasibility of adding real-time weather forecasts as a driver in epidemiological models. Future work is we have to rerun the statistical analysis by using this time wastewater viral activity levels from CDC, extend the forecast skill analysis up to day 35, and analyze also probabilistic forecast for this long lead time, forecast lead times, and investigate the necessity for a bias correction, especially at longer forecast leads. And of course, develop an operational product that will provide forecasts of the virulence criterion to epidemiological models. And most importantly, I believe that we have to go a little bit deeper by investigating the physical processes that I mentioned at the beginning, lab experiments and modeling, that to understand better this connection between weather and SARS-CoV-2 transmission. And that's all I have for today.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Vinselius. Glad you could join us. To round out our session for this morning, we are welcoming Dr. Ellen Considine, joining us from the University of Colorado Boulder and speaking on quantifying air pollution from plastic waste export and burning with remote sensing and causal inference. Over to you, Dr. Considine.
Thanks so much for having me. Let me figure out how to share here.
I have a little button along the bottom. Oh,
yes.
It looks like it's loading. All right, I see a series screen.
Yes. Okay, and now you probably see the presenter mode, yes?
I do, yes.
Okay. Oh, I hate the multiple screen thing. Okay, let me actually stop share and do... Okay, is this now showing the presentation?
Yep, looks great.
Okay, perfect. Got
Thank
there.
you.
Yeah, thanks. So changing gears quite a bit from the thinking about infectious diseases, I'll be talking about plastic waste burning, which, as many of you probably know, the open burning of plastic waste is an urgent global health issue. Approximately 40 to 65% of total municipal solid waste is currently openly burned in low and middle income countries, largely because about 2 billion people don't have access to solid waste collection. And our goal in this project was to facilitate large-scale policy impact evaluations. The specific case study we were looking at is that, as you might recall, in 2018, China stopped importing plastic waste. And for context, between 1988 and 2016, they were receiving almost half of global plastic waste exports. So when China was no longer taking this waste, a lot of other countries received an influx. And here we're looking at Indonesia, which in 2018 became a net importer. So specifically, we're investigating, did air pollution increase in Indonesia as a result of this influx of plastic waste they were receiving after China was no longer willing to take it? And we're interested in air pollution via the mechanism of trash burning, and also if there's an effect, trying to characterize the spatial variation across the country. And then the other kind of research piece is, can we credibly estimate an effect like this in a setting where we don't have ground level air quality monitoring, so using only remotely sensed data products? And the reason we have to think about this is many of you familiar with air pollution, probably aware there are massive monitoring gaps in many parts of the world. This pink box is outlining Indonesia, and back in 2020, there were only these 2 monitors in the capital city of Jakarta, but there was actually no consistent ground level air quality monitoring throughout the duration of our study period going back to 2012. So I guess maybe a tie-in with the rest of the session is we have to be creative in terms of what data sources we're pulling in to study this geohealth problem. For this, we harmonized a novel data set based on only remotely sensed data products. So PM2.5 air pollution is our outcome of interest, meteorological covariates from ERA5, which we heard about in the first talk of the session, active fire points from VIIRS. These are all standard environmental variables. A less common variable that I pulled in was cargo ship loitering density, which is also sensed from cargo ship signals. And we're specifically thinking about the density of cargo ships around the coast of Indonesia. And from this, I created a port proximity index, basically just inverse distance weighted. But the purpose of this is acting as a proxy for where and how much import of plastic waste we think could be entering Indonesia. And then a final data set that I discovered was there's a nonprofit, Global Plastic Watch, which has identified locations of large open waste aggregations around the world by applying machine learning to satellite imagery. So we're looking at those open dump locations and also, thinking about nearby population among other covariates. In terms of the statistical methods, I'm coming from biostatistics and applied statistics by training. We're pulling together these 2 different strains of causal inference, and specifically, if you have encountered the difference in differences approach, which is a standard econometric approach, the intuition is that, if we want to be able to estimate the impact of a treatment or policy implemented at a discrete point in time, a traditional kind of way forward would be to compare the treatment group that encounters the policy to a control group which doesn't, but is sufficiently similar to the treatment group. And the goal is to try and then identify what the treatment effect is in the post-treatment period. In our setting, this becomes a little bit more complicated because we suspect this treatment effect might vary over space, in our case, as a function of this proximity to ports. So we're first bringing in a new strain of causal inference that allows us to estimate this heterogeneous or spatially varying pre-post policy effect. And then a second complication in our setting is, what do we do if there are no kind of valid control locations to form this control group, because basically all comparable locations are affected near simultaneously by this policy, or in other words, the policy is ubiquitous over space. So we're bringing in this second strain of methods that allow us to think about using pre-intervention years as controls for post-intervention years instead of separate locations. So combining these 2 different methodological strains, we are able to estimate this causal effect curve here as a function of this port proximity index expressed as a quantile. And the effect on the y-axis is basically the average difference in air pollution after China's ban took effect, so 2018, 2019, compared to the counterfactual business as usual air pollution based on 2012 to 2017 data. And what we see is increases as large as 1.7 microgram per meter cubed, which is quite substantial if you're familiar with the kind of concentration magnitudes. And this, we actually saw the largest effects for medium-high port proximity exposure. We're seeing slightly more modest effects at this, very high port proximity exposure, and we suspect that's because if you're really close to ports, you're likely in a more urban setting where there might be more government oversight, resulting in less open burning and just dumping of waste in general. So zooming out to overall contributions, this work was able to quantify this increase in air pollution attributable to China's policy, focused on plastic waste burning in Indonesia. We developed this robust statistical approach that actually could be applied across application areas, but thinking about specifically plastic waste policy on air pollution without access to ground level monitoring data, which generalized demonstrates how these diverse remote sensing data sets can be combined, especially with modern causal inference methods, to estimate policy impacts even in data scarce settings. With that, thanks so much. I'm including my contact information here, acknowledging my wonderful mentor, Rachel Nethery, and also this paper has an updated preprint on arXiv if you're interested while it's still under review. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for rounding out the session. All right, we will now open up the floor to questions. Feel free to type them in the chat. Feel free to raise your hand or just unmute yourself. And we'll start out with Dr. Chen.
I have a question for Elaine. So this is a fantastic work done and a unique perspective. So one of the things I'm, maybe you touched a little bit on it, I didn't catch is, you mentioned that the challenge is that you don't have any ground monitoring, so you have to rely on remote sensing. So I do wonder, is there any way to kind of as a secondary evidence to validate what you observed at pre and post, because I wonder, for example, how does in general the China ban on importing plastic waste impact Indonesia, right? So what was the kind of overall production of plastic waste in Indonesia across these years? Do you have any kind of this data?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So we actually, in Indonesia and many other low-income countries, don't have data on either, at least the domestic plastic waste kind of over space and time, refined estimates, or the, actual volume of imports. One of the methodological details that I didn't have time to address in the talk was part of the reason we were only looking at open dump site locations instead of potentially looking at other non-dump site locations in Indonesia was we were concerned that, as you were saying, right, there's a lot of domestic plastic waste generation as well. And because we know that's been increasing over time, a lot of that domestic waste is also openly burned. We expected that there would, be this increasing trend in air pollution due to the domestic waste also at these dump sites. So that was part of the reason that we actually couldn't use, a more standard difference in differences with separate control locations. So that addressed kind of the domestic waste question. In general, I think, especially now, actually, since the 2018-2019 time period, there's been more deployment of things like low-cost air quality sensors. So kind of moving forward for future policies, I think there is, room for kind of triangulation or, comparison of effects identified using different data sources. Did I address your question?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. If you don't mind me asking another question, is like, we know in Indonesia, agriculture burning is also a big issue and may have also temporal variations. So I wonder, how do you consider that? Yeah.
Yeah, good question. So some of the meteorological covariates that I mentioned at the beginning, those are all also time varying. So for instance, with the agricultural burning, the fact that we were using the VIIRS active fire points as one of our covariates, the idea is that we're able to then account for these time varying factors. So as you say, in general, we see a lot of seasonal variation in air pollution and, things like temperature, humidity. So the kind of under the hood with the causal inference methods, we're accounting, using the flexible machine learning, methods for the nuisance function estimation, we are accounting for those sorts of time varying covariates, but that's a great insight.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions.
I'm going to jump to Dr. Colston, see if you want to read out your question that you put in the chat.
Oh, yeah. So I was very interested in Dr. Vincileos's presentation about SARS-CoV-2 spread and the weather conditions affecting it. We looked at this question in the context of 3 tropical Andean countries, Ecuador, Peru, and Colombia. And we found actually that like the largest effect size was solar radiation, which as it increased, it had an inverse effect. It was kind of like protective, I believe. And this was independent of precipitation. So it wasn't just like the clouds blocking out the sun and that associated with rainfall. So I was wondering if anything similar was found in the United States.
We haven't looked at that. So, I mean, we are approaching this problem from the forecasting point of view. So, forecasting solar radiation, as you said, the cloudiness and all this stuff, it's not so easy. The next step is to use the ensemble information. So each model is run 120 times per day by perturbing the initial conditions, and this can eventually gives us some valid information about the solar radiation. So it's the next step, but definitely, I mean, the solar radiation should be affecting the viability of the viruses suspended in the air, together with the UV.
Excellent, thank you.
I'm going to jump in with a question that actually applies to Dr. Besser and Dr. Koliff, but a little bit separately, obviously. I was wondering if you both considered like soil moisture or precipitation events in your study. Did any happen? Did it change emissions? Did you see any effects?
I can go first. So for this study, we only sampled over a few days and there were no precipitation events during that time. But one thing we've been thinking about a lot in a broader study I'm working on with my team of researchers, kind of looking at a global scale, is thinking about like soil stability, which could definitely be, influenced by precipitation events, like how dry is the soil, versus, if it's wet, that might prevent some aerosolization or erosion of dust particles.
Yeah, for me, we did measure soil moisture and a bunch of other covariates on site with our own weather station. And soil moisture didn't have any relationship to the presence of the pathogen in the air, and that's hard. It's probably because the pathogen's coming from the burrow, and we weren't measuring directly in the burrow. We just had a proxy of depth. But what we did find is relative humidity is negatively has a negative relationship with the presence of the pathogen in the air and particulate matter. So it all connects that way. So relative humidity, yes.
Great, thank you both. Dr. Ernst, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. Dr. Tolston, I have a question for you about the spatial scale is really intriguing to me in terms of trying to look at global projections. And I would be curious as to a couple of things. One, your sort of data source for validation for diarrheal disease, and then also curious about what you have seen or thought about in relation to sort of drought flood cycles driving diarrheal outbreaks and disease, and how you might capture that in some of the work that you're doing.
Casey, I got bad news. Josh had to jump off for an appointment.
Oh,
sorry. Just put it in the chat.
Okay.
But his email is there if you want to follow up.
All right, I will.
Sorry about that.
No problem. I guess I do have a question about the Valley Fever work. So we have the Valley Fever Center of Excellence right down here in Tucson with John Galgiani's group. And I just keep thinking about how he's developing the Valley Fever vaccine and, wonder if we could be protecting that colony with the Valley Fever vaccine, or doing some collaborative work with the groups that are looking at Valley Fever at ASU. So that's more of just a thought, not necessarily a question. Or if you are collaborating, I guess that could be the question.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, we've obviously Valley Fever is a small community, and we've worked with Galgiani at all down at U of A. But when I was at Northern Arizona University, we were working on a nucleic acid-based vaccine, and this is why we started working with this colony, is because down the road after we put it in mice, we are going to put it in the pigtail macaques and start vaccinating them against natural infection. So that work is still ongoing. Bridget Barker and Deb Fuller from University of Washington are leading that project. But to answer your question, yes, we are working on a vaccine for that colony and for everyone. But it's different than the live attenuated vaccine that is being developed at U of A. Both good.
Hey, we need to be trying everything. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all. I am going to officially close out the session so we don't barge into the lunch break too much and hand it back over to Dr. Abadi. Thank you all so much for your time and sharing your wonderful research today.
Thank you so much, Morgan, and all our great speakers for that wonderful session. Well, thank you for being with us this morning and for engaging in the discussion. We will now take a lunch break and return at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. During the break, we will showcase the data visualization that won last year's GeoHealth data visualization competition as well. So if you have time, just look at your screens every 5 minutes. I've put the loop for 5 minutes. Well, we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. As we are waiting for others to join us, I hope you had a refreshing break. This morning, we had a great start to our joint AGU-AMS Climate and Health Showcase. For those of you joining us now, we began with engaging welcoming remarks from Dr. Daniel Tong and Dr. Casey Ernst, followed by an insightful keynote from Dr. Rita Colwell, who spoke about women in science and also her own research. We also heard excellent talks from our outstanding speakers in the morning scientific sessions. As we move into the afternoon, we have an equally compelling lineup. We will begin the afternoon session with 2 keynote speeches from Dr. T.C. Chakraborty and Dr. Elizabeth Doran. We will then have a very exciting panel discussion on extreme heat, followed by 2 scientific sessions. We hope you can stay with us until the end of the event. With that, I can go ahead and introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Chakraborty. Dr. Tritankar Chakraborty, also TC, is an earth scientist at Pacific Northwest National Laboratory specializing in atmosphere, biosphere interactions, urban climate, and extreme events. He earned his PhD from Yale University in 2021, where he developed a surface energy budget perspective on aerosol climate interactions. Since joining PNNL, his work has advanced urban representation in land and earth system models using satellite data, crowdsourced observations, and modeling frameworks. TC has developed one of the most comprehensive global urban heat island datasets, led large-scale studies on urban heat disparities and isolated urban warning signals across regional and continental scales. His research has been supported by DOE, NASA, and NIH, and in 2023, he also received the U.S. Department of Energy Early Career Award to improve urban representation in Earth system models through planetary scale data model integrations. With that, I will hand the floor to you, Dr. Chakraborty.
Thanks, Azar. I can share my screen. I think I tried earlier, but let me do that.
If you can.
Can you see my
Not yet.
slides?
It's getting there.
Now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks everyone for joining, and it's an honor to give one of the keynotes for today's AGU-AMS Showcase. So I'll be talking about examining multiple lines of evidence on urban heat across scales. And just kind of, you probably know from my background that I'm more on the geo side than the health side of this equation. So I primarily work a lot on looking at hazards as they come from the climate and weather perspective. And more recently, I have started looking at what that means for human impacts, which is where the connection comes to public health. So kind of broadly, I do a lot of work on urban climate. And this is important because urban areas have grown tremendously over time. And currently, around half of the global population live in cities. And this is going to be increasing further to maybe 2/3 of the global population by 2050 if current trends continue. And urbanization through multiple pathways, and this includes changes in urban areas, changes in surface properties due to urbanization, as well as anthropogenic activities. They all end up affecting weather and climate across scales and in many different ways. But the particular pathway I'm going to be talking about is heat, which is probably the most common topic people study when they think about urban climatology. But I will be talking about heat from a few different perspectives and using a few different methods, starting from satellites to ground-based observations to models, and also thinking about what urban heat means for public health implications and how to better get from hazards as we study in the geo side of GeoHealth to actual risk, particularly as it pertains to urban environments. So maybe a lot of you know that there is this phenomenon called urban heat islands. Urban areas tend to be warmer than their surroundings. And this is, of course, very important because, as I mentioned, a lot of people live in cities. So if you have an additional temperature signal on top of existing climate change, you have disproportionate impact in urban areas. So the urban heat island is due to many different pathways, and I'm not going to go into the mechanics of it right now. But the big thing to note about urban climate and urban heat research is that we don't actually have a lot of weather stations, research-grade weather stations in urban areas. And this is mostly by design. Standard meteorological weather stations are intended to find the climate signal. They are not for local scale land cover perturbations generally. So most weather stations are not in urban areas. This is a distribution of the Berkeley Earth weather station network, and only 9% of them are in urban areas. Now, when I say urban areas here, I do not mean they are over parking lots or pavements where pedestrians might be walking around. Urban weather stations are often near cities, in airports, but they still follow somewhat standard meteorological siting practices of putting the sensors away from obstacles over short grass, and generally not in places where humans would be exposed to it directly. So generally, there is a lot less weather stations to study urban areas and even less weather stations to study urban areas as they relate to human exposure. So that brings us to satellites. There has been a lot of studies using satellites because satellites provide, among many other things, the radiative skin temperature as the satellite sees. This is known as land surface temperature. And something I worked on during my PhD was create this global data set of what we call the surface urban heat island intensity. Essentially, we estimate urban heat islands as a difference in temperature between the urban pixel and some kind of rural reference, and represent that using that land surface temperature difference. Now, in addition to the overall urban heat island intensity, there is a variability of surface urban heat island across scales, something that has often been talked about in the literature, and particularly because it talks about like emerging patterns of urban heat islands at a global scale is how the surface urban heat island intensity particularly varies with background climate. By background climate, I mean either the amount of water availability, which is given by mean annual precipitation in this case, or a combination of temperature and precipitation, which is given by very commonly known climate zones. This is the Köppen-Geiger climate zone, which would divide the Earth into equatorial, arid, warm temperate, snow, polar, etc. So the most clear difference is seen when you look at the surface urban heat island in dry climate, which tends to be very low, sometimes even negative. Often we call this the urban cool island, while you see higher values when you move to humid climate. So that's the surface urban heat island is higher in humid conditions. This is also seen in the diurnal pattern. So this is an example here that for arid cities, you actually have higher nighttime surface urban heat island than daytime values, while this is opposite for pretty much every other climate zone where the surface urban heat island tends to be higher during daytime. And this difference kind of goes back to how different surfaces dissipate heat. And if you have an urban area in a wet climate, in a humid climate, this climate would generally have a lot of vegetation, a lot of dense forests, and these forests have large evaporative cooling as well as large convective cooling due to just the morphology and surface roughness of this forest. So in these particular cases, the background climate cools down much faster or dissipates heat faster, which leads to these higher surface urban heat island intensity. On the other hand, if you have a urban area in a dry climate, like in a desert city, the desert itself has pretty small evaporative cooling and pretty small convective cooling. So they tend to be pretty warm in general. On the other hand, in many desert cities, you can actually have a lot of vegetation because you have irrigation that can support this kind of vegetation, which wouldn't be possible in the actual surrounding desert. So what happens in many cases is that the urban areas dissipate heat faster than the surrounding deserts and end up being cooler, which is where you get the urban cool islands. Now, in addition to this association between urban heat island and background climate, what is more relevant, especially when we are thinking about variability in heat hazard within a city, is that there is tremendous heterogeneity in urban environments. Here's an example, just Google Earth screenshots from over New York. So you have like different combinations of vegetation and built surfaces, different types of buildings, different materials of buildings, and different structure of vegetation as well. And all of this ends up leading to large variability in the temperature in general, but also the urban heat island intensity. So this is an example again for the surface urban heat island for annual daytime from the data set I showed earlier over a New York cluster. And you can see quite a bit of difference kind of going from less than 0 degrees, so like urban cool islands in some of the fringes, to more than 7.5 degrees Celsius in some of the urban cores. And this spatial variability is very important when we are thinking about the potential for risk across population groups. In the US particularly, there is a large amount of segregation in where people live, which is often based on income, on race. And what we find is that in most cases, in over 90% of cases, the surface temperature and the surface urban heat island intensity tends to be higher in poorer neighborhoods and in neighborhoods with more non-white populations. This is seen, very consistency. I'm showing results for like 175 largest cities here, but this is pretty consistent in the US, even if you consider all cities. So this is pretty relevant for understanding which communities may be more at risk in urban environments due to that local urban warming signal. The last thing I'm going to talk about, and I wouldn't spend too much time on it because this is not as relevant to public health, is there has been a lot of discussion, particularly in the climate skeptic community, that a lot of warming we see long term is because of urbanization. So something I wanted to do a couple of years, 5 years back now, was focus on land surface temperature, which does not have any kind of like spatial sampling bias, the same as what you would have for weather stations, and test that theory. And to do this, I actually basically estimated the regional to continental scale warming due to urbanization across countries, across continents, etc. But something to show that, overall, urbanization has a very minor impact, almost negligible impact on continental scale warming. The largest impact was seen for daytime for North America, around 4% contribution. But for everything else, it was like below that. However, there are regional scale signals which can be pretty large. So for instance, in the Yangtze River Delta and the Yangtze River Basin, where we actually have a lot of historical, urbanization in the satellite era, you could get contributions up to 40%, which was very interesting. Now, a lot of the analysis I did now and talked about was using surface temperature. And the problem is, and the reason we use surface temperature is because it's widely available, and it does give you an important information about how urbanization affects the surface energy budget, but it's not immediately relevant for human relevant heat risk or even heat hazard. And here's kind of an example of the differences between the different sensor types. So of course, satellites are giving you spatially continuous estimates from a single sensor available pretty much daily. They sometimes go down to 100-meter or even 70-meter resolution. They are pretty easy to work with nowadays due to the amount of storage and compute available, especially in cloud computing platforms like Google Earth Engine. However, they're only available for clear sky conditions. There are a lot of uncertainties related to the view angle differences between satellites, a lot of assumptions about what we assume for atmospheric interferences, the surface properties, emissivity, and so on. But most importantly, it is giving you the radiative temperature of whatever the satellite is seeing. So that includes like rooftops, part of the walls, top of the tree canopy, which is often not where people are going to be exposed. And even if they did, the temperature of the ground underneath your feet is not the same in magnitude as the air around you. The air around you is a lot more relevant for how your body is regulating heat with the environment. So in a study a few years back, we aggregated thousands of citizen weather stations over Europe to try to answer some of these questions about what are the signals related to urban heat that show up for satellites and air temperature and where they might differ. So we had data sets for over 50,000 weather stations after quality control. This was all during a July 2019 heat wave period. And some initial results. So this shows the surface urban heat island, which I was talking about earlier, its distribution, hourly distribution over the entire period over all of the cities, and the canopy urban heat island, which is the air temperature heat island, basically around 2 meters above the ground surface. So importantly, the surface urban heat island is much higher in magnitude than the canopy urban heat island. And when you look at the diurnal patterns of the surface versus canopy urban heat island, the surface urban heat island actually ends up being stronger during daytime and weaker at night, while the canopy urban heat island is stronger during nighttime and weaker during daytime. It's almost close to zero during daytime. And there are also differences in the factors that affect these two phenomena. With mostly important to know is that roughness tends to be a lot more relevant. So that's convection tends to be a lot more relevant for the canopy urban heat island, while evapotranspiration becomes a lot more relevant for the surface urban heat island. Here is the results for the air temperature or canopy urban heat island shown on the plot on the right, and compared with the surface urban heat island shown on the left. And as you can see, the magnitudes are much lower for the canopy urban heat island compared to the surface urban heat island. And then we also looked at the impact of background climate on surface urban heat island and canopy urban heat island. So we are dividing this up into the quartiles of satellite-derived precipitation rate. And generally, as you can see, as you have more precipitation or wetter climate, you have higher surface urban heat island. This is still true for the air temperature heat island, but the magnitude of effect is much lower. And finally, we looked at, well, it's not the finally, there's one more, but the inter-urban variability in the heat island. And this is important because a lot of global scale studies have used surface urban heat island to then talk about, which cities need to focus on reducing urban heat and doing that comparison across cities. The question is, if we look at this, inter-urban variability, is there a strong enough association to justify doing that? And we would say mostly not, especially during daytime. The R square is pretty low, like 0.1, and the slope is around 0.2. So you're getting much less variability or range of variability in the canopy urban heat island across cities than for surface urban heat island. So the other thing we did was we also wanted to look at intra-urban variability because that is pretty relevant for which communities are more affected. To do this, we first divided up each city into these deciles. And what we are doing essentially is we are finding the distribution of land surface temperature pixels within the city and then grouping regions by 0th to 10th percentile of land surface temperature, 10th to 20th, 20th to 30th, and so on. And the idea is to find out where the air temperature varies, how much the air temperature varies along these same deciles. And here is an example of what I'm talking about. So for land surface temperature, you start with the background climate, and then you go from the first decile up to the 10th decile. So these are going to be the warmest. Air temperature also shows that, but again, the difference like from kind of zero or background is very, very low. And additionally, a lot of these differences are not statistically significantly different from the background versus for land surface temperature, you see a lot more statistically significantly different values. So the spatial variability is useful to understand disparities. Unfortunately, there is not that kind of representation of citizen weather station data for US cities. And more importantly, these kind of weather stations have sampling bias. You would expect a lot of richer urban populations to buy these weather stations. And so there's going to be a sampling bias in where these observations are available. So to understand how well disparities in air temperature compare with disparities in land surface temperature, we ran kilometer scale simulations using a numerical land surface model essentially over the US. And then we aggregated all of the relevant variables into census tracts. So here is the, essentially we are showing here the sensitivity to income for the model skin temperature, that's the radiative skin temperature, and the 2-meter air temperature. And negative sensitivities mean that as the income increases, the temperature decreases. And you do see that for both air temperature and the skin temperature. However, the magnitude is much lower for air temperature, which is what you would expect when you think back to what I said about the canopy urban heat island versus surface urban heat island intensity itself. And this brings me to like the most important, I think, issue with the use of land surface temperature to estimate kind of urban resolving heat hazard. I already talked about the difference in diurnal patterns, but also there is a broader difference in distribution. The distribution of land surface temperature tends to be much wider than that of air temperature. So what this means is that when you focus on the magnitude of the effect, you tend to overestimate what the public health implications might be. And this is very common when you have these studies looking at land surface temperature to talk about heat hazard or heat exposure, and especially any kind of disparity related study which gets usually published in higher impact journals and gets picked up a lot by science news media. So you see like examples here where they're talking about one neighborhood being 20 degrees, these are in Fahrenheit, warmer than another. They're talking about land surface temperature. You would still have air temperature be higher in that other neighborhood, but the magnitude of difference may be closer to like 3 degrees or something. So it is important to get the quantities right because that kind of relates to what people actually feel when they think about a 20-degree difference in temperature. They're not thinking about land surface temperature because we don't normally experience land surface temperature. So we talked about air temperature, but what about humidity? I mean, humidity is extremely important for how efficiently human body can thermoregulate. And we know that urbanization also affects humidity. a lot of the similar factors that affect lead to warming at the local scale, particularly replacement of vegetation with built structures, tends to also reduce local humidity. This is known as the urban dry island effect. So the question is, does this urban dry island effect cancel out the effect of the urban heat island when it comes to more physiologically relevant estimates of heat stress, like humid heat? To do this, I'm going to go back to the crowdsourced data, and we are basically adding another component on top of the air temperature analysis. So here we are estimating heat index, which is used by the US National Weather Service, includes air temperature and humidity and many other corrections to them. But importantly, just note that we did this analysis using multiple different heat stress indices. The heat index is just the one I'm going to be talking about most. So what we found was that in only around half of the urban clusters, 55%, we found a positive daytime urban heat index island. And in only 32%, you actually see a statistically significant difference from zero. So urban areas do increase heat hazard, especially at night. For daytime, it's a lot more complicated in terms of when you consider the temperature and humidity effect together. It's not a kind of a systematic increase, let's say. Similarly, when you think about the association with background climate, precipitation rate, we find that for the urban dry island, you have this opposite association. So the urban, or rather it's actually the same association, it's just negative. The urban dry island basically strengthens if you have higher precipitation regimes. And what this means is for heat index, you actually get very little variability with the background condition. And this goes back to the association across cities, where now the R square between the heat index island and the surface urban heat island is down to like 0.04, which is not really enough to provide any kind of meaningful information for public health policymaking, I feel. And finally, when you look at the intra-urban variability, similarly, you have lower relative humidity in the warmest part of the city, which further reduces the variability of the heat index island from the background conditions across these decile regions. In fact, only in the 9th and 10th decile do we see a statistically significant difference of the heat index island, or rather it's just absolute heat index from the background value. And finally, going back to the disparities question, you have, if you use satellite-derived land surface temperature, you do get generally get the right direction of disparity, but you get much stronger magnitudes than what you would get for air temperature, and even less, even more compared to what you would get for heat index. And this is another example shown for humidex. Humidex tends to have a stronger sensitivity to humidity than heat index. And this humidity feedback is also seen when you think about coastal systems. There is a lot of work on how coastal areas moderate heat hazard nearer to the shoreline, and also a lot of work on blue infrastructure in cities and how they might lead to local temperature reductions. But again, these same processes also bring in more moisture. So during daytime, the lake breeze is reducing temperature, but also bringing in more moisture. What that means is that for something like the wet bulb globe temperature, you have much less variability as you move away from the shore as you get for air temperature, which means that we should consider those other factors when we are thinking about the impact of these coastal processes on moderating heat hazard. And a lot of what I was talking about is really kind of ends at like the kilometer scale, and that's because that's the scale where a lot of the climate and weather phenomenon are capped at in many cases. However, when you think about urban heat hazard, you have to go even finer. People are not exposed to heat on rooftops. They are exposed to heat when they're usually walking along roadways or in parking lots. So you need like finer resolution estimates to understand these exposure and the hazard. So we have been doing some work with satellite data to try to get 10-meter resolution temperature, humidity metric. And here's an example. I think we are showing heat index here. So we can get much finer resolution estimates than what we would get from general weather and climate models. And on the other hand, the other factor that is very important when you think about overall heat loading on the human body is radiation. And that is not something that we normally resolve in a lot of the weather and climate space. So we have also been doing work with microclimate models, which essentially resolve how radiation interacts with the buildings, the trees, etc. And that kind of brings us to even finer resolution heat loading estimates. And we have done work with this kind of fine scale estimates to estimate disparities in kind of pedestrian scale heat loading. We have studied multiple US cities, and what we find is that you still see consistent disparities by income. With race, the associations are a little weaker than what we got for just air temperature or heat index. Now, I have talked a lot till now about hazard, and I want to kind of end it by talking about risk. It is important to keep in mind, particularly coming from the the earth science space, where a lot of our tools, a lot of our models are really focused on hazard, because hazards relate to the environmental variables that we are trying to predict well. And that relates to the tools we create, the improved models we create to get those right, to reduce the uncertainties. But hazard is only one part of risk. And even if you get your hazard down to meter scale, such as using something like the Universal Thermal Climate Index or the wet bulb globe temperature down to 10-meter resolution, you're not going to capture all of the other aspects of risk automatically. And I think this is particularly relevant when you think about indoor versus outdoor conditions in urban areas. People spend a lot of their time in indoors, especially during the warmest time of the day, where we often take estimates of what was the daily max temperature, what will be the daily max temperature at the end of the century, and then kind of superimpose that on population estimates. But that doesn't tell us where people might be exposed and when people might be exposed. So I do think mobility is something we really need to consider more carefully to understand risk. And there's been some work on this. There was a study where they during COVID they had mobility information and tried to understand where people were moving from a cooler census tract to a warmer census tract during the daytime, or from a warmer census tract to a cooler census tract. Note that mobility information is very hard to get, and these particular information is for February 2020 during the lockdown, so it's not really representative of typical summer or a typical workday. But I do think it's very relevant for understanding the exposure part of risk. And then comes the vulnerability part, where you can have the best estimate of outdoor hazard, but that doesn't tell you both, whether they're indoors or outdoors. But even when they're indoors, whether even their indoor conditions are coupled with the outdoor conditions, because many people might have air conditioning. And this is seen quite a bit in the disparity literature, in that, what you might intuitively assume is that, higher income populations have more air conditioning. And so even if they lived in a warmer part of the city, they would have ways to adapt to that poorer populations cannot. And there are other, of course, vulnerability factors like age, pre-existing health conditions, which at least in the climate space, people are starting to take into account, but it is still treated in very simplistic ways. So kind of summarizing, the big thing is that, being cautious about using satellite-derived surface temperature when quantifying the potential for public health impacts, especially in urban environments, and the idea of this humidity feedback kind of moderating out a few of the warming signals when it comes to physiologically relevant heat stress. And I think the most important piece is that hazard is only one and sometimes a very small part of risk. And it is important to and when we are thinking about a GeoHealth community where you have people coming from different perspectives with different tools, it is kind of important to assess those different aspects, indoor versus outdoor conditions, mobility, and vulnerability, to get better estimates of risk. And I think better estimates of these pathways, hazard, vulnerability, exposure, is very critical for both, better understanding of the human response to heat, but also to design interventions. because in many cases, we are using empirical models in a very different exposure vulnerability regime and then projecting it to either a different space, like a different city or different region, or a different time, like future, where both exposure and vulnerability will change substantially. So I think that is why it's very important to separate those factors out. With that being said, I mean, again, as I said, I'm mostly in the health geo side, but recently I did get funded by the Gateway Exposome Coordinating Center to do some work in the more more public health research. So we have been producing these kind of nationwide to global to urban estimates of extreme heat stress, and also a lot of work on green space, not just vegetation indices, but also like actual amount of tree cover, grass, separation of vegetation subtypes. And the idea is to like provide them in geographic units that are relevant to a lot of public health research, such as for existing cohorts. If you have any questions or if you want access to some of these data, please reach out to me. And thank you to a lot of collaborators who have contributed to many of the studies I talked about today. And let me know if you have any questions.
Well, thank you, Dr. Chakraborty. That was a great talk. Amazing. We will open the floor for questions. Please, you can unmute yourself and ask your questions. I'll start with one while people are thinking. So that was a great talk. Thank you. You had in the last slide you talked about like some of how to access your data, but some of the previous data set that you talked about, where can we get access to those?
Well, there are a lot of different data sets I mentioned. The surface urban heat island data set I wouldn't use for public health research, but we do have a canopy urban like air temperature heat island data set globally as well. And I will paste it in the chat. It is available at 1 kilometer globally. The other data sets, the GCC data sets, we haven't put it out yet, but the idea is to put it through either like Harvard Dataverse or something like that. And there are some the vegetation data set in theory is available. There's a preprint, there's a Zenodo link. You could use that data set. But I will share a few different links on the chat. Yeah.
That would be very helpful. Thank you so much. Dr. Goris, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Chakraborty, for your great talk. I'm Morgan Goris from LANL. And congratulations on your DOE Early Career Award. That's a huge accomplishment. I love your pedestrian scale heat loading maps. Those are great. And I think you mentioned that you aren't currently accounting for the heat being emitted from buildings, but you're planning to account for that. Could you talk more about that and how you would plan to account?
So that's tricky. So the model we are using to get pedestrian scale heat loading is called Solvig. It is not a process. It basically does a radiation calculation. So it looks at like the geometry, and based on geometry, it estimates like how much of the sun's radiation is gonna go through to every 1 meter grid. The problem is it does not account for, say, if the building was hotter or if there's more air conditioning running, and if the HVAC heat is being exposed or like emitted, how that is going to affect air conditioning or overall heat loading. But what we are doing is we are producing separate maps of air temperature at like 10-meter resolution and providing 10-meter inputs to Solvig. So by default, what Solvig does is it takes like one weather station data, like from like a nearby weather station, and then just calculates the spatial variability of the radiation to calculate, say, mean radiant temperature, UTCI, etc. What we are doing is we are giving grid-wise air temperature and humidity data so that it gets better estimates of that variability on top of the variability in radiation. So it's not fully coupled, like there's like a kind of a offline coupling going on there. But it gets tricky when you actually think about radiation coming from buildings. For weather scale observations, we wouldn't want that in the signal. And that's why people have like, say, radiation shields, right? They are not accounting for that rate. They would ideally want to remove that impact. But when you think about a human there, it does matter because that radiation is affecting our thermal balance. So there is a discussion to be had about about having a very separate method of measuring urban climate that is not consistent with what we would do for like general climate change, because I think the focus is very different. In one, we are trying to understand like meteorological variables as they change over time, but here we are trying to understand what would be impacting an actual human if they were there. So there's some discussion to be had about that, but I think right now it's very confusing because when people use, say, cheaper sensors without radiation shields, in theory the radiation effect is there, but we don't want it there. That's actually a bias. Um, but it's still probably more relevant to human loading than using just air temperature with like aspirated radiation shield. So it gets very tricky. And models are, of course, one way to deal with that, but models have so much uncertainty going down to like 10-meter scale that I would be cautious about that as well. But I think the important thing is that when you're thinking about heat loading, radiation ends up being the most important factor. I mean, that's probably going to be, especially during daytime, and that's going to cover like probably 80% of your variability spatially. So I think focusing on that is important. It gets a lot more tricky at nighttime when there is no, solar radiation, and there's a lot more equally competing factors.
Great. Thank you for your insights. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty. That was a great talk. Now we will move on to our second keynote speaker, Dr. Elizabeth Doran, who is also a co-organizer of this event. Dr. Doran is a research assistant professor in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at University of Vermont, where she directs the Sustainable Future Lab. Her research focuses on understanding and enabling adaptation and resilience to climate change. Her work seeks to understand physical change in underlying socio-ecological systems, enable adaptation by understanding human behavioral and social response to climate risks, and also create resilience through application of technical and policy interventions across scales. Dr. Doran, please take it away.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Always an honor to follow TC and his wonderful research with some work of my own. I am also a physical scientist who considers myself a sustainability scientist. So I work on social ecological systems, and I'm going to leave a lot of the physics and urban heat exposure conversation to TC and focus in the next couple minutes with you on some human behavioral response to the heat that we are increasingly experiencing across the globe at variable intensities. I tend to focus on rural and small community contexts, and so you'll see some of that reflected in this work as well. But the biggest thing, in addition to kind of behavior, is that we in my lab group are really trying to build some understanding of how humans are responding to the heat health risk over time. So we are using a case study to demonstrate the theoretical model and underpinnings from data collected in the state of Vermont. So getting right to it, let's see if I can make the slides go. So what we know is that the physical system, obviously the Earth is warming, and heat health is one of the biggest signals that we are seeing from the increasingly warm climate. So weather fatalities related to heat have consistently over the last at least couple years, 10 to 30-year averages are much higher than any other weather-related fatalities. And as the globe continues to warm, we are concerned, obviously, that this will continue. When we think about how to understand these outcomes for the human system, we've been focused a lot, and I say we, the research community, has been focused a lot on epidemiological assessments and studies and survivability and understanding the real limits of that survivability. Here I'm showing a paper by Jenny Vanos and her team that came out a couple years ago that really tried to start putting some additional limits and understandings, not just on survivability limits, but on the livability limits of the climate system. And this work started to really differentiate between different subgroups of the population. So we know that individual humans will respond differently to their environmental exposures. And as TC was talking about, those indoors and outdoors exposures and sun or shaded exposures can very significantly impact the outcomes that we see that lead to these fatalities and epidemiologically measurable through hospital admissions and that sort of thing, outcomes that we are concerned about. And so this work using kind of physiological models really started to push the envelope on trying to understand not just the epidemiological outcomes and the health outcomes, but also the behavioral choices that we are able to make under these different conditions. And so the research that we started now roughly 5 years ago really wanted to take this basic understanding of both kind of the physical outcomes and behavioral impacts and try to go straight to the people, if you will, and ask them both about their perception and the way that they are changing their behavior and what those limits are. So we can try to understand both what is too hot and how this additional physiological stress is actually changing the decisions that people are making on a daily basis. So to do that, we asked 3 really important questions. We said, okay, people answering this survey, which I'll show you in a second, how hot is too hot? I know that me personally, I get really hot way before people in my family do. I'm like, where's the fan? I want to go inside. And then we also wanted to understand whether or not people were concerned about these responses. And so if they were concerned about it for their health or their family's health, and whether or not they were doing things to change their behavior and to mitigate their potential health outcomes. And so we'll walk through these questions and some of the findings that we've been collecting from this data. But first, I want to introduce you to our study site. For those who are not familiar, we are working primarily in the northeast of the US, which you may think, wow, that's really not the place that we should be starting. But we have to remember that heat health is an important problem everywhere. And as the climate warms and as seasonal changes start to manifest, folks in all places of the country are really going to be increasingly affected and differentially affected by the warming climate. So the Northeast US, Vermont is a largely rural state situated right up there in the US, but it is part of the fastest warming part of the country. And while a lot of attention gets paid to the warming that's happening related to the loss of that cold weather signal in the winter and spring, we are also seeing increasingly more record hot weather and earlier hot weather in the season. So we'll be skiing in March on our, March snowstorm, and then 6 weeks later, it'll be 95 in the middle of May. And that's a real physiological shock to the system, if you will. And that's happened a couple of times here in the last couple of years while we've been collecting this data. So we know that lots of people are at risk. Everyone's at risk under certain conditions. The Northeast in particular has really low rates of air conditioning adoption, and that's a real concern when we're thinking about potential cooling and exposure mitigation. It's also the 4th oldest state in the country, and that is a concern when we think about older adults being particularly vulnerable, as are small children. and those with pre-existing conditions. So when we started collecting this data and we started talking about this data was right around the time when the 2021 heat dome event occurred in the Pacific Northwest. And the temperatures reached an anomalous 115 degrees Fahrenheit, resulting in significant deaths over the 8-day period, and some of the highest recorded temperatures occurring in some very small towns in that part of the country. And this was also kind of the tail end of COVID, right? We had a lot of limited capacity with some of our partners, but also folks who were looking at us like, yeah, this is a great idea. And then all of a sudden they were like, whoa, we are not ready for this. And it would be really great if we really had some better insight about what the general population was thinking and whether or not they were ready for something like this event to occur in our part of the country. So we started collecting data in 2022. This is a two-phase study. So we collected in the first phase, we collected in 2022, we collected data in March and April, which we consider kind of our winter data collection point. And we really were just asking folks whether or not they were concerned about heat. We expected they would not be that concerned. And they really weren't. We followed that with a more comprehensive survey in August and September at the tail end of the heat season to try to understand, again, the concern, but also the perception of heat, the communication strategies that were working or not working from NOAA, for example, and NSF and the National Weather Service. And then whether or not people were taking actions based on their experience of heat kind of at the tail end of heat season. We did this work again in 2025. And so again, we asked in March, April, whether or not people were concerned about heat. The numbers went up based on compared to that 2022 survey, which was a little bit surprising, but the hot summers that we have been having really kind of started increasing the concern, even in that winter season. So people are thinking about this more. And then we followed that again with the same survey in August and September, asking the same questions of the general population. Are you concerned? Where are you hearing about heat? Heat risk and warnings, and whether or not you're taking actions based on those hot days. And so I'd like to just walk through some of these results because I think they can help us better understand the variability and the concern that's going on. So in 2022, the general population, our respondents identified the 85 to 90 degree threshold as the definition of hot in Vermont. And so that might vary regionally across the country, but in our part of the world, this is what people are thinking. Although I'll draw your attention, we went all the way down to 75 degrees, and some folks think it's hot at 75 degrees. Granted, this is the hot and humid climate, or humid climate anyway, and 75 and humid feels different than 95 and dry. So this is somewhat insightful here. And in 2025, we added that 100-degree threshold, but our 85 to 90 degrees continued to kind of carry the bell curve here. And 90 degrees is kind of starting to be the real emergent threshold for what counts as an extremely hot day in Vermont. We also asked if the heat index, if people had a different threshold for the heat index, and it was indistinguishable from the temperature. So a real either lack of awareness or a lack of perceptible difference within respondents' understanding of the difference between those two. And so that's something that both education and additional communication might help folks distinguish between. So when we look at past epidemiological analysis by the Vermont Department of Health, we see that this 85 to 90 degree threshold really corresponds to the part of the curve where we really start to see emergencies, measurable emergencies emerging in our record of hospitalizations and complaints that rise to the level of needing medical attention. So we're pretty confident that this is that the perception of heat is actually in line with what we're seeing coming out of those epidemiological analyses. When we asked folks whether or not they had experienced a heat health impact themselves, in 2022, only 41% said no, they'd never experienced a heat health impact, which meant that almost 60% of our respondents had, in some cases or in some contexts, experienced a health impact related to heat. And 38% of those were kind of minor, didn't require medical attention. 8% required some level of medical attention. But most concerningly, there was this group of folks who were like, yeah, I needed help, but I didn't get it. And those are people we're really concerned about. And so we did try to understand what those barriers might have been. And they really kind of ran the gamut of the options. If we think about access to information, about resources and local providers, we optimistically see that within the time frame of when we took this survey the first time and when we took the survey the second time, the Vermont Department of Health has really ramped up the resources and the visibility of those resources to help folks find cooling services across within the context of their communities. And so they have this cool map that they can look at, and there's been kind of local media coverage and stuff to help make that more widely known. So in 2025, we were pretty pleased to see that the number of people who had experienced heat health impacts had gone down to less than 50%, and most of those folks had not required medical attention. But still some portion of folks required medical attention, and some of them didn't get the care that they thought they needed. We added a question because we really wanted to kind of cross-check the validity of that concern of those reported health impacts, and folks who and most of the symptoms that folks reported were really those heat exhaustion impacts. And that's good. Folks who had experienced some minor health impacts that were able to address them with the interventions that are recommended for heat exhaustion, recognizing those symptoms and not needing medical attention. Some heat stroke symptoms were reported in this. And so that's really important and good to know as we kind of start backtracking. And you can see that the access to information in that much smaller group of folks who required some sort of intervention medically but didn't get it, it wasn't necessarily the lack of information, but more likely a conflict with a provider schedule or some other challenge that they were not able to make that happen. So I want to focus now, kind of transition to, we can recognize that people are experiencing heat health impacts, and there's some medical intervention level impacts that are being experienced. Every time I hear about a kiddo who threw up at summer camp, or a friend whose race always makes them throw up in the middle of August, I'm like, dude, you're having heat stress. So what are people doing? There's a suite of things that people can do to mitigate their exposure. And some of those cost a lot, but some of them cost almost nothing. And at the same time, some of them only help in the short term, and others really can have an impact over really long timescales. And so we're starting to think about some of these different individual strategies, and we can put them all on this little continuum. And generally, the short-term mitigation actions are pretty cheap, while the long-term adaptation is generally more expensive but has longer impact, which all of that makes sense. We can combine these differently. A bunch of those short-term, less expensive strategies are really all about behavior change, while the longer-term and more infrastructure-related strategies have energy system implications and built environment implications, as well as migration implications as well. And so just really quickly want to recognize here that these behavior change strategies are those that are primarily recommended and advised by the CDC to mitigate that short-term exposure and risk. So I created the I2HOT framework, individual heat health behaviors, and we can, and I started to put these into really a bunch of different categories. So we have different scales of decision making, different cost. We also have different rent and owner control, and then those implications to the energy, land, and health outcomes, really variable depending on the implementation and how it's accomplished. And so I want to look at some behavior change, and in order to do that, we're going to introduce the trans-theoretical model of behavior change, which we use to organize the questions in our survey. And this is adapted from the health behavior literature related to like smoking cessation, started back in the early 90s. And we use it it's used in kind of the medical field to help guide intervention and nudging to help people change behaviors related to a lot of different contexts, and is increasingly being used in environmental and environmental health related contexts like this one. So what we have is an action that we think is positive improvement for health. So quitting smoking. We'll look at the actions of checking on your friends and family, for instance. And so these are actions we want people to take. We want them to take them on a regular basis. And once they take those actions, we want them to keep doing them over time. And we want it to become the norm of the behavioral habits that an individual practices all the time whenever there's a situation. But often folks don't know at the beginning that they are that's an action that they should be taking. And once they become aware of it through consciousness raising, like education or dramatic relief, which is really around a dramatic story, perhaps, that engages emotional arousal, they might start to contemplate it and then decide whether or not it's the right thing for them within their understanding of their own self and their own behaviors. And once they decide that they're maybe ready, they might start to learn more about how to do the action. So they might save their favorite contacts in their phone or what have you, and then take the action, decide that it works for them, try the action again, decide that it continues to work for them, and continue to take those actions over time. And they may need helping relationships to help them figure that out. They might need reinforcement, but then over time, it becomes part of who they are. And so we can use this framework to help us understand the different behaviors that we would like to see people take with respect to the health actions that we just talked about. So checking on friends and family. In 2022, we saw that The majority of folks were either in the action or maintenance phase, but we still had a good chunk of the respondents who had never heard of this or and we're not planning to do this in the future. And so hopefully over the course of the 3 years between 2022 and 2025, additional education could come in and help move people towards action and maintenance on this issue. And that is exactly what we saw. A minor shift towards maintenance of this target behavior increasingly being adopted within the study population, which is really fantastic. On the flip side, in 2022, we saw some portion, about 20% of folks who on a regular basis were going and planning to continue going to public air-conditioned spaces, like those cooling centers that we so love in this community of researchers. But in 2025, we saw a dramatic downshift of folks who were making the statement in their responses that this is really not the thing that was going to work for them in order to kind of mitigate their exposure. And so that's an interesting finding. We have, again, a rural population, but also one where movie theaters and malls and some of the other places that we might have seen people go in the past are really kind of declining in our communities. And so certainly libraries are still around, but other options are diminishing. And so that may be part of what's reflected here in these numbers, that other strategies are really needed in order to fill this gap in our collective response. So I want to spend just a couple minutes looking at some data related to our system response to give you just a flavor of what we're finding here. In terms of cooling capacity, we found that renters were 153 times more likely to consider AC availability than owners, and that when they were deciding whether to rent or buy a home, and that really makes sense when we think about the agency that those different individuals have in changing their environment once they're in it. But we saw a really consistent 50% of all respondents considering some type of cooling system upgrade across our study population. So whether that was just a fan or a window unit, renters and owners were just as likely to be considering expanding their cooling capacity across the state. And again, reminder that we have a really low AC adoption rate, installed AC. And so that kind of makes sense. Lots of folks looking to make that situation more tenable in their homes. Finally, I want to touch on the migration that is a potential concern here. This is a framework that was designed by some folks and I think really speaks to both levels of what we're talking about here. So we have these individual migration decisions, and we're really focused on the macro environment as the driver for those individual migration decisions, and thinking about the destination being the state of Vermont, whether that's urban or rural, and whether or not the origin of their whether or not the origin is a place that's climatically warmer or really the same as the New England kind of environment. And so when we asked this question in 2022, we asked it about the pre-pandemic timeline and found that roughly 75% of respondents who had moved prior to the pandemic had moved from somewhere within New England to a home better suited to extreme heat. So these are people who said, yes, I have moved in the last because of extreme heat. And it was a factor in my decision to move. And 75% of those people just moved to a different home in the same region, someplace that had better cooling capacity. After the 3 years after the pandemic, that number really shifted, and many, many more people, more than 50% of the people who moved post-pandemic were moving from an entirely different region of the country. So presumably a place that was hotter to a place that they perceived as being cooler and had better kind of heat-related conditions. And that was a 50% increase in that climate-induced, heat-induced factors, right? Migration. So I'm going to leave it there and just acknowledge all of the collaborations and funding that has made this work possible. And happy to take any questions, but I will be transitioning to a very exciting roundtable discussion that we will get started with as soon as if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I'm really excited to ask our panelists some questions here. So I'll get them set up here as we make that transition.
I have a question. So
hi, Casey.
When you were looking at the sort of reduction in people that were using things like movie theaters or other alternatives, did you ever look at the intersection of that sort of reduced cooling use and the uptake of actual cooling systems? Are the people who are sort of getting more cooling in their home less likely to go out of their home? And then also, what do you think about the economic downturn as being a driver to reduction in use of things that cost money, like going to the movies, et cetera?
Yeah, that's a good question. We did ask some additional questions that I'm not showing here, like whether or not that they had alternatives and whether or not those alternatives were preferable. So if you have a friend who has a pool, maybe that's the strategy that you use. Or if you're just going outside, or you have a friend that has air conditioning, or if you're expanding your own air conditioning. So there is additional data behind those results, but I think the economic downturn, movie theaters just aren't as available, so that is definitely part of that story. And the going to the library for a little while, but also a lot of folks go to the river. That's like a big thing here. So getting in some cool water seems to be the alternative strategy, not to necessarily go inside, but to get outside into the cool environments. But definitely a great question, and there's more to dig into there as well. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I would love to invite our panelists for the next 45 minutes or so to join us on camera while I do some introductions. We're going to be chatting about heat. We're going to keep the conversation going here, but we're going to bring in some more experts. And the title of this roundtable is, and you're stuck with me for a few more minutes, so I appreciate your patience there. So the title here is Staying Cool, Challenges and Opportunities to Address the Heat Health Risk Across Scales. And joining me on camera, I have Grace. Hold on, I have so many screens open, and
what if I talk? Do I show up?
You're here with us, but I'm going to read your bio and
Okay.
have you join us. And then I'm going to have each of them give us a little intro. So Grace Wickerson is the Senior Manager of the Climate and Health on the Climate and Environment team at the Federation of American Scientists. Grace leads programmatic work to showcase how a changing climate impacts health outcomes and public health and healthcare systems through emerging threats like extreme heat and wildfire smoke. Excited to have some new data on the wildfire smoke, Grace. So looking forward to sharing that with you at some point. Grace is committed to identifying policy solutions that secure access to a clean environment while bringing down costs, bolstering the economy, and improving Americans' quality of life. She holds a Master's of Science in Materials Science and Engineering from Northwestern University and a BS in Materials Science and Nanoengineering from Rice University. Welcome, Grace. We also have joining us Ben Zajac, who is chair of the Johns Hopkins University Department of Earth and Planetary Scientists. Prior to joining Johns Hopkins, Dr. Zajac was a research associate at NASA and a foreign affairs officer at the U.S. Department of State. He is the president-elect of the American Geophysical Union and associate director of the Johns Hopkins Institute for Planetary Health, and he serves as the principal investigator for the Baltimore Social Environmental Collaborative. We are so excited to have you joining us, Ben. Jessica Lee is also here and is the Public Weather Program Coordinator with NOAA's National Weather Service. She guides national initiatives involving extreme temperatures, both heat and cold, as well as wind, frost, freeze, fog, dust, and other weather phenomenon. She led the rollout of the National Weather Service Experimental Heat Risk Tool, and more recently, the new Probabilistic Heat Risk Prototype, which empower decision makers and individuals to better understand when heat health impacts are likely to occur. She is also a member of the NIHHIS and helping to coordinate and collaborate on research initiatives and messaging regarding heat and heat health across federal agencies. Delighted to have Jessica with us today. And finally, Brandon Kay is the Extreme Heat and Community Resilience Program Manager in the California Governor's Office of Planning and Research, where he's been for the last 3 years. Dr. Kay completed his PhD at Arizona State University in 2012. And prior to moving to the California Governor's Office, he served as the Sustainability and Resilience Director for the city of Tempe, Arizona. So a lot of state and local governance experience, and we're delighted to have you as well. So I've asked to kick us off each of our panelists to prepare about a 5-minute introduction to a question prompt that I'll read in just a second. We'll come back together, and I have a couple of additional questions. But as you're listening in the audience, if you have questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat, and we'd love to include you in the conversation over the course of the roundtable. So our leadoff question that each speaker was asked to prepare some opening remarks. As we head into the heat season, from your perspective, we have a really nice diversity of perspectives here. What do you see as the current challenges and opportunities for mitigating and managing the health risks from extreme heat? And what are you optimistic about? So we'll lead off with Grace. I will stop sharing if you have slides, but I'll pop my screen back on here if you'd like.
I do have some slides, so
amazing.
Yay.
I will stop sharing and you can share your slides.
Awesome. Okay, you're seeing this?
We are, yes.
Awesome. Well, I'm grateful that we're both focusing on challenges, but trying to build towards optimism. I think that's kind of where my work has been grounded over the last year and a half, is like, we have to be clear-eyed about the state of where we're at, but also know that there's so much that's going on that's really exciting. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about what I believe is an optimistic take that's grounded in our reality, but it is that a heat resilient nation is possible, that there are policymakers all over the country committed to this, and great partners in academia, in practitioner spaces and elsewhere that are working to make it happen. I'll ground us first in the challenges. Now, this is a recap of 2025, but I would say this carries over pretty well into 2026, that we see federal action in flux, and what we have observed, or the large commitment to climate action that we saw in the Biden-Harris administration, has really regressed and become quite diminished from its further state. If you're looking to learn more about this, we put 2 pieces out on the FAS website about these issues, and kind of took a look both at like the executive branch and legislative branch responses. But the 5 areas that we are working up against, just to not sugarcoat it, is we've lost leadership federally. So folks who had been working on this issue have since left positions or been fired from positions. Alongside those leaders, we've lost a lot of key personnel and expertise. There's grateful there has been legal action and other work to keep capacity or bringing capacity back. But still, the federal government, which was once a place where folks felt comfortable to work for long periods of their career, has been a less secure job opportunity. There's losses of data and information. Thankfully, we heard from the Weather Service today, and a lot of those work stays online, but certainly not without vulnerability. And we've seen funding changes and cancellations and uncertainty, and then goals of policy like the federal OSHA standard to protect workers sit in a state of perpetual limbo. That's kind of where I see we're at, with, again, hopes to continue to change, but largely kind of what we saw and observed and wrote about over the course of 2025. But also we saw a lot of positivity kind of in the policy world that's beyond the federal government. And I know we'll have some state and local voices later to kind of share more deep dives. But from a national perspective in our work, we've seen state governments are moving towards heat action plans, response plans, resilience plans, and policies. California just being one of them that has created a state level heat action plan. And then we see many more planning and exercises to be able to take on heat, really in many states in the United States, either at the state or the local level. We're also seeing raising private sector concern about the issues of extreme heat and realization that there's a need to take on this risk. One big move last year was that the major reinsurer Swiss Re put extreme heat as one of their major emerging risks that insurers need to be thinking about. And so I think where we've been at FAS is how do we build strategy so we can bring all of these many stakeholders together around shared agendas for action. So our organization, really seeing the need in the heat space to come together around shared goals and North Stars, has been crafting heat policy agendas. We did one at the federal level, and now we're soon to be releasing one at the state and local level, where we're working towards a consensus of objectives and policies that we believe can help to enable the safety that people deserve, where they can not just survive the heat, but thrive. The homes that need to be ready for heat now and in the future, the workplaces where workers deserve to be safe and get their paycheck and not be at risk of a heat stroke, the schools and childcare facilities that kids are spending the majority of their days at, that can be upgraded to be able to be resilient against heat. And then we think about the communities themselves, ready not just for these heat waves that we see now, but future extreme heat, more chronic heat, as well as all the risks that are posed to our infrastructure systems. So we're really excited about really the opportunity to see and observe that there's momentum happening. Much work is moving forward. But in this state of flux, how can we be collaborators and move the state of the field forward, both in the practice and also in the policy that can enable the practice? I wasn't timing myself, but hopefully that's around 5 minutes. My email is on this slide, and I'm so excited for the rest of the panelists and the conversation.
Thanks so much for kicking us off, Grace. Great work, and looking forward to seeing some of those agendas as they come out. Ben, I'd love to turn to you and hear your response to the question. And I can give you about 5 minutes. Do I see you on there?
I'm here. Yep.
Great.
See me?
Do you have
Great. Thanks
slides
so
or
much.
would you?
I do not. I thought we'd go
Fine.
alphabetically, so I didn't do slides. I'm like, I'll fill the gaps of what everyone else didn't say. But
Sorry.
just having a Z
Putting
last
you on
name
the
doesn't always make you
spot.
safe. So let me maybe give a perspective of someone who's really working through the Baltimore Social Environmental Collaborative and other initiatives we have in Baltimore. Really had the opportunity to work at the interface of research, co-design with communities, and trying to work with really good partners at the city level to get better heat information to folks. And so, as we go into the 2026 heat season, I have to say one huge advantage we have is recognition, right? And this has been a trend over recent years. So obviously we are laser focused on the problematic trend of increased heat, but there's also that's been accompanied by a real trend in at least in places where I work, in awareness and in wanting to be ready. So it's no longer a situation of us going to officials and saying, hey, it's summer's coming. It's like they're coming to us in early spring, wanting to do a better job of this. And so that's incredibly powerful, right? That's transformative in the way these things are approached. And we're seeing this certainly in Baltimore, the information systems, and also, things that we talk about but haven't been done before, like major flagship events being rescheduled, to get out of the heat season and things like this, as people just recognize that we're dealing with a new normal here. Challenge I see with this is, what tools do we have to address heat? Obviously, long-term planning, is really critical. But in the short term, we're still very much talking about code reds, early warnings, things like this. And there's a danger of fatigue, and this is going to differ depending on where you are in the country or the world, of course. But in Baltimore, a place where now we're getting more emphasis on this, if those come out too often, right, or if people just don't feel like they're linked to the information they need to respond effectively, then are we going to lose our ability to really influence behavior and to motivate resources the way that's needed? So one way that we're starting to work on this, that I think is a nice area for us working at the research policy interface, is that, well, why has this become a fatigue, whether it's for heat or any other climate hazard? And it's because the warnings are sometimes non-specific or don't offer actionable information. So you tell people it's a code red, it's like, okay, what am I going to do? Unless, some people might have like an employer who can help shift things. But so we've been trying to work on this in a few ways. One way is by really targeting the outcomes people care about. And so, why do we care that it's hot? Well, it might be because we're worried about people passing away. Turns out, in our work with the city, like most people don't think about that. But they do think a lot about their kids' asthma, or they do think a lot about what's going to happen in the schools that are still not air conditioned, right? Or what's going to happen with activities that they're doing, or the transportation options. And so what we're trying now is build the analysis tools that allow us to actually specify heat warnings beyond the generic code red to specific temperature warnings or heat warnings that are related to various outcomes of interest. And then we've not yet done, but we think we can now, and taking advantage of some of the new tools we have in AI for communications, for example, is say, okay, now that we know what the relationships are between these particular outcomes of interest, how do we communicate that with targeted warnings that are hitting the right people at the right time and providing links to the information of what they can do about it? And that's all possible now, right? To create those kinds of information systems. So working towards those specific warnings, I think, can be really important in terms of making things actionable and also avoiding that fatigue problem. And the last thing I'll note, just like so, period. One thing, other thing that we're thinking a lot about, in this Baltimore, but really even more so in other places like in the U.S. West, these combined heat smoke events, right? So, you know, it's it's the signs for fire season are not promising, right? And even in Baltimore, when we measure air quality, even in Baltimore, we're finding air quality in the summer now being dominated by smoke blowing in across the country, right? And we're not in a fire zone technically, right? And so as you do that, it's like, what options, what are the best ways to respond to heat? What are the hazards and what are the responses when you're dealing with a combined air quality heat event? And some of our heat responses are not well suited to that. And so it's something that we're looking at as we move forward.
Thanks, Ben. I couldn't have said that any better. We're seeing the same thing here up in Vermont, where we're not part of that heat. We're not part of that wet smoke fire season, really. But we're seeing increased fires across the eastern seaboard, and the smoke from Canada blowing across. And opening your windows, which is a strategy in a place that doesn't have AC, is really problematic when the smoke is pouring in the window and making it worse. So thanks for bringing up that increased concern of multi-hazard space that we're starting to really need to grapple with. I'd love to move to Jessica now to introduce us and respond to the question as well. What are you seeing as the challenges and opportunities, and what are you optimistic about?
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, so I'll do my challenges first, and then we'll move to the optimism of opportunities. So thinking from like weather service specific, kind of identified three main challenge areas within some nuances. So I think the first one is a number of perception gaps. And so compared to the other hazards that we're forecasting, heat is much more invisible. We obviously deal a lot with like tornadoes, severe storms, winter storms, hurricanes, and those are very visual things, and people understand the dangers and the destruction associated with those. But when it comes to heat, we don't really have a good way to like visually show the impacts to people, and so it can lead to a lack of urgency and public response. In fact, just based on partners from comments and social media responses we get on our messaging, a lot of people just view heat as a nuisance rather than a deadly threat. We often get responses like, well, it's summer, it's supposed to be hot, stop being alarmist, on our messaging. So within like the perception gap, some specific areas like early season heat events, those are not necessarily taken as seriously as they should be when people are not acclimated to the heat yet. So an example, this past March in Arizona, the Luke Air Force Base had an air show. Temperatures reached 105 degrees that day. This was March 21st, and they had over 400 people treated for heat-related illness and 25 people hospitalized. And they found that the majority of those were children under 12, adults over 60, and those with pre-existing medical conditions. So this leads into our next perception gap, which is that people often don't identify themselves as being vulnerable or at risk to heat. Whether it's someone with a chronic condition or maybe you're a tourist in a national park out west hiking in conditions that are warmer than normal for you. We've just found that people aren't really identifying the risk factors, and they think, well, I'm not at risk, I'm fine, maybe other people, but not me. And then finally, another perception gap is that people think that heat is only a daytime problem, and they're not properly identifying the danger of warm overnight temperatures, which obviously do not allow the body to recover and increases your risk for illness. Okay, so the next main challenge is our operational messaging hurdles. So one of these is the one-size-fits-all problem, and so there's no single criteria that will capture all heat events. Communities all experience heat differently, so there's no magic number. But for things like our heat watches, warnings, advisories, there has to be some kind of like criteria of when we issue those. And of course, we know that impacts do occur before these products are issued, so it's kind of finding that balance. And Ben touched on this, for your code red warnings or whatever you call them, but it's a similar thing for us where our forecasters don't want to overwarn people, and there's a hesitancy in issuing these heat-related alerts because we don't want people to start tuning them out and not taking them seriously. So it's the challenge of how do we evolve to better communicate the spectrum across which heat impacts occur instead of people relying on just like a specific trigger that somehow magically applies to a whole state or area. And then Ben also touched on this, so I won't go into it much, but again, the compounding and cascading hazards. There are a number of ways that heat events can exacerbate and compound with other health hazards. A big one is, if there's a large hurricane, we saw this in Texas, where the hurricane comes and there's large widespread power outages, and then there's a heat event afterwards. That's obviously a much more dangerous event now as people do not have cooling or other resources readily available. And also the wildfire, poor air quality and heat is another issue that we've seen coming up a lot more. And we've had some conversations with the EPA to try and discuss, combined messaging for those types of events. So moving towards opportunities and things we can feel optimistic about, I think one big thing is collaboration and integration. So across the Weather Service, we have the 122 local weather forecast offices, and I think our offices are seeing a lot more the need to work with their partners, as heat is obviously not something we're going to be able to solve on our own. So we're seeing people work with their partners, especially their public health partners and others, to maybe work on sharing and aligning call to action statements or impact statements, so we can have a more unified message to the public. The Weather Service has a large network through our Weather Ready Nation ambassadors, and so We can use those partners and those ambassadors to, one, help us connect with maybe more at-risk or vulnerable populations, as well as help amplify our messaging. And then something that came up recently is, the Weather Service is working on some AI translation projects. And so that can be a great thing, as hopefully we can be able to start providing our information in other languages that are used in more marginalized communities. That way everyone is able to receive our message. Another opportunity I want to highlight is the ongoing urban heat island mapping campaigns through NIHIS, NOAA, and the Weather Service. We've been helping with those for almost 10 years, and they've been done in over 80 communities, and that's a great way for communities to kind of see where the hottest neighborhoods in their communities are, so they can better target interventions and resources where they're most needed. And then finally, I'll just highlight, with NIHIS, which is the National Integrated Heat Health Information System, that is kind of the coalition of federal agencies working together on heat. NIHIS just celebrated, maybe last year, its 10-year anniversary. And I think Grace mentioned, our goal is towards a heat resilient nation, building that heat resilient nation. And so we've collaborated across agencies on tools like the Weather Service's Heat Risk as a CDC and NOAA collaboration. You have the CDC Heat and Health Tracker, which is a collaboration between our agencies again. We have our interagency heat communications working group, so we can work with the CDC and NIOSH and OSHA to target heat messaging towards outdoor workers, or just on heat-related illness on kind of a broader scope. And then I will just plug that NIHIS is hosting a warm-up workshop next week, May 6th and 7th. And that is going to focus and raise awareness on heat safety at outdoor events, both for spectators and athletes or participants. So you can go to heat.gov and learn more about that. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Braden, I'd love to move to you. What do you see as the opportunities, challenges, and what are you most optimistic about?
Everyone, and thanks for having me. Yeah, I think as the other panelists have mentioned, I think there is a large challenge in having less federal attention and coordination on this issue. And so that's definitely felt in terms of the kind of convening power and the kind of dot connecting that we were seeing, during the Biden administration. And then I think, a massive underlying factor of all of this is heat deaths and heat illness. The two easiest way to prevent that is house people and make sure that they have access to air conditioning and the electricity required for air conditioning. So you don't need to go any farther than your own energy bill or the gas pump to know that we're in an energy affordability crisis. We're in a housing crisis, and the climate crisis and the heat crisis only are exacerbated by the lack of transformational policy solutions to housing and energy. And so, and to transportation for that matter. So, that's a huge challenge ahead of us, because everything that we do that isn't housing people and isn't providing affordable energy means more deaths to extreme heat. And then the other piece of this challenge that we're continuing to see grow is that it's not just a summer problem anymore. We have 100-degree days in the Coachella Valley in December. We had 100-degree days in Coachella Valley in March. So we're seeing the heat season not be confined to summer anymore. And then that's happening at a time when we're not making as much progress as we need to on some of these structural issues that are going to continuing to mean that extreme heat becomes even more of a public health crisis. So now that I've depressed us and we have a sense of the gravity of some of the challenges ahead, I would say, obviously sitting in this seat in California, what I've seen over the last several years is we're one of the few states that has an extreme heat action plan. We actually have a law that has us update SB 306, that extreme heat action plan, every 3 years. Our next version of it is coming out this summer. So that's really an all state agency, all of government approach to extreme heat. And we are seeing many states move, or more states move in that direction. Grace is hosting a statewide state heat call. We have somewhere between 15 and 20 states participating in that. We have good heat plans in New York and New Jersey. Massachusetts is going to have a new heat officer. We already have a heat officer in Arizona. We're in regular touch also with Oregon and Washington, who are doing some good work. And then you have quite a few states across the country that are doing good work, especially in state health departments, is where a lot of the work lives, if it's not living in a climate shop within a state. So seeing some good work at the state coordination level, and definitely seeing advances, as Grace mentioned, in like statewide heat planning. For us, we also run, my portfolio runs the first in the nation Extreme Heat and Community Resilience Grant Program. We're funding 30 extreme heat planning efforts across the state. And so the way I look at it is maybe we have about 20 heat plans across the country. And we're doubling that, and with what we're funding in California in this first round, and we're seeing some really promising efforts in terms of the types of heat plans. We're funding City of LA's first heat plan, Ventura County's first heat plan. We're funding Imperial County a heat plan that's CBO led. We're funding an extreme heat and emergency sheltering plan in Kings County in the Central Valley in California. We're funding a neighborhood plan in Santa Rosa, California for extreme heat. So we're trying to fund heat plans at all different scales. Koreatown in LA, we're funding their first heat plan. So we're funding at the neighborhood, the city, and the county scale to try to advance heat practice. And so really excited about where that's going. I think another really optimistic thing is that the state over the last several years is improving its heat data tools. So we recently had released the Vulnerable Communities platform, which is out of our agency, and that was created with community-based organizations to be a one-stop data hub for climate risk, including for heat risk. So now when CBOs and tribes and local governments go to apply for funding, or they go to convince their own governments to do funding, there's this one-stop shop for their climate risk data that they're able to use and be in one place. It used to be in like several different places and be scattered. We now have the Vulnerable Communities platform that allows California communities to have that one-stop data shop. We also in the last year have had the release of Cal Heat Score, which is our first sub-national extreme heat warning system. My office is responsible for making sure tribes and local governments and community-based organizations are using this new heat warning system. So this summer we're coming out with an institutional guide of how institutions can make different decisions based on it's not dissimilar from the heat risk tool, a 1 to 4 scale, but to help support both individual decision making and institutional decision making. And this was not a tool, and the systems around it were not existing 2 years ago. So really excited that exists as well. Then I think one of the other sort of critical things that's happening in terms that to be optimistic about is that communities are really sort of understanding that if we're going to protect ourselves from extreme heat, there really is an opportunity to combine physical infrastructure solutions and social infrastructure solutions. And I think through the 45 projects that we're funding in the first round of our grant program, I'm going to drop a few links to some of those planning efforts. We're seeing this understanding that you have to create community resilience and community connections and increase capacity. I mean, Ben and the work that they're talking about in Baltimore is a great example of that as well. But I think we're seeing a lot of local innovation of how we're able to really have all of community approaches that can have academic partners, that can have other data partners, that can have local governments, that can have CBOs, that can have regional governments all working together on extreme heat. So I'm going to drop a few links in the chat. I've realized I was accidentally dropping them all just to Grace. So I will be putting some links in as we advance the conversation.
She's excited, but we're all excited to also learn right along with her. Thank you all for sharing, I think, what you see as both the challenges and opportunities. I'd like to and each of you really addressed some of the kind of follow-up questions that I had, but I would like to kind of follow this kind of intro question with the following. We're joined today by a number of researchers, folks who have been presenting new insights. Ben, you mentioned that communities are really starting to become aware of this challenge and are no longer needing to be convinced that this is an issue. And I've seen that in my own career and work and partnerships as well. But as we look around, there's a lot of exciting research happening in this space, new insights that are kind of informing the work that needs to happen. But from your position in either the federal, regulatory, or state government space and research, what are the research needs? What are the open questions that you see that your partners need information to, that the research community can really step up and start to address to help move this work forward as we move forward in over the next couple of years? Do I want someone in particular to start? No. Does anyone want to start?
I have an initial thought that comes up
Great.
a lot because we just did this listening tour where we were talking to state and local policymakers all across the country. And a big question right now is, how do I make the most of what I got? There's not a lot of money going around right now. Not every state can commit what maybe California can commit to this issue, but how do they do the most effective interventions at different levels of resourcing? That to me feels like such a central question. And I think, like, I know that there have been mountains moved with just molehills of, resources. And like, I don't want that to be the case forever, but I think in the moment where the concern is rising and the desire to act is there, people really need entry points that they can say, okay, what do I do first? And what's the most effective first set of actions that cost $10,000? And then if we prove that works, like, how can we get $50,000? And then you can kind of see the ways that, at least out of a city government perspective, local government perspective, like, they can continue to build the case because they're proving that they're doing things that are effective and that work. And I think that to me feels like just such a value add that would be really beneficial. And it's feedback loops we've been thinking about the Federation of American Scientists, but I know it largely will require partnerships really with the research community to be able to be kind of in deep conversation with local government. And folks here I know are demonstrating that. I'm just saying that as we can look at those, not just as pilots across all these different places, but as really that learning as we build the heat policy space from the ground up of what we can do strategically to protect people.
Thanks so much. I guess because we don't have like an order and we're not sitting in chairs, I have to call on the next person. Can I move to Ben? We can just go back through the order that we just went through. That'd be great.
Yeah, sure. So I was going to say something similar to Grace, but maybe I'll complement it instead of repeating. So and since putting on the research hat, right? So from the research side of things, I think that the heat exposome is an area that we still don't understand that well, and that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity right now, right? So in our research, we've been able to get to the electronic medical records, right? Tag them with heat information. We actually have a paper coming out next Tuesday in GeoHealth about how we did this to understand heat and asthma, nighttime heat and asthma in Baltimore, and that's great. But right, first of all, it's very hard to do, and second of all, it's address level, the electronic medical records. It's not necessarily the personal monitoring. So then I think, have all been involved in studies of personal heat monitoring, where you actually have a small cohort of people and see what happens as they move around. Our partners at the city have great data at, depending on what kind of data we're talking about, either anything from census tract to zip code level, right? Like in terms of various health outcomes. But the integration of those data, right? So I feel like we made tremendous progress to be able to tag this stuff with environmental information. But still in all, in Baltimore, we did this whole study using Johns Hopkins health system data. We're on the east side of town. University of Maryland, Baltimore controls the west side of town. Are those systems linked? Of course not, right? Do we have that integrated to the city's health department? Of course not. Can the city's health department share the information they have with us? Of course not. And so figuring out how to bring all of that together to really understand how, we kind of have a sense of how personal, how demographics, personal behavior, neighbor characteristics affect these things. But if we're going to get to the point of like really pinning it down for various kinds of morbidities, right? And doing so in a way that then, as I referring back to my earlier comment, it could turn into actionable warnings down to the individual level. Just really building on the momentum we've the progress we've haltingly made over the past decade in terms of integrating this information to understand risk and provide really targeted information. I think it's a challenge and just a tremendous opportunity area that was not available to us just a few years ago.
Thanks. Jessica, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, kind of thinking about, heat impacts and things like that. I mean, I think a huge need for the Weather Service, and this part isn't necessarily research-based, but just a big need is that we need better access to real-time or near real-time heat impact data. Like during a tornado event or a winter storm, people's reports are pouring into us and they're telling us, we got this much snow, this tree fell down, I have damage to my house. But during heat events, we hear pretty much nothing. And it makes it really hard for our forecasters to know how they should be adjusting their messaging, and to fully understand the scope of the event when it is so hard for us to get our hands on impact data sets. And even after the fact, it's really hit or miss for our different offices across the country on whether or not they're able to access any sort of 911 call center data related to heat or heat-related illness data, and heat mortality data. That can be really hard for us to get our hands on. And so then that also kind of ties into a research need, is that we have a number of heat tools and indices, but having more regional validation case studies of these tools. And again, to do that, you kind of need impact data sets to kind of see, well, are these tools performing how we think they are? Are there improvements that need to be made? And then on a separate note, I'll just say something that we always need more of in the Weather Service is more understanding of how we can better communicate to the public, and especially for heat. How can we improve our messaging to get people to actually take action and take heat seriously?
Yeah, thanks. I've been thinking about a lot of those things as well. Particularly the need to validate all of the tools that exist, which are all very wonderful and have great information, but unclear if people know about them, and if they're using them, how they're using them. Braden, do you have any thoughts on how the research community can address outstanding needs from your perspective?
Yeah, I think one challenge from the policy side is we're still not at a place where if you give me $1, I know where to spend it. And I have an evidence-informed way of this is the next best place for $1 to go to protect people from extreme heat. So as part of our enabling legislation for our grant program, I was required to develop a contract with the University of California University to help with starting to understand our strategy evaluation. The grant program I run is one of only about 10 different grant programs that support resilience to extreme heat work across the state. So we have an urban greening program, a green schoolyards program, a regional resilience program. We have a bunch of different grant programs that fund heat resilience. And so we are now interviewing those programs, interviewing national programs and international programs to do sort of a strategy evaluation to understand enabling success factors and sort of figuring out what should we be funding when we fund extreme heat and what's working so far. The challenge from a science perspective is like a lot of these interventions are really new and they're nowhere close to being able to where we can evaluate them. So, we're on a multi-decadal journey of figuring out what works when it comes to protecting people from extreme heat. But it is really important that And one of the things I'm excited about is, as part of this evaluation we're doing with UCLA Luskin, led by Dr. Kelly Turner and supported by CJ Gabe from the Santa Clara University, is they're helping us with a research agenda. And so from all of the evaluation, or from all the interviews we're doing and of the evaluative work we're doing, we'll have a better understanding of where additional research gaps are and what more we need to know. We know, I loved seeing what you've said before. We know that cooling centers get used as a solution. We don't have as much research to show what makes them effective when they are effective, and what means maybe they aren't where all of our next dollars should go. And so my hope is that we'll be publishing that in January, and hopefully can use you all as another conduit to get that information out. Because I do think that, obviously what you've heard before, there's a lot of current state understanding of heat impact research that needs to be done, but there's also a whole set of intervention research that needs to help inform how we make investment decisions in extreme heat.
Braden, I love that, and I'm looking forward to the NOFOs and the RFPs that are going to come out to support you in addressing those questions here. As we kind of wind down our time, I want to end with an opportunity for each of you to kind of give us your 1 or 2 minute closing summary. What do you hope folks who are listening to this? Again, this is a celebration of the science that occurs at both the AGU and the AMS GeoHealth sections. It's open to the public. It's going to be posted online. We're really hoping that folks can come from any walk of life who can't come to these big science meetings. What do you want to leave them with as we close up this roundtable discussion? And maybe I'll start with Braden. We'll just go backwards through our list, and you can just give me your kind of 1 to 2 minutes closing up.
Yeah, I think one thing that excites me about the work that I've seen over the last 5 years is just an increase in the quality of embedded research and academia doing a better job of responsibly partnering with community and figuring out how to co-create knowledge in ways that are not harmful to community. And so you saw I put a bunch of the work that we're funding, whether it's San Diego, LA, or have embedded Coachella Valley, have embedded university city community partnerships. And I think we're getting better at understanding what makes for successful partnerships between researchers and community and local and regional government. And I just encourage everyone, if you're not part of one of those partnerships, you should be. I have a feeling hearing Ben speak today that he's grown a lot as a professional in understanding how his science can be applied because he's part of this regional collaborative. So if you're not part of a collaborative, there's definitely opportunities to become part of a collaborative. And we had a collaborative like that between Arizona State University and the city of Tempe that resulted in this extreme heat project funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. I put a link to that report in the chat as an example of what these more sophisticated city university community partnerships can look like. They're not easy. You don't want to go from 0 to 60, but starting with improving your relationships with your community partners and starting to work with local governments, starting to work with CBOs is a great place to start.
Appreciate that. Jessica, do you have any closing thoughts and what would you like for folks to walk away with?
Yeah, I think from our weather service perspective, it's just, we're in this era where we're moving from, our criteria based, just looking at specific number thresholds, to trying to move to more of this impacts based space. And we're not perfect. It's going to take time. We still have a lot to learn, but I think it's really encouraging to see all of the relationships that are being made at, the local, the state, the regional, the federal levels, as we try to expand our networks and just pull in as much information as we can when trying to tackle the problem of heat and learn how we can better message and better serve our partners and learn more about when their impacts are occurring and how we can tailor our forecast information to them so it's helpful for the decisions that they need to make. And also just say we're still here. We're still we're still innovating, trying to do new things. We have our new probabilistic heat risk tool, which takes our deterministic heat risk forecasts, and now for a prototype this summer, people can see their likelihood of exceeding each of the heat risk categories. And we hope this will be a way for decision makers to receive an even bigger picture look for when they have events or things going on and they need to make decisions that maybe with new tools such as this, we can help provide a better understanding of, hey, maybe you want to go ahead and start taking these actions, even if you might not hit the specific number, the chances are there. And it would be good to go ahead and start taking those precautions. So we're just continuing to do our work and hope to continue better serving the public.
Thanks, Jessica. If you don't mind, if you have links, we would love to have you drop those in the chat so folks can click on them and get connected to those resources here as we enter the heat season. Ben, you got a minute? What do you want to tell us?
Yeah, I think that Braden and Jessica both hit on partnerships, and that's exactly where I'd want to go as well, right? What Braden said about, growing as a researcher, growing as a human being through these partnerships is just so true, right? And it's a wonderful thing to do, professionally and personally to get involved in these partnerships. And so would really encourage that. I mean, to actually, for the scientists, right, or the researchers to be in a position where you're actually working on the science that matters to community and has a possibility of benefiting outcomes. I mean, what a privilege that is, right? And from the other side, the ability to work across fields is such a wonderful experience. So really encourage everyone to do that. I'm sure that many already are right on this audience, but that just to reiterate that, and maybe I'll just close by putting on my AGU president-elect hat and say, yeah, if you're listening to this and you're either a researcher or you are a practitioner looking for scientific partnership, we have the AGU Thriving Earth Exchange, which is a great way to connect from both sides on that. And more broadly, AGU tries to help in any ways it can through various programming to help people get involved through our meetings and also through our community platform for publishing science results in non-standard forms. All kinds of ways to do this. It's a tremendously exciting time for this field. And though there's pressure, stress, difficulty maybe going on at the federal level in the United States right now, just tremendous progress, opportunity, and energy when you get to the state and local level.
Great. Thanks so much. Those are fantastic resources and reminders about the benefits that our scientific organizations can help provide to bridge the gap between research and practice. Grace, would you close us out here with your closing thoughts?
Sure, I'll do it. And I know we'll close after this, but this has been such a fun panel. Also, just so many wonderful colleagues. This is it's very energizing to be in this space. I think my takeaway is at least for a person who works at that policy or the translation of science into policy, I'm very excited to partner with anybody who is really interested in thinking about public policy change in the places where they are. Folks need your evidence in your research. Without kind of these better understandings of the risk, the exposure, and then what works intervention-wise, we cannot move this needle forward. And I think the heat space, while Braden is right, it's a decade-long institutional evidence-building project. We also need to be living on more rapid evidence response cycles because we need to be protecting people as the impacts get greater. And so thinking about, yes, there's a research timeline that you all work on, and also how can we kind of be working on cycles that do fit into the nature of policymaking, year cycles, 2-year cycles, all of which mayors and other electeds are trying to make impact, trying to make change, and they need things that they can do quickly, and they need things that they can see could work in the real world and make the impact that they're looking to make. So I think that's possible, and I think folks like yourselves have a lot of opportunity to be really a part of that responsive ecosystem, and happy to be in conversation with anybody who's interested in learning about opportunities there.
Grace, thank you so much for leaving us on such an optimistic and energized note. I want to thank you all again for joining this roundtable discussion. It's been invaluable. I think there's been a lot of wonderful takeaways. I know I took some notes, and I'm looking forward to following up with some of you and seeing where we can take this work into the future. Always inspiring to be in the same room, if you will, with folks who are doing this work on the ground every day. So thank you again. And thanks to the audience who's listening both online and once this is published later. We're happy to have you here.
Thanks so much.
Thanks to our great panelists for this informative discussion and Dr. Doran for moderating this panel discussion. That was amazing. Now I would like to hand it over to Dr. Jennifer Stowell from University of Maryland to moderate session 3. Jen, please take it away.
Great. Thank you, Azar. So very pleased to be able to introduce our speakers today. We'll start off first with Makoto Kelp. He's an assistant professor at the University of Utah, and he's going to share some of his data regarding different types of smoke and their health impact.
Okay, can you see and hear everything good?
Yeah, looks great.
Okay, great. Thanks for the introduction. I also want to highlight Minghao Chu here, who is a co-first author on this and also in the same session. So, California has a very diverse fire landscape. There's these different kinds of fire sources that are burning that have very different trends over space and time. Many of you are pretty familiar with the wildfire problem we have in the Western US and California specifically, where we're having these kinds of increased intensity and very severe wildfire seasons due to suppression and climate change and a host of different sources. But historically, there's been a lot of agricultural burning, especially in the Central Valley, which basically is where most of America's fruits and vegetables are grown, where there's been around 1 million tons of agricultural biomass burned every year. But that really has changed. With 2025, we've had this complete burn ban. And so now this is completely phased out. Whereas prescribed fire, which has historically been a pretty boutique application of land management in the Western US, at least during the history of our kind of fire suppression policies. But California right now is proposing to rapidly expand and scale prescribed burning to 500,000 to 1 million acres a year. So we have these different fire sources that all produce smoke, can produce differential health impacts as a result. But there's maybe ways that we can kind of look at these different exposures and maybe learn from the data from these different types of fires. And so a big issue with estimating PM 2.5 or smoke exposures from fires is the data quality. Right now, what's been kind of favored as the most accurate way of estimating smoke exposures is using kind of these machine learned or empirical products, where you basically take ground observations from EPA or other sensor networks, and you kind of co-locate them with fire plume detections from satellites. And that's produced pretty nice data sets like those produced by Marissa Childs here. This is a nice data set of estimating kind of wildfire smoke impact or exposures. However, that doesn't distinguish between different sources of smoke, and that will mostly be from large wildfire smoke events because that's what's able to detect from space. Whereas we want to be able to get at these smaller emission sources, such as this nice work by Claire Scholart, who basically has taken a bottom-up emissions inventory of fire detections from FIN, the kind of emissions inventory, and reclassified each fire as a wildfire, prescribed burn, or ag fire using land management reports. And what we do in our study here is through a series of weighted averages and kind of blending the two data sets together, we're able to kind of segregate these different smoke exposures into these nice long-term daily maps of PM 2.5. And we validate this against our EPA monitors, so we control for weather, location, timing, so that an increase in PM is from a specific source that we feel confident about. And then what we do is take California ED visits and then calculate our health impacts. And so when we look on a per microgram basis, we find that ag burning has, historically similar health impacts to wildfires, but that prescribed fire impacts may actually be less. And this is still kind of an evolving understanding of ours, that on the y-axis, it's the rate of ED visits per 10 micrograms per smoke. Wildfire and ag fire kind of overlap pretty well with prescribed fire with a little bit lower of these different impacts. If we regress this across our full record of smoke data that we have from 2014 to 2020, it tracks pretty well the different wildfire seasons that we have, getting more severe in time. And each year it kind of varies depending on the different ag and prescribed fire kind of land management policies of that time. But you see that there's very distinct kind of spatial impacts as well. And, this is a very short talk to being able to share some results, but something interesting that we're looking at is that even though ag burning has been completely phased out, that we can actually learn some planning lessons from it, because it can actually provide a nice policy relevant proxy for planning these prescribed burns, because they follow very similar permitting. So if we look at the Central Valley in California and divide it into the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley kind of in these two different basins. And what we do here is just a very simple machine learning approach using a CNN, in which the inputs of the CNN are atmospheric conditions, being temperature, pressure, relative humidity, and geopotential height. And then we regress this against our ED visit data. And what we can do here is identify atmospheric conditions that lead to high ED visit impact days versus low ED visit days. And we see that high ED days are associated with higher temperatures or lower relative humidity, so drier conditions, and kind of more stagnant atmospheric circulation patterns. Whereas those with low ED visit days, don't really have a strong atmospheric pattern associated with it. And so that might be obvious, but when we think about this in a future in which we will have to constantly burn as we scale up prescribed burning, we have to kind of burn in conditions in which we might not have burned in the past. And so what we can do is take a second CNN, and we call this a classification CNN, in which we can look at the days in which we did no ag burning at all for various reasons. And we can quantify, of those days, we find that a quarter to almost half of those days we could have burned and produced lower ED impact, kind of lower ED impacts. So my six minutes or so is up, but the takeaways here is that we look at the kind of the co-occurring health impacts during the wildfire season. We see that ag burning is basically similar to wildfire in terms of a per microgram impact basis. Makes sense. Smoke is bad from any source. And we're still understanding what it means for prescribed fire to have this lower impact. And again, we have these kind of machine learning simple model in which we can identify conditions for future planning that would lead to lower ED impacts on days that we will ultimately most likely have to burn. But thanks for your attention.
Great. Thank you so much, Makoto. We'll now hear from Riyang Liu, a postdoctoral associate at Yale, who's going to talk with us about surface ozone and its impact on health.
Could you see my screen well? Sorry, I was muted.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Riyang. Thank you very much for attending this section and for the opportunity to present our work at this AGU-AMS GeoHealth Showcase. First, I want to acknowledge my co-authors, Dr. Lin Zhichu, Dr. Nicole Diesel, and my advisor, Dr. Kai Chen. Today, I will present our study of 4 decades of high-resolution surface ozone estimates across the contiguous United States, with an emphasis on methodological advances and key health implications. Surface ozone exposure posed well-documented public health risk. However, as the climate change is projected to exacerbate ambient ozone pollution in already polluted areas, to enhance our ability to quantify these health impacts, we need longer temporal coverage to capture the climate variability. However, current solutions have some fundamental limitations. Satellite-based methods suffer from limited surface sensitivity and the temporal coverage only to the 2000s, while such statistical reconstruction approaches often yield annual or monthly estimates, which are inadequate for accurate health assessments. Additionally, rural populations have a larger share of older residents and experience persistent and growing mortality rates. However, in rural areas, the monitoring stations are much fewer. And if we use very simple spatial cross-validations in these areas, we could ignore the spatial structure and overestimate the model performance. Therefore, to address these research gaps, we have 3 specific aims. First, to generate daily surface ozone estimates at about 1 kilometer grid with enhanced spatial accuracy. Second, to examine the spatial temporal exposure patterns stratified by rural-urban classifications. Third, to quantify the attributable health burden of surface ozone exposure and identify key driving factors. We adapted our previously validated NO2 modeling framework developed for California to this study. This framework incorporated geophysical a priori information of surface ozone and its precursors to fit into the light GBM algorithm to provide it with extended predictors for enhanced pattern recognition. To address the spatial autocorrelation issue in the model validation, we implemented a novel cross-validation strategy called K4 nearest neighboring distance matching cross-validation. During this kind of cross-validation strategy, we could ensure that the monitoring stations in the same spatial cluster won't be split into training and validation data sets. As a result, we could generate empirical distribution curves that are much closer to those of prediction datasets than the traditional grid-based cross-validation. In our benchmark analysis, we found that this new kind of cross-validation strategy could produce models that have better performance at remote locations. Overall, our model showed robust performance across warm and cold seasons and across different census divisions, with relatively lower performance in years relying on surrogate variables and areas with sparse monitoring network, which are reasonable. The ranking patterns of the feature importance also align well with our established understanding of the role of climate factors on the ozone chemistry and the transport. Throughout the starting period, we observed a substantial decrease of both average level of ozone and peak level of ozone in the West Coast and the Eastern US. However, we also observed some increase in the warm season average in the mountain area. We further examined the distribution shift across different rural and urban classifications. We found that the exposure levels in urban areas are lower than that of suburban and rural areas. However, this difference between these different areas gets much smaller across the years. Overall, we found a contraction toward the center in each of the group from 1980 to 2023. Then we paired our ozone estimates with the county level health outcomes data to calculate the attributable mortality burden based on the GBD methods. We found that only 18% and 70% of the counties experienced an increase in excess mortality rates due to short-term ozone exposure and the long-term ozone exposure, respectively, between the second and the last decades of our study period. We summed up the county level data and found that the total health burden increased by 25% and 18% for short-term exposure and the long-term exposure, respectively. However, at the same time, the attributable death fraction declined slightly, which implied that the health burden increase was not driven by the ozone pollution, but by other factors. Therefore, we decomposed the driving factors and found that despite the reduction in surface ozone has lowered the health burden greatly, the continuous population agent has emerged as the dominant driver of increasing health burden, and the population growth in metropolitan areas also continue to drive the increase in health burden. To conclude, our study demonstrates the feasibility of producing consistent and high-quality surface ozone estimates, which allowing us to better characterize the exposure patterns and health burden. Thank you. That's all of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions during the Q&A section.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Next, we have the pleasure of hearing from Minghao Chu, who's an assistant professor at Stony Brook University, and he's going to talk with us a little bit about some of the nuances between PM 2.5 and temperature.
All right, is my screen sharing okay?
Looks great.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks so much to Jen for the introduction and to Zara and everybody putting this showcase together. In this talk, I'll briefly talk about our work looking at the effects of non-optimal temperature on PM 2.5 concentrations in the US and around the world. For this audience, I'm sure I don't need to explain that PM 2.5 and non-optimal temperature are two leading health risk factors around the world. And by non-optimal temperature, we're both looking at the extreme low temperature and extreme high temperature. Those two health risk factors are responsible for a large portion of premature deaths around the world. And interestingly and importantly, those two things are tightly connected. So decades of atmospheric chemistry related, atmospheric science related research has been shown that the temperature and PM 2.5, they are tightly connected. So here is a scheme plot that my student Deyang Chen put together that, I mean, broadly try to summarize the relationship between temperature and PM 2.5, right? So temperature could influence the emissions of precursors that goes into the PM 2.5 formation, both for the anthropogenic emissions and natural direct emissions. And it also could influence various physical and biochemical processes that can either increase or decrease the PM 2.5 formations. There has been a lot of research showing both the non-optimal temperature effects on mortality and the effects of PM 2.5 on mortality. So here is just one of this effort that I was part of that led by Marshall Burke and Andrew Wilson, that we're looking at the effects of temperature on mortality. And both in our work, but throughout the literature, what you see here is this kind of U-shaped relationship that both cold temperature and hot temperature are associated with higher mortality. And this kind of relationship has been looked at through various heterogeneity perspectives. So trying to look at how this temperature mortality relationship differ potentially by age structures, by income levels, by baseline temperature. But here we're asking this question: how would the PM 2.5 or how would the temperature PM 2.5 relationship potentially matter for this? And then if I take one more step back, the broader picture of this is, I mean, a lot of this temperature impacts or climate impacts kind of studies are built into this estimates such as social cost of carbon that are used to understand climate damage, but a lot of them right now do not include this temperature PM 2.5 pathway. So we are interested in first understanding what are the effects of ambient temperature change on daily PM 2.5, and then also how do those changes over space and time. And the ultimate goal is to use this relationship to inform our understanding of how what's the role of PM 2.5 in explaining temperature mortality. So in the work that we did in the US, we are using the station-based PM 2.5 measurements and linking them to daily temperature. So we're feeding this kind of bin model so that allows us to estimate the flexible nonlinear relationship between temperature and PM 2.5. And so here is what we find in the US context. And this is effectively the daily PM and daily temperature exists this interesting J-shaped relationship so everything here is relative to a day of 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. And what we find is so in general, there is an increase or positive association between temperature and PM. But really, when one is under a very hot day or under heat condition, that the daily PM increases a lot under those extreme conditions. Makoto talked about earlier about this work that estimate the small contribution to it, so we can also further decompose this into how much of that is driven by wildfire smoke versus not. And what we'll find is wildfire smoke does explain quite a lot of this on the high end, but then still about 40% of the PM 2.5 increases are not due to wildfire smoke, so other components. Another interesting thing we find is there is very large regional heterogeneity in terms of this temperature PM sensitivity. So I'm now plotting the different coefficients by the 9 geographical regions shown here. And what we find is, overall, across the regions, that PM 2.5 increased by quite a lot. But for instance, Northwest and Northeast both show up as giving us this really strong increases in PM, like over 200% increase in daily PM, like when the daily temperature is above 30 degrees Celsius, when comparing to 10 to 15 degree. And then those are just the coefficients for across different locations. And again, there is a huge spatial heterogeneity here as well. One last thing I'll show for the US data is we also find there is some interesting temporal change. So if we slice the data by different episodes, what we do find is, generally speaking, the heat-induced PM 2.5 has going down like over the years. But then this also relationship is also different by different regions. So finally, in the last 30 seconds, so this is work led by my PhD student, De Yang, who I also think is in the call. So De Yang extends this earlier work that we have in the US to global setting to estimate this relationship between temperature and PM. And what he finds is really interesting, that there are very different relationships, like depending on where you look. So there are both the J shape, that's in what we observe in the US and China. There is sort of this linear relationship where this is more monotone, that's in Japan, for instance. And then in Europe, that we find this is sort of the U-shaped. And part of his work now is to try to understand what factors explain for those kind of sensitivity. Thanks, and I'm happy to take questions later.
Great, thank you so much. So we'll move on to our last presentation for this session. We are pleased to hear from Aaron Polka from Boston University, who's going to talk to us a bit about the health implications of gas and oil development.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And also thank you so much to the AGU-AMS GeoHealth Showcase for having me today. I'm really excited to be here. And assuming that everyone can see my screen, I will just kind of jump right in.
Looks great.
Great, thanks. So my name is Aaron Polka. I am a doctoral student in the Department of Environmental Health at Boston University School of Public Health. And today I am going to be presenting on the associations between oil and gas development and pediatric asthma emergency department rates in California. So it is well documented that activities related to natural gas development emit health-harming air pollutants that are linked to a range of acute and chronic adverse health impacts. Here you can see a map of the continental US, and each blue dot is representing one active oil or gas well. And over 20 million Americans live within 1.6 kilometers of at least one of these wells. So while people's proximities to oil and gas activities make them more vulnerable to exposure of these pollutants, children are particularly susceptible due to their smaller sizes, developing bodies, and time spent outdoors. For the purposes of this study, we're going to zoom in on California, where an estimated 2.2 million residents live within 1.6 kilometers of at least one active oil or gas well. So the map here on the left shows the location of the known oil and gas wells in California.
while the map on the right is displaying the population density of California with darker zip codes indicating more densely populated areas. And one thing that you might be able to kind of see when comparing these two maps is that what makes California unique is the amount of wells that are situated in densely populated areas. So while studies have looked at the relationship between exposure to natural gas development and its association with health morbidities, only a handful have looked at the association between natural gas development and asthma, and there is limited epi research examining the impact on childhood asthma from exposure to oil and gas wells. So studies have looked at the impact of wells on children's asthma in Texas and Pennsylvania, and they found that higher odds of childhood asthma hospitalizations were associated with exposure to newly spudded wells in Pennsylvania and higher levels of drilling activity in Texas zip codes. California is one of the largest producers of oil and gas and home to 4 of the 10 largest oil fields in the US. So in this study, we're seeking to understand what is the association between pediatric asthma emergency department visits and the density of new oil and gas development in California. So my exposure is characterized as the density of new wells that are drilled each zip code year. And the outcome that I am looking at are rates of pediatric asthma emergency department visits. And based on my data and what's present in the literature, I am also controlling for wildfire smoke as a confounder. I will also be controlling for race and ethnicity, along with year and zip code to control for time invariant and space invariant unobserved confounders. Our study aim is to quantify the association between exposure to the surrounding density of new wells drilled by wells by kilometer squared, and pediatric asthma emergency department visits by year and zip code in California. So first we narrow down our study population to individuals that are living on an oil and gas shale basin, and then we downloaded the 2010 zip code boundary data.
I don't think we hear.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but you've frozen and we can't hear you. All right, I guess we'll give her one more minute to try to jump back on. If not, we'll move on to our question and answer session. Azar, do you think we should just move on?
Yeah, I think we can start with the questions, and then when she comes back, maybe we can continue with her presentation.
Okay, great. All right, so if Riyang, Minghao, and Makoto wouldn't mind turning their cameras on, we'd love to open up the floor to any questions that the audience might have.
Wonderful. I can start. So, Makoto, this wonderful talk, and this is much needed. One thing, just quick question: when you do the comparison with ag burning, prescribed burning, and Wi-Fi, so these are 3. Do you put them together in a model? It's kind of mutually adjusted.
Yeah, for the estimating the health impacts, it's all lumped together in the same regression, so we control for each one.
So then the question is like, I assuming they're not highly correlated, right?
Correlated in what sense? That
Like the PM2.5 concentration from 3 different sources, are they highly correlated?
No, I mean, in terms of locate, yeah, they each have their own kind of spatial temporal patterns with Maybe the biggest overlap is kind of the areas near the Sierras on the edge of the Central Valley where you have all three, but they happen at different times largely. So there's a lot of distinct components, but there are kind of seasonal overlaps if you want to think of it like that.
Great, wonderful talk. Thank you.
Makoto, I kind of have a follow-up question to that. So in addition to including the other sources of smoke, did you also account for ambient levels of PM 2.5 and ozone?
So these products are only smoke PM. And yeah, that's, one of the issues is, I mean, we don't do a CRF or anything like that. We empirically try to calculate that rate based on the ED data, but yeah, it's kind of like those increments are only from those specific sources.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, good question.
Jen,
Any
Erin,
other
back if you want to continue with her presentation.
Oh, hey, Erin. Would you like to take 2 or 3 minutes to finish your presentation?
Sure, I can try to skip to the results, and I'm so sorry for the disruption. Internet just decided to stop working, so.
No worries.
Okay. Yeah, let me share really quick, and I'll just kind of breeze through the rest of this. Okay. We narrowed, all right, so we're looking at oil and gas density of new wells in California zip codes and pediatric asthma ED visits. We narrowed down our study population and we overlaid our data with publicly available oil and gas well data, as well as asthma data from the California Department of Public Health. There were almost 13,000 child asthma emergency department visits between 2013 and 2022, with the median visit of like 60 visits per 10,000 children over that time period. And 1 in 10 children live in zip codes with at least one new well drilled. I ran a generalized difference in difference model. Well density was my exposure, and asthma emergency department rates were was my outcome. And controlling for the other variables in the model, we did not see any observable associations between the rates of child ED visits and exposure to density of new wells. So contrary to what other studies have found in other states, we did not find an association between new well development and asthma emergency department visits among children in California. So this leads us to think that there might be other factors that are contributing more strongly to child asthma than the drilling of new wells. And so our next steps will involve running a spatial lag of X model to try and account for any potential spillover effects that we aren't capturing in our sort of exposure categories of well density. So I would like to thank my team of mentors and researchers who have helped me with this work. And thank you also for giving me the time to wrap up on the presentation. Sorry for the interruption.
Of course, not a problem. We're so glad you made it back on. All right, so we've got just we've got about, what do we have? About 6 minutes left of our question and answer session. So please feel free to raise your hand and unmute yourself if you have a question for any of our presenters. Rian.
Hi, Erin. I have a question about the data sources of the exposure. There are many studies now, they're trying to tracking the VOCs from this oil or other fields. Have you ever compared the results drawn from this kind of data sources, or will you consider it as alternative data source in the future studies? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. We have thought about including air quality, but not necessarily pollution directly from the oil and gas sites. So that's an excellent point and something that we can look forward to doing in the future. Thank you.
I have a quick question for Dr. Q. On your slide 13, I guess, when you were showing the relationship between extreme heat and PM 2.5, and kind of, like stratifying based on the time periods. And you mentioned that, like over time, it has gone down. Can you explain on that?
Yeah, thanks, Azar, for the question. So first of all, this relationship, I mean, the change over time also differ by region. Like in across the US, if you just pull everything together in the US, we do see the decline in the sensitivity. And the highest decline occurs in the Northeast, which has been associated with two things essentially. One is the cleanup in the power sector, that the electricity generating sector essentially has getting cleaner over time. And this has been, I mean, I guess part of the hypothesis is why we are seeing higher PM over high temperature periods, people using more energy for cooling purposes. And if they come from electricity power plants and those power plants are getting cleaner, then you will see lower PM. So that's one hypothesis. The other one is the general cleanup in the regional, like just in the background of particular matter, right? Both from power plant and traffic and everything else. And because part of the heat-induced PM is from, I mean, when heat is associated with like thermal inversion or stagnation, for instance. So that just like when the general background PM is lower, then when the heat occurs, the increases PM is also lower. But that's not true everywhere. I mean, in Northwest, for instance, we're seeing the increasing heat PM sensitivity, and we think that's largely because of the wildfire smoke, that you're having more wildfire smoke in recent years compared to previously.
I'm wondering if you see any, like any changes in the Southeast because of, like the background pollution is very high in the Southeast.
Yeah, I have the plot. I don't remember the results on top of my head, but we can get in touch to think more
Yeah, no
about
worries.
that.
I'll reach out. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. I think we have time for one, maybe two more questions. Well, I have a question. It's again for Makoto because the area that I'm also working in right now is this kind of, different types of fire space. So I guess the first question is, how well do you think you were able to characterize the prescribed fire? And then also whether you think this is scalable to other states.
Yeah, the scalability question's an interesting one. I think you know a lot more about the Southeast US where the data quality is also better and the treatments are larger. I mean, we spend basically half the paper that we'll hopefully put a preprint out next month or so at some time, but kind of discussing the data quality. And we really try to kind of have the balance of using these empirical machine learned smoke products with these emissions inventory estimates. Where we feel pretty decent about the fact that these underlying emissions reflect the similar or an accurate timing of when and where a prescribed fire happens. But prescribed fire research, at least in terms of getting the data quality correct, is really hard because they're super short in time. They don't affect that many, or they don't travel necessarily very far. And it's kind of the cataloging of that data is still quite not the best, but we feel pretty good about the limited observations that we have that quantify the smoke transport and the smoke exposures of the data that we have. So, yeah, to answer it, it's I think we feel good about our estimates, but the quality is not there yet for us to kind of massively scale and expand.
Yeah, no, perfect. Thank you for sharing that. One last question from anyone?
If it's okay, I'll ask Rian a question. I mean, on the long-term ozone data you produced, I was curious, do you see any potential impacts from wildfire, especially like for the more recent years, like 2023? Like, did that show up at all in your prediction?
I think it's a very interesting question. As you may see from the maps, there is a very high background concentrations in the mountain areas of the Western US. Many people attribute the high background concentration to the several potential reasons. For example, the wildfires and the climate condition there and the exchange between stratosphere and and the troposphere. But since our model is just an empirical model, we did not check the drivers of the ozone variations there. So, but I think it's a very good question for further investigation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. All right, Azar, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Stowell, and to all our speakers for the enlightening presentations. Now we will move to our last session of the day. Dr. Heather Holmes from University of Utah will be moderating this session. Dr. Holmes, please take it away.
Thank you, Azar. It's so great to see all these wonderful talks. So our session is going to be about forecasting, communication, and preparedness. And our first speaker is Nicole Zenes from Cornell University.
Nicole, you're muted.
There we go. Couldn't find where to unmute. Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Nicole Zenes, and I will be talking to you about daily heat indices, their approximations, and some of the dangers of using those. And so when talking about heat, I live in New Jersey, so often you'll hear people say it's not about the heat, it's the humidity. And the metric we're studying today is the National Weather Service Heat Index, which is also known as the apparent temperature, or what the body sort of perceives when factoring in air temperature, which here we're going to call it TAS, and relative humidity, which we're going to call HERS. And now when calculating a daily maximum heat index, there's two ways to go about it. You can do it with hourly data, where you calculate the heat index from the temperature and relative humidity every single hour of the day and take the maximum of that value to get your daily maximum heat index. We're going to call that his max 24. You can also do it with an estimate if you only have daily data, and that would be taking the TAS max, or maximum temperature, and the minimum relative humidity, and then you can calculate this estimate, which here we're going to call his max S. And so the reason we would use this approximation is we have high temporal resolution in our station data, but if we're looking to forecast and seeing what is going to be going on in future years and decades, we will be relying a lot on global climate models, and they often only save out daily data. And so for this study, we looked at two different data sources. We used ISD light stations. Those are 13 stations in the Northeast US. We also used the USCRN database and looked at 24 stations across the US. So we downloaded again that hourly temperature and humidity, and then calculated that maximum heat index both ways, the estimate and the real. And so just to give you a sense of where our stations are located, we wanted to get a good distribution around the country and the different climates. And so asking this question of how good is this estimate compared to the actual daily maximum heat index? So the first way we looked at it was this direct comparison. So for the heat season, May, June, July, August, September, we compared day by day what the his max 24 was, what his max S was. And that's in degrees Fahrenheit. So if we're looking at just that temperature, absolute difference in temperature, on this graph, we have our stations on the x-axis, and the y-axis is the percentage of days during that heat season. And you can see it in these lightest two colors. The lightest one is when they match exactly. And then the second lightest is within 1 degree Fahrenheit. So for the majority of the stations and the majority of the time, you're within a degree when you're using that approximation. So in some applications, you can conclude that this is a decent approximation. However, when we really wanted to focus on the hottest of the hot day ones, the ones that we really care about in terms of the health impacts. And so we looked at it with a threshold-based comparison. So we took this extreme heat threshold defined as the 95th percent of the June, July, August his max 24 value for each station. So like what is hot for that station? Like everything is relative. And count the number of days that exceed that threshold using both of those metrics. And so here is where we run into some trouble. So this is the plot I just showed, but on here in these gray dots, this is the percentage underestimation of your extreme heat days. So on the end here, we have Fairhope, Alabama, and if you're using his max est to calculate the number of extreme heat days, you're underestimating by 63%. And so when we looked at the stations that had the greatest underestimation, we see that it's in some of these hottest regions. You got Mississippi, Florida, Arizona, Texas. So from there, we were like, okay, like what is the pattern here? And so we plotted it out where we have our heat threshold on the x-axis and the percentage of underestimation on our y. And we built this regression model. And to get a sense of how it looks across CONUS, given that we only were using those select stations, we took that regression model and applied it to observationally based data set. We used GridMet here to see what it looks like. And so that's where like the real story sort of comes in, where each black circle on here represents the station data that we're using, and that underestimation, and then the colored background is that from the GridMet. So when we're looking at like the southern United States, if you're a policymaker or working with mitigation and you're relying on this approximate heat index to do your planning, you're missing out on like more than half of the extreme heat days. And so this work was really just to shed some light on these uncertainties that aren't often appreciated. And you might just think, oh, like this approximation is great because we have to use it because of the GCM data. And so really we just wanted to draw attention to the fact that there are some of these caveats that need to be appreciated. With that, I would just like to acknowledge the funding for this. This research was completed at NOAA's Geophysical Fluids Dynamics Lab, and our paper is out in the Journal of Biometeorology. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that great talk. So questions are going to be at the end. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. It's Josiah Keppert from Drexel University.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm Josiah Kephart from Drexel, and I want to talk today about analysis of floods and mortality in Latin American cities. So first, I want to introduce our project. We have a large international scientific collaboration called the Solar Ball Climate Project, or Climate Changing Urban Health in Latin America, where we've compiled data from 371 different cities across 11 Latin American countries. And we compile this urban health data across a few different domains of health, environment, and social equity. A lot of this data is available online on the URL here, and you're welcome to check it out and use it for your research. So for this particular analysis, we wanted to ask about the increased risk of mortality after a flood event, specifically looking at injury mortality and non-injury mortality in the 0 to 60 days after flooding. So a little bit longer than the immediate effects we usually think about, but not quite as long as long-term community health trajectories. Then we want to ask how this flood-related mortality varies by age and by sex. So we did this at the municipality level. We had over 1,300 municipalities nested within 290 larger metropolitan areas. We used data from the following countries on the screen from about 2002 to 2021, varying a little bit depending on data availability. So for our flood exposure data, we use the Dartmouth Flood Observatory, which is relatively coarse, but because we're doing a kind of city level analysis, we think that's okay. We used all reported floods from 2000 to 2021, and we ended up with 78 distinct flood events within our cities during the study period. Our outcomes were all-cause mortality, as well as injury and non-injury specific. For individual modifiers, we looked at sex and then 2 age groupings, under 65 years old and 65 plus. And then we adjusted for daily temperature as well as a potential time varying confounder. Our analysis approach was a case time series with a quasi-Poisson base. Again, we used a lag of 0 to 60 days. And our strata definition was comparing the same calendar day across multiple years within the same municipality, of course. We also adjusted for secular long-term trends and, again, for temperature as a time-varying confounder. So we found, these are our findings for injury deaths. So I'll do non-injury next. This is injury deaths. We found that injury deaths were 20% higher in the 60 days following flooding, which is a very, very high number. We found that these, when we look at the subpopulations, both by age and by sex, we found the vast majority of this is concentrated in younger adults, being those 64 or less, who had a 24% higher risk of mortality after a flood event. This increased risk was also very heavily concentrated in males, who had a 25% higher risk of mortality, whereas females had really no change, no observable change in mortality risk. So injury deaths, 20% higher overall, and this is really concentrated in younger people and in males. And this kind of fits the observation, the hypothesis that a lot of injury deaths after disasters tend to be concentrated in first responders, who tend to be younger and tend to be male in our study setting. And so this sort of corroborates that explanation. However, when we look at non-injury deaths, we find something very different. So we had a 10% higher risk of mortality in the 60 days following a flooding overall, but this was much more concentrated in older adults versus younger adults. Older adults, 65 plus, had a 15% higher risk of mortality, and there wasn't really very much difference between sex here. So similar risk, slightly higher in male, but much more similar compared to injury. So overall, we found higher risk for both injury, which was about 20% higher, and non-injury, which was about 10% higher in the 60 days after a flood. For injury deaths, it's younger people and males who are at the most concentrated risk. And for non-injury deaths, it's older adults of both sexes. Thank you.
Great, super interesting results. Thank you again. We're gonna again hold questions till the end. The next speaker is Alfred Flippen from University of Illinois College of Medicine, Peoria.
Hi there, everyone. I really appreciate y'all allowing me to speak out of order. I'm unfortunately on call for our trauma service today, and Central Illinois is, suffice it to say, misbehaving. So good afternoon, everyone. I am a trauma surgeon, intensive care specialist, and disaster medicine expert at the University of Illinois. On behalf of my partners at NOAA and the National Weather Service, Andrea Ray and Jim Nelson, it's a pleasure to be here to talk to you about our work leveraging forecasts of extreme weather for better planning in healthcare. I'm giving this talk specifically on behalf of the working group that I've set up to do this research, the Healthcare Outcomes Through Selected Meteorological Observations group, which is a humongous mouthful, so we call it the Hot Smog Collaborative. So you're probably wondering what the heck a trauma surgeon is doing here. I promise I didn't hack into your meeting. I'm here because people like me in emergency rooms, trauma centers, and intensive care units are on the front lines of responding to the effects of extreme weather. The medical literature is clear that extremes of temperature drive increased visits to the ER, as does poor air quality. But that's actually the extent of the medical literature. You probably won't be surprised to hear that extremes of temperature and air quality can be forecast. But not only can they be forecast, they can be produced accurately with lead times that can make a difference for people like me to predict influxes of patients, increased staffing, and potentially improve patient outcomes. So maps like this may look even more familiar to you than they do to me. As many of you probably already know, even 3 to 4 weeks prior to an event, the National Weather Service can begin to predict the formation of heat waves. At week 2, you can see that the affected area is becoming substantially better defined. And in the bottom rightmost image at 1 week, the accuracy with which this heat wave from last June was predicted was actually quite high. Even lay people like me are familiar with the concept of heat index, or on the other side of the temperature scale, wind chill. These are measures of what the temperature actually feels like to the human body and can be forecast with reasonably high accuracy even a week out. Now, the National Weather Service has now parlayed heat index into a relatively new heat risk product, and this uses the familiar green, yellow, orange, red, magenta expressions of risk to health. In this slide, you can note that the heat risk product predicts the impacts on health systems even in the orange category, and obviously there are two higher categories. You can see and appreciate in this image what a large proportion of the population would have been affected by this heat wave from last year. In much the same way as heat risk, air quality can also be forecasted and used to issue guidance. This guidance is issued using data from the EPA by the National Weather Service and local partners. In the United States, the Air Quality Index monitors ozone, smoke, dust, and 2.5 micrometer particulates. So now I'm going to put on my scrub cap to talk about the medicine, which underpins the question that we're trying to answer in my collaborative. So we know that extreme temperatures increase the number of visits to emergency departments, and separately, we also know that poor air quality increases the number of visits to ERs. What we don't know is what the combined effect of temperature extremes and poor air quality is on healthcare utilization, especially on regular nursing floors or in the intensive care units, where the combined effects have never been studied, particularly in combination. So the goals of our project are first and foremost to incorporate meteorological and hospital utilization data into a single model, which accounts for time lag effects and spatial variations in climate. These things are incredibly important to account for because extremes of temperature do not generally trigger healthcare utilization at the exact instant that they occur or appear. Many of you can also probably appreciate that tolerance to temperature extremes varies with geography. So we plan to develop this model using an implementation of something called spatial Bayesian distributed lag nonlinear modeling. But this is only step one. With this model in hand and knowing that these things can be predicted into the future, our second goal is to apply the model prospectively in an attempt to predict hospital staffing needs at the unit level. You can imagine that this is going to require a lot of data. And the first piece of good news is that both weather and air quality data are easily publicly available in the United States and many other countries. On the healthcare side of our data issue, the good news is that we don't need any patient identifying information, and therefore we don't expect HIPAA to be an issue in the United States. The data that we're looking for is aggregated visit data for each hospital, which includes why the patient was there, general characteristics about how long they stayed, and if they suffered any complications during their stay. Ultimately, with a working model and the existing capabilities to accurately forecast temperatures and air quality up to 7 days out, we believe the combined effects of extremes of temperature and poor air quality can be predicted, and that we can use this information to allow staffing and material preparations to be made. Many of you may not be directly involved in healthcare, and if you're not, you may find it surprising to hear that most emergency rooms and hospitals are, on a day-to-day basis, operating at 95 to 100% of their designed operating capacities. And this means that even small increases in the number of patients seeking healthcare can cause significant stress to the system. We believe that our model may decrease the need for surge staffing and even the use of crisis standards of care. So where are we in the process of doing all of this? So I'm thrilled to already have Andrea Ray and Jim Nelson with NOAA and the National Weather Service respectively as partners, as well as my home hospital, OSF Healthcare, and our other large counterpart in Central Illinois, Carle Health, on board. We've recently brought on board Taipei Medical University, which is Taiwan's largest healthcare institution, accounting for 30% of all healthcare encounters in that country. And we're advancing data agreements with healthcare partners in Australia, Singapore, Switzerland, the UK, and Canada, as well as other institutions in the US. But work like this takes a lot of data. So if you or your organization, or especially a healthcare institution with which you might be affiliated, would be interested in being a data partner with us or assisting with statistical or computing work, then please get in touch with me. Ultimately, we believe that with enough resources in time, the Hot Smog Collaborative can predict and alert for weather disasters worldwide. My contact information, including my cell phone, if you want to text me, is at the bottom of this slide. And I really appreciate the AGU and AMS for putting this event together and allowing me to speak, especially out of order. And I apologize to the other presenters members for having to ask for that. I actually do have to step away to go to the operating room, but if there are any questions that this presentation has prompted, please feel free to get in touch with me either by phone or by email. And once again, thank you so much.
Thanks, Ford, and thanks for taking the time today before such a stressful event. Good luck, and hopefully you get some good contacts from this.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Okay, our next speaker is Sarah Gilani from the Center for Outbreak Response Innovation at Johns Hopkins. And thank you, Sarah, for the short notice with the switch.
That's okay. Completely understandable and warranted. Thanks for having me. My name is Sarah Galani. I'm a senior analyst at the Johns Hopkins Center for Outbreak Response Innovation, or CORI for short. Today, I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Eric Toner, our project lead. CORI is part of InsightNet, a network funded by the CDC Center for Forecasting and Outbreak Analytics, or CFA for short. CFA was established during the COVID-19 pandemic to strengthen the nation's ability to prepare for and respond to infectious disease threats, specifically by using data modeling and analytics, taking inspiration from weather forecasting. InsightNet builds on that by bringing together partners across sectors to improve decision-making through these same tools. At CORI, our role is to translate modeling and analytics into actionable insights for public health agencies, policymakers, and the public, who are ultimately the most important health decision maker of all. To reach the public, we need a platform people already trust, and TV meteorologists are often the only science-trained voices in local newsrooms. They're trusted, familiar, and skilled at turning complex data into clear, short guidance. And people are already relying on weathercasts to make daily decisions. So we've partnered with TV meteorologists to add short 30 to 60-second health updates into their weathercasts. And the process is simple. Each week, our team produces one simple infographic and talking points for a short 30 to 60-second segment. And of course, the data is as local as possible because that's what's relevant to viewers. We started with producing segments on respiratory illness, particularly flu, RSV, and COVID. But our content quickly expanded to include vector-borne diseases, air quality, heat-related illness, and more. We launched with WVZ Boston in February of 2024, and almost 14 months later, we have created partnerships with almost 9 broadcast partners. This is across CBS, NBC, and ABC affiliates, and includes both English and Spanish language stations. We have partners in cities such as Boston, Houston, Roanoke, Virginia, Washington, D.C., San Juan, Puerto Rico, and more. Stations are participating because it's free and it serves their communities. And really what's the most important piece of this project is that through this, we're building trusted communication channels before the next public health emergency hits. When communities routinely receive health updates through weathercasts, the infrastructure is already in place for when it really matters. For example, in February of 2024, in August of 2024, when New Hampshire reported its first fatal case of Eastern equine encephalitis in a decade, WBZ was already set up to respond, and were able to communicate which communities were at risk across the state. And that's exactly the emergency use case that we're building towards. We're continuing to build partnerships, including with NOAA, AMS, and the National Weather Association, to strengthen climate health connections and expand the intelligence we can provide. So for those who are tuning in, if you work with a local TV station or in disease forecasting or climate health modeling, environmental surveillance, et cetera, please feel free to reach out. I'll drop my information in the chat and would love to connect. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Super important work. Sounds interesting. Okay, our last speaker in this session is Edward Shaw from WSLS 10.
Hello, everybody. I am Edward Shaw. I'm a meteorologist in Roanoke, Virginia, and I work at WSLS 10. So, getting into it pretty much right away, incorporating health science within broadcast meteorology, it's not something I anticipated that I would be doing within my career, but here we are, and it's certainly played out in a very strong and effective manner. So, little bit of background data about me. I graduated from Virginia Tech in May 2024, and I did formerly intern with NBC News with their weather and climate unit, and I'm a member of a few AMS committees as well, and have also done a few out in the field things, such as the storm chase in the Great Plains of Virginia Tech, and also ended up producing the NBC Eclipse special. So, question is, how can we encourage the public to react to a lot of urgent information? And let's talk about a tornado warning, for example. Immediate threat, life-threatening can be, and severe in nature. And the way that people are going to react to certain information is through communication. We know this because we communicate every day. But the three key aspects being routine, effective, and trusted communication within our area. That's what we do every single day. We go on air and we end up talking about severe weather, any kind of inclement weather, or just a daily forecast where everything's easy. Now, we can translate this to public health and communications there as well. Routine, effective, and trusted communication. Those are the three main things that we strive to do as broadcast meteorologists, and it's the three things that we like to do when it comes to our partnership with Johns Hopkins and the Center for Outbreak Response and Innovation. You just heard my colleague Sarah Galani talk. This is kind of what it's like from my side of things and what I've seen from viewers and from reactions all across the board. So why meteorologists doing this? Why are we having some meteorologists do this in the first place? Well, the station scientist role is one that pretty much every meteorologist understands who goes into broadcast. And it's trusted, we're trusted mostly, with unbiased, scientific, and fact-based reporting. That's how you tell the weather. We also have a strong role in data analysis. So obviously, you're looking at graphs, you're looking at maps, data points every single day, and establish following and pretty much your community if you are a successful and trustworthy broadcast meteorologist. It's also the most watched aspect of news. And I have that in red because that is something that really resonates with viewers. Your local meteorologist, who's going to tell you the weather and who's going to tell you how to prepare for your day. So with that being said, we can do the same thing with discussing public health. With the partnership that we founded here at WSLS with Johns Hopkins, we've been able to cover COVID-19, flu, RSV, tick bite related illness, and heat related illness, all within the time that we've had this partnership with Johns Hopkins. And it's been very successful. I have an example graphic right there discussing some of the logistics with what we've seen going around our area. We came up with our own segment called What's Going Around. Talked about respiratory disease trends. We're shifting to tick bite trends as those start to continue upwards. And the local data really appeals to viewers. We've had county governments repost some of the stuff that we've done within our area. We've used local data. We've kept it consistent with weekly updates. We've done on-air platforms, digital platforms, social media, and an article even we've started adding. And we've had some very positive viewer reception. Lots of potential, I think, for the future work of this, not only locally, but across the country. And overall, it's been a very great experience. It's been a very rewarding one. And as a station scientist, it is certainly something that I encourage a lot of meteorologists to do, as it could be very beneficial for their community. And it can also be very beneficial for the industry of public health and broadcast meteorology. Thank you.
Thanks, Edward. That was super cool to see the follow on from Sarah's talk. So very awesome. Okay, now if all of our panelists or speakers can come back on with their pictures and things so people can ask questions. Also, I want to thank you all. You were all very punctual with your talks. So sweet. Thanks. So now we have 10 minutes for questions. Does anybody want to take the first or ask the first question? Okay, I don't see anyone yet, so I will go ahead and kick it off. So Nicole, on your super interesting results, like trying to use these climate models to get local temperature extremes is really difficult. Do you have hope for our future? Like, do you see ways that we can improve this going forward to give data to people like Sarah and Edward to use in helping the public know what's happening and things like that?
Yes, thank you. We have done like further research and there's a lot of hope in statistical downscaling and dynamical downscaling. So bringing in some of those other things to complement, because we often find that if you look at the historical record, a lot of these global climate models aren't doing that well in the historical times. And so that can kind of give you a heads up that there is a potential for some of that to continue into the future, right? And so we rely a lot on doing these sort of bias correction methods using the local data.
Got it. Thank you. And then Josiah, in your results, I'm so curious, like I feel like the increase for the like the post-flood increase in the injury-related death kind of, tracks, makes sense. What's going on with these results with the non-injury increases?
Yeah, so that's mostly concentrated in older adults. I think we're talking about things like access to regular healthcare, maybe challenges getting your medications, or managing other chronic conditions. I think it's these sort of more indirect pathways about community disruption, societal disruption, that is really having an impact on older folks.
Oh, really? So kind of like all the infrastructure not being able to come back online results in this increase.
Yep, or even displacement, perhaps, right? Which can be
Oh,
very,
yeah.
if you're on dialysis or something like that, it can be very disruptive.
Yeah, super interesting findings. Okay, I'd like to go back to everybody else on Zoom or any of you guys if there's any questions. Otherwise, I'll sit here and ask questions all day. I have many. Okay, so Sarah, so when in this work that you're doing, like it seems like a monumental task to try and make all of these connections. So can you talk about like what's the most difficult part? Like, is it the communication piece? Is it just finding people? Like, just in general, what are the biggest barriers you're experiencing in this?
Yeah, I mean, it's really great and fulfilling work, but it does come along with some challenges. In terms of meeting and connecting with local TV stations, our team has been attending conferences where we can connect with TV meteorologists in person and trying to make connections through presentations there. And that's been successful. But, as I mentioned, we've only had 9 TV station partners, but we want to grow nationally. So it's moving, we're growing slow but steadily. And I think as we continue scaling up, we want to think more about how we can evaluate our work as well, which is really important. So what is the community impact that we're seeing? And working with our traditional TV meteorologists, sometimes this is difficult to receive feedback on. But as Edward had mentioned, he has been expanding into digital products as well. And through those mechanisms, oftentimes we're able to see more engagement from community members. We're also looking ahead, interested in conducting message testing and evaluation, but haven't found ourselves in that space quite yet. But those are the main challenges that we're facing at the moment.
Cool. And then Edward, from your side, have you gotten like feedback from your viewers or like audience, like your engagement, I guess, with your community? Have you gotten any response from them on their feelings or anything like this?
We've gotten a decent amount of feedback in terms of viewer reactions. Usually quite a few link clicks with it. I'm just scrolling through some of them right now. Obviously, we have 1 or 2 people who think they're geniuses and know everything about everything, who think it's all rigged and whatnot.
Yeah.
But you're going to have
Of course.
that in any field that involves science.
Yeah.
But from a communications, welcome to this week's mission. My audio started playing me, and that completely caught me off guard. But we've seen more and more people start interacting with it as we've done more and more consistent hits. Now, granted, being a little short-staffed currently at the time at the station, it can be hard to do that. But we found that the consistency and now adding a actual written part to this, one of my coworkers here, Amanda Stellwag, she's ended up helping write an article alongside me in addition to the video that we usually do. We put on air, online, and digital. And we found that has yielded pretty decent results as well, being able to focus on the localized data points compared to what a lot of people see with statistics, transmission rates that are mostly national or statewide. People like the local street level mapping, not only with their weather, but apparently also their health data.
Yeah, super interesting. Kai, I saw you come online. Do you have any questions or?
Yeah, hi, thanks. I also have a question for Edward because, in both climate science, climate change, and public health, public trust now in the US is a big issue. And I think there's no, your job is literally every day to communicate with the broad audience about the science. So I wonder, like, if you sit back, thinking about what's your advice for researchers like us? Like when we do research, we publish papers, but we're not trained to communicate with the public. So what are your suggestions for us?
That's a good question. I mean, the biggest thing I think with being able to effectively communicate any kind of information, whether it's research-based, it's something that's being passed along to me from my experience, just being able to have those conversations with people, just casual conversation. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all people, and the people that you run into in Walmart, McDonald's, Target, wherever, they're all the people that are going to end up watching your content or reading about your content some way or another. So I think really being able to just step out of that comfort zone and have casual conversations with other professionals, other locals who might be interested in your work. I think kind of taking that initiative is the hardest part. Once you start doing that, I feel like it gets progressively easier, almost like riding a bike. It can be difficult in times in which you have people who may not think the science involving research or something like that is valid from their own beliefs, whether it be political or personal. But those people, you kind of have to tune them out at times, especially if it's in comments online, and you have to focus on your audience as a whole. Once you gain a rapport with people and you build that trust, that's going to be when people more and more, they're going to tell their friends, their siblings, their family, their neighbors, hey, go check this person out. Check out their research. Check out what they've posted here. And that's really how you build that brand with communication, especially in a world where it seems like everyday climate science, health science, science in general. I like to joke and say I have the double whammy being in science and media, and getting some interesting viewer perspectives. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be more people who are genuinely interested than people who are going to be skeptical. And I think the people who are skeptical just happen to be the loudest.
Thanks, Edward. Yeah, I think, getting down to, the human touch. You mentioned like actually showing the neighborhood level what your kind of audience care about is really important. So thank you for that. Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Thank you all. I think we're out of time. I just want to thank you all again for sharing your work. All of your talks were very interesting, and I learned something from each of you today. Super cool. I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to Azar.
Thank you, Dr. Holmes, and to our speakers for their outstanding talks. Now it's time to shift towards our final remarks. I'm passing the baton to Dr. Kai Chen, the GeoHealth President-elect, and Dr. Casey Ernst, who will wrap up our event. Dr. Chen, over to you for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Elsa. Thank you all for this is an incredible day. So I want to start by thanking everyone to make this happen, especially to we all know the current circumstances. And I want to first of all thank Daniel Tong, who's our president, and also our AMS colleagues for putting this together still. This has become a really tradition for a couple of years now. And also thanks Azar, who is really the instrumental in organizing all the events this year, last year as well. And I want to start thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Rita Cowell, who I mentioned that she was the reason why we have the GeoHealth Journal. We had this kind of started the session at AGU, but she shared her remarkable journey and reminded us, during her pursuit of the science and advanced the women leadership in science, is reminding us of perseverance and always be curious. You can feel her excitement like decades ago, how that instrument was and compared with now. So I think we should take that with us. And also thanks to TC and Elizabeth for the afternoon keynote and remind us, when we talk about heat, what are the different skills we're talking about, and also looking not just at the building environment, but also the human behavior to respond to heat. I also want to thank all our session moderators like Ryan, Jen, Heather, Morgan, and special thanks for Elizabeth for actually hosting this kind of wonderful round table. I think the staying cool, with all these experts, with Ben Dacek, who's our AGU president-elect. Hopefully we'll do more GeoHealth thing when he's a president, and also Jessica, Grace, and Brandon. This conversation is great because it really links what we do from research and the practice. So lastly, I want to thank every presenter for sharing your cutting edge research, whether it's from AGU conference or AMS. So I think, what we have seen today is like the science is becoming more and more clear. We have more cutting edge research. We have more and more indicators. And it's also moving from just association analysis to identifying vulnerable population to now the last session we heard about all the early warning system, and we have really a breadth of research that is actually the strength of the whole GeoHealth community, and but that also creates some challenges for us. As in the beginning, I think Ryan or someone asked Dr. Cowell the question about the funding challenge. But it's more than that, right? It's more than just funding agency doesn't recognize this truly interdisciplinary research, but also how do our education fits in. I personally graduated from an environmental school, and we have colleagues from atmospheric sciences and from school of public health, but also we have many colleagues, for example, as I work with a lot of physicians, they are interested in mental health, right? So how do we gather everyone together and think about the challenges we have been facing, but also the opportunities the GeoHealth community is facing? Now that's the reason actually we are calling for a decadal survey of the GeoHealth. So at the AGU GeoHealth section, we actually has put up what we call a small paper calling for the GeoHealth decadal survey. So I put a link there. The paper hopefully will be up soon, and I can share more details. But we really want you to put your voices, tell us what you think that community of GeoHealth, what are the major scientific questions we need to address, what are the barriers, what are the things we need to do. So I think this is the link to a Google form, so please fill out. And I think today we have all the kind of great science and also inspiration. And I want to just quote Dr. Rita Cowell's kind of lessons, like an answer to my question, saying that if anything she wanted to say to our young audience here, this young GeoHealth community is go for it. There's so many opportunities for us to discover.
So go for it, boys or girls. So I think carrying with that energy, whether we're going to the AGU or AMS conference or through this technical survey, also any collaboration you may establish today, I think thank you everyone. I think you are the reason the field is growing. So thank you for a wonderful day, and I want to pass to Casey for the remarks.
Great, thank you all very much. I'm in my classroom, so if there's a little background noise, I apologize. So it was lovely to hear all of the talks this morning. I would like to echo what Dr. Chen says as well, that the presentations were really inspiring. Some of the things that I got from this is that, there was a lot of conversations around extreme heat. And I think that's one of the things that we're a little bit more sort of prepared in terms of our understanding of the impacts, although things like mental health and other kinds of understudied areas are really developing. I think that we're going to find that the reach of things like these extreme weather events and extreme heat on many different aspects of physiology, mental health, physical health are going to be sort of underscored as the research develops. But one of the other things I wanted to note is that it seems like we're starting to move more into that intervention space. And I think that's where we really need to be focusing a lot of our efforts is, yes, we already know that extreme heat is a problem. It is absolutely essential to understand what those effects are going to be, but to also understand that we can start acting without knowing what all of the myriad effects are. The early warning systems that people discussed, the built environment modifications that people were talking about are all really exciting. I think the connection that was made today with some of the applied folks who are out there creating policy, assessing policy, developing programs and interventions was also really inspiring. And I'd love to see more of that sort of community, academic, and sort of applied partnership, as was noted in the really nice panel session. So I think those are some things that I would note. I would also say that while extreme heat is one of the and extreme heat sort of more direct physiological angles is something we know a lot about. There was also some really nice nod toward some of these more complex dynamics with infectious diseases and other disease systems that we still have sort of nascent knowledge around sort of what those impacts are going to be. But I do think that, understanding the communities that are at broadest risk now are probably going to be at heightened or increased risk. Those at the peripheral sort of margins of where there's already transmission of different infectious diseases are probably the ones that are most at risk for expansion and increased incidence. And we know that there's, structural and sort of social determinants that put people at those higher risks. So really excited about this conversation, excited about sort of the conversation around measurement and how we actually measure and quantify these exposures in a standardized way. There's going to be a NIH webinar on extreme weather event. I'm actually leading that with one of my co-investigators, Melissa Furlong, to just try to start that conversation around and start maybe continue with the conversation around how do we actually put some standards around exposure measurement for extreme weather. And then finally in the chat, I'm just going to put a little plug in. So AMS, if you were inspired by today's talks, we are still accepting symposium submissions until tonight for the AMS meeting, which is going to be January 14th to 17th. It's in Denver, Colorado in 2027. Check the dates, make sure that that's correct. But would love to continue some of these conversations again next year with the Environment and Health Board at AMS. And also, if you don't put in a symposium, remember that there's always the possibility to submit abstracts as well. So we look forward to continuing the conversation with you collaboratively. And I just want to say thank you so much for all your time and energy in organizing this. Dr. Abadi, Elizabeth, wonderful, wonderful sessions. I'm really glad I was able to attend most of it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chen, Dr. Ernst. Dr. Doran, do you want to add anything?
I want to thank you for and recognize you and all the work that you've done to put in and make this happen. And you keep us moving forward. as always, and it is a wonderful event every year, and it wouldn't happen without your leadership. I obviously come from the AMS side, and you lead from the AGU side, but it's never balanced, and it's always a team effort. So thank you for all of your work and for leading the session and being our lead moderator today. This has been a fantastic event.
Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure working with you. It's also a privilege to share this day with you all, and thank you for staying, till the end. Please keep an eye out for the recording of today's showcase, which will be available on AGU YouTube channel, and we'll send an email on our platforms as well. Well, with that, wishing everyone a wonderful afternoon and evening. It was great. Thank you so much.